hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. Hop in the roof, gone, feel like I'm too gone, scream at the moon, dog, what would you do, dog, if you wanna move, dog? And people you know, they get so jealous, they want that you screwed, dog. You niggas so fake, why don't you face it? We got the waves, I wave on a spaceship. I did me for once, and you couldn't take it. Since I could taste it, you know I'm the greatest. Muhammad Ali told me to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Spike Lee said, H.E. fight the power that be. If we don't, how the fuck are we expecting some peace? Y'all niggas got me in Z's. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face. No hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. All I ever wanted to do was be a baller, a shot caller, hang with some brothers. Had some bad bitches in the crib that'll swallow. After that, I just take them hoes to get some Starbucks. I can never get addicted cause I'm inconsistent. If you decipher all my words, then that might cause some friction. I had some trouble in my youth, but I won't get specific. And I just wanna save my soul, so I keep my distance. I deal with demons on the daily. Motherfuckers call me crazy, I'm depressed, they call me lazy. Cheer me on, this shit so shady. I found love within myself, I'm the one that fucking raised me. No offense to my parents, but right now I feel amazing. After I graduated high school, I lost my mind almost. Took me 2 years to find out who I really was. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. Hop in the roof, gone, feel like I'm too gone. Scream at the moon, dog, what would you do, dog, if you wanna move, dog? And people you know, they get so jealous, they want that you screwed, dog. You niggas so fake, why don't you face it? We got the waves, I wave on a spaceship. I did me for once, and you couldn't take it. Since I could taste it, you know I'm the greatest. Muhammad Ali told me to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Spike Lee said, H.E. fight the power that be. If we don't, how the fuck are we expecting some peace? Y'all niggas got me in Z's. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. When I step up, can't hold back, can't show out, just show face, no hype shit, you know that's me. Came through, that's old news, that backwood get chopped, screw, can't pass shit, I don't know you, bitch, freeze me. All I ever wanted to do was be a baller, A shot caller, hang with some brothers. Had some bad bitches in the crib that'll swallow. After that, I just take them hoes to get some Starbucks. I can never get addicted cause I'm inconsistent. If you decipher all my words, then that might cause some friction. I had some trouble in my youth, but I won't be specific. And I just wanna save my soul, so I keep my distance. I deal with demons on the daily. Motherfuckers call me crazy, I'm depressed, they call me lazy. Cheer me on, this shit so shady. I found love within myself. I'm the one that fucking raised me. No offense to my parents, but right now I feel amazing. After I graduated high school, I lost my mind almost. It took me 2 years to find out who I really was.
Hey, Nene. What's up, Tommy? What's up, Miss Leo? Now, like I said, we are discovering. We are discussing cults. They all are the same. Little ones, big ones, and also you can also be in a private cult. That means you and a narcissistic person, right? So I wanted to show. I'll probably show next time again the other one where Dr. York got the idea from. That's all they do is give you, they a lot of them do is just so they can learn and go out into the world and spread that nonsense and make more camps and more camps, because once you're indoctrinated, you are indoctrinated. So if we want for some of them people to get help, it ain't gonna happen because they want their own camp. They want their own camp. They already indoctrinated. Does that mean somebody cannot get out and live their life? Hey, Clear Channel, what's up, baby? Of course, anybody, you go, whatever you put your mind to do, you can do it. But that takes work. Some people you ain't gonna help because they branch off. They take what they learned and they branch off. And now they want to become the guru, right? So I was gonna get back to the video I had on before, but I want to give you guys a little background on Mr. York. Little background, right? I love this channel, one of my favorite channels. Check him out if you can. His name is Thoughts in Camera. All right, guys, let's go.
The Nuwaubian nation. So these are various different versions of Orthodox Islam. So they're unorthodox Islam that was taking place in the American space over the years. And these influences are still much, or should I say, still very prevalent in the American space today. And not just the American space, as if everything is America, but because America has perhaps the biggest media forget when people talk about war, people like to limit war to nuclear war and arms and all this kind of stuff and people firing rockets and all that kind of stuff. Nah, war has never been that. That's like the end result of war. War has always been psychological.
Oh,
so when you look at the biggest psychological
Chrissy.
dream factory in the world, it is America through the art form of entertainment. That has been the biggest thing that's made a lot of wars. Now check this though. We looked at Ahmadiyya, we're going to be looking at the Wahhabite movement. And we're going to be looking at 5%, not today. And we're going to be looking at Nation of Islam, not today. And we're going to be looking at Mufti Muhammad. All right, let's continue though with the Nuwaubian
welcome to class.
of Dr. York. And again, we're just looking at the foundations of origins of religions. No smear campaigns or anything like that. So this is Mr. York. And you can see that in the day of this organization, it was quite popular in the community and everyone was united with unity. And here he is. And there are his
minions,
brothers and kinsmen.
His minions. Mm-hmm.
So Dwight York also known as Malachi Z. York. Also, he was also named many names like Melchizedek and gave himself all these different names and titles. He was also Isa al-Hadi, al-Mahadi, et Ali, and he was an American criminal. I think that's a bit too early to say at this point, but we'll feed into it. We're going to look at the sex scandal, we're going to look at all these things as we go through. So he was an American criminal, black supremacist, pedophile, convicted child molester, musician, and writer, best known as the founding leader of several black Muslim groups in New York, most notably the Nawabian Nation, a black supremacist new religious movement that existed in some form since the 1960s. Now, have these buzzwords, black supremacists, white supremacists, don't get triggered by that. I'm just reading from this article, but again, don't get triggered by these buzzwords and semantics that make people triggered. York began founding several black Muslim groups in the late 1960s. In 1967, he was preaching to the Ansaru Allah or the Ansaru Allah movement. There's been so many movements. There's been so many religious movements coming out of America and Africa too. But the reason I talk about America is because of the world. I was almost going to say global, because of the worldwide influence of the media cartel. They get everything else. Now check this. So remember, Elijah Muhammad was sent to the lost Negroes in American space. Everyone's always been sent to the Negro. Everyone has to give the Negro a book to read or something to watch to make the Negro feel good about himself. I don't know what it is, but it's just weird. When you check all the patterns, it's like we have to uplift the Negro. He's been oppressed. And then all these prophets and people are coming there to lift up the Negro. It's weird. But check this. Young began founding several black Muslim groups in Brooklyn, New York, during the period of the Black Power movement. There's always some civil or civic disturbance, racial disturbance. There's always something sparking some kind of racial injustice or riot or fight, or there's always something ethnically involved. And then a Messiah arises from the flames like a phoenix. So anyway, New York during the period of the Black Power movement, like Black Lives Matter and all these kind of stuff. He founded numerous religious movements under various names between 1960 and 1980. So in the space of 20 years, he founded a lot of religious organizations, but from an Islamic perspective. Then you had other people like Yahweh bin Yahweh. During civic and racial tension, they formulated their own religion with a Christianity, Hebrewanity kind of flavor. Yeah. According to a birth certificate issued in the United States, Dwight D. York was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Other sources give his birth as New Jersey, others New York, others Baltimore, and some Takoradi of Ghana. There you can see him doing a very particular hand gesture, known as the hidden hand gesture. Some of the verses that are used to justify these hand gestures is don't let your right hand know what your left hand's doing. So that's why they say they do this hidden hand gesture. Notice the vicar collar, or I would say Jesuit collar, and the African regalia, and then the ankh and stuff like that. He also was I don't know if he was successful, but he was a singer, an artist. Did a lot of singing and all that kind of stuff. He was also a part of the Shriner organization too. And back in these days, it was quite common, just if you were part of these organizations, just to say it. Just like that guy we woke now, he said he was a Mason, and he was a quite high degree in Masonry. And allegedly he left and has left Freemasonry, apparently. I won't know till we have our discussion during the live. But going by his own affidavit, I'm going to take his word at this point. But it just goes to show how a lot of people have been involved in various movements while leading various movements. Interesting. All right. So here you have Mr. York with Mayor Jack Ellis, Dr. York, and the NAACP president, Reverend Alexander Smith. So we see the influence is quite pronounced. And then you see Dr. York with Mr. Al Sharpton. Apparently, there was a disagreement between Al Sharpton and Mr. York. And he left their land, and he wouldn't help them in regards to a racial injustice, or to help them with a racial injustice campaign. When you start to look at how religion works, man, I'm getting to the conclusion here that, yo, I'll share my conclusion at the end of the whole series. But it's a madness. So anyway, you can see everyone's pretty tight knit at the top, irrespective of whatever religious associations. York says that he was raised in Massachusetts and at the age of 7 went to Aswan, Egypt, to learn about Islam. My grandfather, as Sayyid Abdur Rahman al-Mahdi, the Imam of the Ansars in Sudan until 1959. Upon looking into my eyes, foretold that I was the one who possessed the light. He says he returned to the United States in 1957 at the age of 12 and continued to study Islam. As an adolescent, he moved with his family back to Teaneck, New Jersey. In the late 1960s, York, calling himself Imam Isa, combined elements of Moorish Science Temple of America, so gleaning from Noble Drew Ali, the Nation of Islam, so Elijah Muhammad and Farad Muhammad, the Nation of Gods on Earth, which is the 5 percenters, and Freemasonry, which is the Grand Arc in London. It all goes back to empire, and founded a quasi-Muslim black nationalist movement and community. He called it the Ansar Pure Sufi, or the Ansaru Allah community. In 1970, he instructed members to wear black and green dashikis. So here he is here. I don't know what that is in his hand exactly. Difficult to tell. So York seemed to have been very connected to the secret schools or the mystery schools of Egypt, and then he brought this information back. Remember, we looked at Noble Drew Ali, and he brought out his own version of the Quran, which had missing books of the Quran, paralleling that to the Bible, where it has missing books of the Bible, like Enoch and Jubilees and stuff like that. So these guys were saying, look, man, there's more to the Quran. There's other books that have been missing out of the Quran or left out of the Quran and things of that nature. York's group had a variety of names and functions, the quasi-religious, fraternal, and tribal. They were called the Holy Tabernacle Ministries, Egyptian Church of Karasat, the Holy Seed Baptist Synagogue, the Ancient Mystic Order of Melchizedek, and in that actual title.
See, that's what I tried to explain to you guys. Why do you think that a block, there's like 50 churches like on one block? Because now people want to, okay, this is not right. I'm going to add this. I'm going to add that. So once you've been indoctrinated, now all it's really doing is, okay, I'm going to take what you say, and then I'm going to add some stuff in it, say what you're saying is wrong, and add my stuff. But if one thing they all have in common is the same exact type of teachings, just that they put themselves as God. Nature Boy put himself as God. He put himself as God. All of them have specific information that nobody else has, and you are the chosen one. And you want, I don't know why they can't get out, because they want to start their own. They have seen the power or whatever that goes through in there when they was on the receiving end of it. Now they want to be the ones that, hey, let me try it. So I done picked up, remember, they still picked up knowledge. All of it ain't fake. Some of it is actually correct. Some is pseudo, some is correct. But again, if you don't know the difference, you're gonna think all of it's correct. And That's how they start willing you in. Because sometimes you could say that people, hey, my Nick, you could say that people is retarded. I mean, not retarded. Sorry, Lord. You could say that people, it's a problem. Why people? Sometimes they start you out with their intellectual hustle, and sometimes people are in the quest for knowledge, because in their mind there is more out there. They're missing something. It's more out there, and they think, wow. Next thing you know, boop, you're in a cult. So these cult leaders are extremely intelligent to the fact that that's how they know how to twist stuff and make it work for them. And if you notice, a lot of things they've been saying, they've been saying it for 50 million years, especially if you're a black person. We've been saying, well, who controls media? We've been hearing this and saying this forever. But if you never, all right, baby, but if you never heard it before, it sounds good to you. People these days should not have any excuses. Too much social media out here. Yeah, they mix it because they have to mix it because somebody has to be on the top. They're not going to have one, even though they're all in a sense working together, but we'll all be working together. But I want my own, you want your own, you want your followers, just like tribes. That's why with so many different tribes, they all just couldn't get along. Somebody want to be the leader. So then one person leave this tribe, go down the block, start their own tribe, and go down the block, start their own. Next thing you know, it's a bunch of different tribes. They still all the same people, but so then you got to get really smart. That's why they can debate some of everybody, but they remember that's the intellectual hustle. So they know the information is correct. Some is pseudo, but some is correct. You can look it up yourself. Some think that they say is common sense. Common sense. But if you don't know, it's just like you don't have to go away and join a cult to keep hearing the stuff being regurgitated to you over and over and over and over and over. But I'm gonna let this play out because this is a lengthy video, and like I said, he does a good job. So we're gonna go.
Or is where you can get Mason from. Apparently as an anagram. So ancient Egyptian order, all eyes on Egypt, United Nubian Nation of Moors, Yamasee Native American tribe, Washita tribe, and Lodge 19 of the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek. There seems to be in this Nubian, I guess, religion or I don't know. There seems to be a lot of well, especially when it relates to York, there seems to be a lot of this Melchizedek inference, inferring to themselves as Melchizedek. While drawing from various religious and historical themes, Malachi York continued to focus on Nubia. He promoted a design featuring an ankh in the middle of a six-pointed star of Judaism and Islamic crescent, a symbol used by the Ansarullah community. The ankh is associated with pre-Islamic Sudan, Nubia. I've heard that the ankh represents obviously the female's reproductive system and the male's reproductive system. I've also heard that the cross, the conventional cross, apparently represents two male pieces, and they say that that's like why are you trying to promote two male pieces? It's better to promote the ankh because it has a female piece and a male piece. So these are the arguments that are used and said.
"70 miles southeast of Atlanta, Eatonton is the seat of Putnam County, best known as the dairy capital of Georgia."
Oh, they got 400.
Yep.
Something like
Yeah.
goes up to that corner, young.
William Larman is a dairyman, and he's talking about his new neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly, Nay.
Firm.
But they are not dairymen.
Because they said they come from what? Rich. Planet Rich, I think.
It is not a joke to the people who've built these two large pyramids and elaborate Egyptian-style ornamentation and put up rows of double-wide homes on some 400 acres of rural Putnam County farmland and woodland.
How many people live here?
Got different families living.
It's a place that granted our request for a visit inside the secured gate, allowed us to watch the workers build new ceremonial structures, allowed us to listen close up to the continuous chant broadcast
Hey,
at the top
baby.
of one of the pyramids.
For our people that want
Thank
to experience in
you.
tune with the, you know, in the sun.
But for
Salute,
the most part,
salute.
sidestepped our requests for answers.
What about the guy from another planet?
Make sure you get all
Yeah,
of
I don't know anything about that.
Are they a cult?
Depends on the definition of a cult. Certainly, there are many characteristics similar with other entities that are defined as cults.
How long you lived here?
About 6-7 months.
Jerry, our tour guide, says he came here from Alabama. The sheriff says most of the other residents come from the Northeast, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore. How many, including how many children, is unclear.
He's Yanun?
He's known by many names.
The group's leader is identified in literature as Malachi Zodok York, the Supreme Grand Master.
Did the man just say Malachi? Yo, I've never heard Malachi. Wow, wow, wow. Is that the American way of saying Malachi? I'm joking. Don't get triggered. But Malachi, you know. Wow, wow, wow.
He is described as a charismatic speaker and apparently a prolific writer, producing monthly newsletters and dozens of books.
He says that he is from the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy of Eliwun, a universe far outside of this one. Does it make sense to you?
That's in the book. If he wrote it, then yeah. We're from Orion. Dr. York is from Risk. He's from Orion. What's the deal? It's nothing strange. It's just new to the public.
The vast majority of cults are started by an individual who's extremely charismatic, who's very confident.
All right, guys, before we get into that, right now, I want you guys to all, whoever's here, take your time out. You know, I love supporting people. Well, I have a nice young man, and I would like for you guys, I have dropped the link in there. Hopefully I did it right. But help support this young man. Only thing we asking for is a view of this young man. He's only 8. Please, everybody click on that link like right now. This is drawing without never going to school. This cannot be taught. This cannot be taught. This is an 8-9-year-old who does this on the spot. Everybody hit that subscribe right now. I hope I dropped the link right. If you got the link, let me know. Look at that. That can't be taught to kids when they can look at something and make it. We got to support these young ones, and all they ask for is a subscribe and a view. No money, no nothing. Just hit subscribe. If after you hit the subscribe, let me know if you hit the subscribe. Let me know if you want to support this young man on his journey. To becoming an artist. Like I said, everything is done 10-15 minutes. Look at that. This is without ever going to drawing class. This is a baby, a single digit kid, 8 years old. He's 8. Support him. Let's get him some views. Let's get him some subscribers. I didn't drop it. Oh, can y'all go up and can y'all go in there and get it? I don't know how to drop links. Let me see. I don't know how to drop links. God dang it. I don't know. Let me go into a video. Maybe I can drop it in a video. I have no idea. If somebody could go in there and get it, this is the page. If this is the page, I don't know. If this is the page and y'all see it and y'all able to see, I don't know how to do, but it's CJ Powers Art. CJ Powers Art. You can't. Dang it, I don't know how to do these things. Shucks. But it's the name is, oh. I'm that bad. Thank you, Nene. Damn, I'm that bad. All right, everybody, let's support this kid on his art journey. Let's support this kid on the art journey. They ain't nothing but shorts. They ain't nothing but shorts. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I ain't worth 2 cents, huh? That's why I got you guys are the best. That's what I did, Miss. That's what I thought I did, Miss Leo. That's what I thought I did, but he needs at least 10 subscribers. He needs at least 10 subscribers. Like I said, we got to support these babies. We always talk about the babies are our future. Kids are our future. And you got this young boy right here who ain't, like I said, that can't be taught. Hey, boss lady, thank you. That cannot be taught. When a kid could visualize, see something, and draw it on the spot and took a chance and made a page, that's brave of this young little baby. It's brave because he's, it's shown, and it's really good. It's really good. It's very intricate and anime. So if all of y'all going to hit that link, please hit the link. And don't forget, share it. Thank you. And if that, guys, if you like what you see, don't forget to leave a comment. Now we're going to get back to the show. So I told him I was going to support him because he got like 40 little subscribers. You at least try to get him to 100. Now we're going to get back in the show. We're going to get back to the show. And if y'all want to hit the link, I just wanted to show you. Hey, Franco, don't forget to hit that link. Hit this link, and subscribe to the young fella. Let's watch these kids grow. Let's watch him grow. An 8-year-old doing stuff like that. Just watching it. And never went to drawing school. Never was taught. That is a natural gift. So let's support his natural gift. And then as we see where the journey go, wherever he takes us, for him to be so young and can do something so intricate and make it look so real, let's support that. But Big Franco, hit that link and look at the anime. Look at the anime stuff. And don't forget, AC, you got to get my email. So whenever you want to DM me and you want to talk, I can't wait. Now let's get back to the show. If any of my replay gang, you can still hit the link too. Hit the link on the side on the replay. If the chat is there, you can hit the link too. Nicole said the locks are not like. What's up, my brother? What is up, Trey? What's up, boo? It's always good to see my Trey. What's up, baby? Always good to see my brother. Trey. Oh gosh. So we're gonna get back to this. Rewind a little bit. Don't forget to hit that link. Support the little man. All you gotta do is watch it, leave a comment. No money, no support. He ain't asking for art supplies. He ain't asked for nothing, but hit the subscribe and the view. That's it. Let's go.
they expect a lot of their followers, you know, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. Whoa, I get some very, 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 very interesting vibes. Not saying he was, that's just their opinion, yeah. The proof is in the pudding, and we haven't seen any pudding to suggest that, but that's what people are saying. But that doesn't mean it's true. But there are some people though that want you to buy land
Thank
and
you,
want you to
Saint.
leave and flee America for your lives and go to Africa so you can buy land so they can help you. Boy, this religion thing's funny. Anyway, back
The Compound nightclub.
No, it's not a compound.
Oh, it's not a compound? I'm sorry.
Not at all.
The centerpiece of the Putnam County property is a nightclub the group opened in October. At midday, it was in high decibel preparation for an upcoming party. Outside, there were parked 3 stretch limousines.
Oh, it's an Egyptian theme park.
This is a theme park?
An Egyptian theme park.
Now, there's some people who think this is a cult.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. We don't happen to have a religious belief. You know what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, culture, there's a connection there. So if you say we're a cult in the sense of we found a culture that works for us, yeah.
Are they dangerous?
I have no information to indicate that they are dangerous.
What they are is a roadside curiosity to native Putnam Countyans, and to the folks inside the gate, a community with children and entertainment and an Egyptian theme, and a leader they call Grandmaster, who writes that he's from another planet.
Maybe the spaceship come in here and I could get away with him.
You see all that we build?
Good.
Yeah.
Good,
It look like we
Nene.
going anywhere soon to you. We build it. It's so beautiful out there. It's a beautiful, peaceful environment where we invite any nationality, any race to come out and visit.
yo, big up to the farmer, man. He just said, yo, if there's a spaceship that comes, let me know. I'm getting on with them. Yeah. So Europe published some 450 booklets, man, dubbed scrolls, under numerous pseudonyms during the late 1990s. He styled himself as a messianic founder prophet of his movement, sometimes claiming divine status or extraterrestrial origin when appearing on his Savior's Day celebration at Tamari. A lot of these organizations, whether you want to call them good, bad, evil, whatever, they did write a lot of books, man. Noble Ali wrote a lot of books. Mufti Muhammad wrote a lot of books. Muhammad Ali wrote a lot of books. Ellen White, if you want to break now and go to Christianity or Churchianity or Hebrewanity, you know, Ellen White wrote a lot of books. Joseph Smith wrote a lot of books. So when you get into these organizations or groupings, you'll see there's a lot of books. 450 booklets. During the late 1990s, he styled himself as a messianic founder prophet of his movement, sometimes claiming divine status or extraterrestrial origins when appearing on his Savior's Day celebration, Tamari. York's group had a variety of names and functions: quasi-religion, fraternal and tribal. They were called the Holy Tabernacle. I think I've read up to that part before. Okay. While drawing from various religious historical themes, Malachi continues to focus on Nubia. He promoted a design featuring an ankh in the middle of a 6-pointed star, I think I've read that already, of Judaism and Islamic crescent, a
Happy
symbol
Labor
used by
Day.
the
Yeah,
Ansarallah
yeah.
community. The ankh is associated with pre-Islamic Sudan and Nubia. Again, going back to the ankh, it's a symbol of fertility. It's a symbol of life. When people are carrying a cross, the cross is actually a symbol of death. Some people, like I said before, have said that the cross is 2 male organ pieces and that it's actually not just a symbol of death, but a symbol of homosexuality, and that the ankh is really a symbol of male and female fertility. So interesting. But anyway, just like when you see male and female science. So anyway, that's what they say, and that's what apparently it is. So it says that the man had many faces because he used to go by many different names, and he also founded many different Islamic appendages or Islamic groups.
Of Horus. Right there.
Right.
You understand that? They always put, in ancient Egypt, they would put a cobra up at the top. Because a snake was not a bad symbol to us. It was a bad symbol to him because it represented healing to us. And they stole it and put it on the medical symbol. Medical symbol. Medicine. Meta-sin. Meta. Ancient Babylon. Persia. Assyria. Meta-sin. Look at it.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of got, I didn't quite get that one. The meta and meta connection, but you know,
Don't believe me? Check it out. When we breathe in as a people,
I did get the snake reference though, in terms of the snake. 'Cause
Yeah,
obviously,
girl, you ain't know.
the healing properties of a snake. A
You
snake
ain't
is
know,
actually
Julie.
can be good and can be bad. And when you read the books that you're not supposed to read, but I guarantee a lot of people in these higher levels have read them, there's an incident of a snake biting a child. And then the same snake that bit the child is used to take the poison out of the child. And this is where you get the mindset of antibodies or not antibodies, using the same thing that's like a poison to then be a cure. So you can see these things overlapping. Meta means dead. All right, stand corrected. Big up. Thank you for that.
talk to me. What are we breathing in? Right. Do you know something? I'm going to touch on things we know about us. At least 3 times a week, you wake up with one nostril closed. Why? I'm not sick. And then the moment I get up out the bed and started moving.
Now, I want you guys to understand how people get tricked and going into these cults. Now, the information is true. No, it's gonna come. The aliens. He's not from here. You see the title, right? He's not from here. He's not from here. But now you're gonna see the polites, the young pharaohs, that big dummy that came on here the other night, and then the nature boys and even all the other ones we see out there that now they, instead of having big cults, they have the smaller cults. You know, long as people are serving them, you know, that's all they feel good about. That's what they feel good about. Long as somebody is serving them, they good. So that's just how they see it. But you see how the information is getting really good? That's the hook, line, and sink. Information getting good. Yeah. So when you keep saying, yeah, but again, black man always they feel the need for a lead. They feel the need for a lead all the time. All the time. That's how they get you. And then, yeah, because they, yes, all of them are. But he was inspired. He was inspired too by another man they was calling God. So they all, every last one of them is following them. Because there's nothing that they are possibly saying that if you would read a book, you wouldn't know yourself. But being that people is lazy, they want to hear what they say because it sounds good. Yeah. I'm like, oh, duh, that's common sense. But again, being that the information start getting good, and then they add you into the conversation, and you're like, wow. Girl, I don't even know what I said. What I say? All right, let's go.
Around, that nostril opens back up. I can fool myself into thinking I'm getting cold. The light's going out. I'm getting a cold. You see the fire goes out, it gets cold. Or cool off, and go pop in some drugs that makes me breathe different. Drugs make you breathe harder. And you don't get in that full, what?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Mm-hmm. And what do you need to light a fire?
Oxygen.
And when you breathe out, what are you breathing out?
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide.
See?
Right? What's the root word of carbon dioxide? And what does fire give off when it burns? I know I sound crazy. I know this sounds far-fetched, but this is what we knew as right knowledge as the Elohim who only served who? This is what we knew, that that sun was in touch with us, and we're at our best under it. And that's why they moved the better part of us from the southern part of this country to the northern part of the country where
You hear the nature boy? Do you hear I want you guys to hear all the rest of these people, his children. Do you hear the nature boy right now? I just want you not to just listen to him. Listen to the catch phrases. Do not just listen to what he's saying. Listen to the catch phrases so you could see with him and his children that were they all saying the same thing. Let's go.
we can't function. After you get down to a hot, or say, well, it's too hot down in Alabama, so that's where you belong. You start talking about something being too hot, you start sounding like the devil. Only reason why it seems too hot to you is because the palate that's inside you is dim. Once that palate is hot again and the heat is coming out, it meets that sun. You with me? That sun in Arabic was called Shams. In Hebrew, it's called Shems. It's also Samson. Samson is also Shems. And Samson is identified by what?
All right, Nick.
Somebody don't want us to know about the 9 ether. Then follow? The 100% in hieroglyphics is written as a 9. 100%. We are the only people with 9 ether. Now, anybody here whose hair is thin and says, well, he's not talking about me. If you get insulted, I feel bad for you because you didn't feel bad for us when nappy hair was an insult. You didn't comfort us when nappy hair was an insult. You paraded around with your hair brushed straight and wavy. And that's our people. That's you. We all the same family.
Hey,
but you didn't step in and give us that tutoring. We call ourselves picky head, naughty head, nappy head, never knowing why they're always sticking hats on us. So they're cutting us off from that flow, from that energy, from who Hagar in the Torah called El Roy. When Hagar left Abraham, again I'm going to say what? Look it up. When Hagar left Abraham, went back in the wilderness right before she went back to Egypt, she did not call on Yahweh, ask an Israelite. Who'd she call on? She did not call on Elohim. She called on El Roy, which is written Ra, Alif, Yad, which is Ra.
I see that.
El Ra. She was calling on Ra, not the sun.
I see that.
Because the language sun is still Shems. Right.
I see
the
that.
word for sun in hieroglyphics is not Ra. They say the disc. That round thing up there looks like a disc that gives off the light that we could see by, because there wasn't no street lights in Egypt. And so Ra and Ra for see in Arabic is the same. In the Quran it says, don't say Ra'inna, say Unzannar.
I ain't saying no.
Don't misuse the word Ra. Say it as I see you, not Ra'inna. I know the Quran. You know, and go down to the tafsir, and they say we don't know what's really being said. And
Hell
think they're trying
no.
to say a Hebrew word, or we kill Al-Islam. I'm talking about with Khadija. Now look at this. Rasulullah Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam, saying that because the Sunnis always say salatu wassalam. I don't know why they can't pronounce a stupid thing like sallallahu.
No, you don't want
Complex
to say that.
built on 476 acres of land DC, according to former follower Robert J.
Why was he called Waraka? Christians. And
with numerous followers to Georgia. Others joined them in such cities as Baltimore, Philadelphia.
Anyway, York left Brooklyn. Brooklyn, the house, without a doubt. with an estimated of 300 followers. About, I guess it's in 1990. Some settled in upstate New York. He later moved numerous followers to Georgia. Others joined then from such cities as Baltimore, Philadelphia, Hartford, New York, and Washington, D.C., according to the former Robert J. Rohan, who later wrote a book about the movement. York moved in order to avoid criminal investigation and other charges in New York. But baby, you still got them. Well, let's go.
Hartford, New York, and Washington, D.C., according to former follower Robert J. Rohan.
Oh, no, I'm
Whoa,
not.
is Rohan in the chat? Anyway, who later wrote a book about the movement. York moved in order to avoid criminal investigations and other charges in New York. Perhaps to avoid scrutiny from the international Muslim community, the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Gods on Earth, legal troubles, and the negative history of his group during the New York period. He changed his own name several times, as well as the group's name, and masked different parts of their doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
In Georgia, they changed their name to the United Nawabiya Nation of Moors.
Mm-hmm.
At York's direction, the community purchased land and built Tamaray, originally named Kadesh, an Egyptian-themed complex built on 476 acres of land near Georgia. It was built over a period of years and completed in 1993. You know when it's awakening, this awakening, in this big awakening thing, people want you to give money to buy land so that they can build some Israelite utopia, some Hebrew utopia, some kind of utopia abroad. Or localized, because we have to come together in unity and then build our own little community. Interesting. Seems to be a regular theme. But again, there's Mr. York in the middle, surrounded by his friends. Now, why would somebody with so much influence and power and be a part of all of these secret societies, Shriners, and Masons? Because why would he be in all these things and then get arrested? Unless he did something, or unless he upset somebody.
Yeah, Julie.
He later changed his name to Imam Isa Abdul, renamed his Ansar Pure Sufi ministry to Nubians. In Brooklyn in 1967, the group was considered to be a part of the Black Hebrews phenomenon under the name Nubian Islamic Hebrews and Nubian Hebrew Missions as of 1969. So this group was known as the Nubian Hebrew Mission, Nubian Islamic Hebrews. The black group was, don't get triggered by the Black Hebrew insertion. Again, we're just reading.
What do you mean, no questions?
So there's been, like I said, many Hebrew groups. When you look at Nation of Islam, you have the Fruit of Islam, which was a military branch of Nation of Islam, the more militaristic side. Just like you have the ADL and you have the JDL. The ADL is the administrative, the JDL is the enforced version. Just like in this Hebrew Israelite awakening now, you have the African Israelite.
You did not miss too much. You did not miss too much. And you didn't miss too much. But thank you for coming in. You didn't miss too much. And we got more to go. But are you still a member? That's Augusta. Oh, it was a question mark at the end of my initial comment. I would love, I got like 2 people or 3 people in here that grew up in that. I would love to hear what you guys got to say, because you guys lived it. So you grew up in it, but did you get out? How did you get out? Are you still attached to it? Did you go to like another portion of it? Like, what is life after that? Because I talk about cults and stuff like that. Did you feel it was a cult? Did you feel it was a cult? Heck to the no. He touches a church. Okay. I'm gonna show a little something on. We're gonna keep that going. We're gonna keep that going. But I just want to know what was life afterwards, because you have a lot of people that leave cults and stuff, and I think a lot of times. Do you have like a page or something, Oya? You're the master teacher. Here we go. Dr. York is the master teacher of not this earth, not the whole earth. Maybe earth is dirt. So yeah, he's the master teacher of that dirt that he's on, but not the whole entire earth. I don't think so. All right. You got to let me know where you at. I would love share your stuff with the people of the whole earth. God is gone with yourself now. And okay, I agree with that too. So I don't understand your point, Goddess. I agree with that too. So and I don't understand your point. We talk about Christianity too. Now we go get back into this. My brother was one of the victims. Oh my God, I'm gonna drop this link. I have people come on up here, just like them drone queens. Y'all stuck in a loop. We not stuck in the loop. Y'all stuck in a loop. We ain't. I'm gonna drop the link in here. So if Goddess got something to say, and if Oya, she want to share something, click the link. I would love for you to come up. My mom is a velvet girl. Click the Oya. You have to click the link. You have to click the link, sweetie, because this is an educational channel. Where that other chick? Where Gartus Atum Tat? And it's crazy. They do all that caping for these people. They don't even know you caping. Stop. Move on with your life. Damn, move on with your life. Pick up a book and read it yourself. Stop it. Stop. I'm talking about my leader forever. Oh, okay. Girl, Goddess, come click the link. Click the link, Goddess. Click the link. I would love to hear what you got to say. That is definitely. We're going to do that. But Goddess, click the link. They always come in and they want to say something. You got to convince me. You got to convince me. You got to convince me. If you're going to talk all that, don't talk it in the chat. Convince me. Now let's go. Because Oya would like to hear more. Got you, Oya.
Unity group with some president people, them trying to do the same similar thing. So nothing new under the sun. But back to the topic at hand. So this group had many different names and was rebranded quite frequently. Unlike other groups, they were not Judeo-Christian, but Judeo-Islamic. So they weren't an organization of Jews for Christianity. They were an organization of Jews for Islam to
I appreciate that, my sister.
Communities together.
Thank you.
So this was also the period of black power
much.
among some African Americans. And in contrast to this, you would have Yahweh ben Yahweh. So Yahweh ben Yahweh was a Judeo-Christian, or Judeo Hebrew, like a Judeo Christian Hebrew, whatever you want to call it. But then these guys were Judeo Islamic. And same about the point of Nation of Islam, you had Fruit of Islam. And then Yahweh bin Yahweh was a former member of the Fruit of Islam, which was attached to Nation of Islam. So all these groups just go around in circles, man. They just go around in circles. This is why you see no one really talks about the Freemasonry element.
Tell you,
No one really talks about that. That's shush, hush, shut your mouth.
it's
Don't
the
talk
loop.
about that. We're all gonna come for you if you talk about that. So I don't mind the attacks so that you can see the facts. Because the facts of the matter is, like they said, it's a long cherished custom in the American space. A lot of deception takes place in America on the Hebrewism, on the Negroism, under the black so-called church. In fact, the biggest gang in the American space, I'm realizing now, isn't police. Nah, yeah, you're a coon, bro. You can't. Nah, it's the police, bro. You ain't seen much. Nah, bro. I'm telling you straight, bro. The biggest gang that I'm seeing now in the American space, not police. The police are up there. Don't get it twisted. But you can have Negro police officers too, who are 10 times the devil as any other police officer because they've got a point to prove. But the Negro church or the church is probably the biggest gang ever. Biggest gang. And they're brutal. They will stone Stephen. They're brutal. Brutal. I didn't realize how big it was. I'm sorry for just badgering the point. But bruv, I didn't realize till recently how big and how demonic church is. I don't want to have no affiliation with no organ. I'm done. But let's get back to this. So here you have the Nawabian Grand Lodge procession, Masonic AFAM. We looked at that again, which is interesting. And there you see a procession. Even today, the same thing happens with the Hebrew Israelite community, the IUIC. They didn't know whether to pivot to the Islam branch or to the Christian branch. So when they first started, they were undecided which way to go. So they had the Islamic connection, then they switched it to Christianity, selection. They also do processions with Freemasons in public. But no one talks about these things because most of your ministers are part of the organization, double talking, and most of them are police officers, most of them are lawyers and barristers, and you have to understand that. Do we see the same regalia today? Now, this is Noble Drew Ali. Do we see the same kind of regalia today? Especially this one. This one, this.
I know I'm on mute talking, so now I gotta repeat everything again. Oya, my sister, we understand and we got you. We got you. We understand it. We are not judgmental because we do this over here. So we know what y'all go through. And you are one of the first ones to say you have to be deprogrammed. I cannot say that enough. When I talk about them carbon nothings and the four drone sisters and the rest of them, they have to be deprogrammed. And I'm glad that she said that. That was one of the most important statements that could be made. One of the most important statements. Because y'all think I know what I be talking about. I know what I be talking about. There is no, they're doing fine. And no. It's a process. It is a process. So I'm going to let this play a little bit more for you, my sister. So I know you would like to hear more. And I'm not supposed to be talking at all. But we got to break it up and do a little commentary. So, okay.
This one's a very interesting regalia that I can see regarding a particular foundation, but I won't even get into that right now. They were at first based on pseudo-Islamic themes and Judaism. So they started pivoting to a Islamic audience and Judaish or Jew audience. Then it kind of took a different turn to Nubian, so more national. Then Islamic Hebrews. Later, he developed a theme derived from ancient Egypt, mixing ideas taken from Black nationalism, cryptozoology, Christianity, UFO religions, New Age, and popular conspiracy theories. Now, I was going to do the Billy Carson video, but I just thought I'd impress the whole fire a minute until we address this guy. Because you're going to see how Billy Carson links to this guy and how Billy Carson links to many other people, and that Billy Carson is just a charlatan. Billy Carson is like the biggest charlatan, yeah. But I need to be careful though, because when I say be careful, because these guys run YouTube and they can do things to make your channel get sideways. And most people don't care anyway. And to be honest, it is what it is. Yeah. But YouTube's a funny place right now. It's so fake. I don't trust no one on YouTube, bro. Trust me, it's mad. It's just very controlled. But anyway, back to this. Christianity, UFO, New Age, and popular conspiracy theories. He last called his group the United Nawabian Nation of Moors, Nawabian Nation, or Nawabians, around 1990. York and Nawabian Nation relocated to rural Putnam County, Georgia, where they built a large complex. They came under scrutiny in the early 1990s after they built the Egyptian-themed compound for about 100 of his followers in Putnam. So there's a big theme, give me your money, give me a lot of money, please, so I can build for you and look after you on this land and build a thing. Not saying that he was like this. I'm just saying this is the theme that you see today in Hebrew Israelite communities. At least this guy was transparent in what he was doing. But in these Hebrew Israelite communities, people are very manipulative. You need to do this so that we can come together as a people and buy these ID cards. Bruv, pure manipulation will go on, and we see through them things. All right. So this was the turnout, and this is how it became. It was a massive pyramid structure, and it was built. So they did their objective. Here you have him in his Shriner regalia. Sometimes you have him in a Masonic regalia. Sometimes you have him in a Hebrew Israelite regalia. It doesn't really matter. There's always like costumes and themes. Now, the United Nawabian Nation of Moors was founded by Dr. Malachi Z. York, whose title is Supreme Grand Master. In 1967 in Brooklyn, New York, at this time, he used the name Amun Nubi Ro Ak Pat. The name of his group was called Anza Pure Sufi. His first group of followers were mainly stray black Muslims. So what happened when you had the beef between Malcolm X and Nation of Islam and all these different you had little splinters that came. You had the 5%ers that came after that. Then you had this guy that came after that. Just like with the One West camps, you had One West, RER, and all that kind of stuff, and then it splintered off to GOCC, HOI, and Sakari, and all these different groups. That's just what happens. So anyway, his first group of followers were mainly straight black Muslims in 1969. They changed their names to Nawabian Islamic Hebrews. So again, the name changes. People now calling themselves like Sasa, Ya, and there's all these names that people are changing to. But in this time, it wasn't Ya, it would probably be Bey. That was Noble Drew Ali's people. They would call themselves Bey. This community would call themselves a Nawabian name, to get away with the slave name and be a Nawabian, or so you just see the same kind of thing repeating. And again, changed their names in 1972 to Anzara or Anzaru Allah Community, which followed Orthodox Islam beliefs. So at this point, when they became Anzaru Allah Community, they followed Orthodox Islamic beliefs. In 1993, they purchased a 476-acre game ranch in Georgia. At this time, they took their current name, the United Nawabian Nation of Moors. They call their complex Tamari, or Egypt of the West. They claim that they are part of the Native American tribe called the Yamasee, and they are ancestors of the Egyptians who migrated from the Nile Valley to Georgia countryside prior to the continental drift that separated.
The link is dropped. So whenever you're ready, Oya, the link is dropped. It's the failed false. It was prostitutes, pimps, and other degenerates allegedly. See, I guess he got to be kind of careful because they take down a lot of his stuff. So and then he's just reading what's in the book, but he got to be careful. A lot of his videos be on the money and they take it down. Let's go.
Created the continent. At the entrance to the complex is a sign that states Nubians as a fraternity. Lodge 19, the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek. Again, you see a lot of people coming with this Melchizedek title. Dr. York seems to have molded his version of Freemasonry and shrine of rituals into his own religion, as we will see in the following paragraphs. His main teaching is that religion is a spell. To be honest, I agree with that as well. And that the only person who can save you is yourself. And we should receive our rewards here on earth instead of on the afterlife. They practice no specific religion and believe in living harmoniously with Mother Nature. They claim to be a fraternal organization consisting of all races and faiths.
Hey, beautiful, how are you? Unmute yourself, sweetie. Uh-oh. She'll snap back on. I'm going to drop it again. While she's coming back, I'm going to let this play.
Dr. York claims to be an extraterrestrial being from the 19th galaxy called Liliuan, and he arrived on planet Earth on March the 16th, 1970. On this date, the comet Bennet was visible. So when a comet came called Comet Bennet, it just coincidentally, that's when he came to Earth. A lot of his teachings were from the Theosophical Society founded by Helena Blavatsky,
Hopefully you
a
give him too
prominent
much.
Freemason named William Wynne and William Wynne Westcott and William Woodman. Now we looked yesterday at Helena Blavatsky with Noble Drew Ali, and we looked at Helena Blavatsky when it related to the Shriners, and we looked at how she was taught by a man from India.
Sugar, I'm here if you can hear me.
I'll be on mute and I'll be talking to people and I'll be wondering why they don't talk to me.
Can you hear me okay?
I hear you. I just got the AC
good.
going, so I don't want y'all to hear the AC background, so I'll be on mute. Hi, welcome, beautiful.
It's more like a welcome back because I've been on your panel a couple of times, but it's been at least a year, if not a little bit more, a year or more.
Well, don't call it a come back because you've been here for years.
Right. I'm just going through YouTube in the evening and I saw and anything with Dr. York name, I click on it because I'm going to do that, you know. And when I saw it was your channel, I was like, ooh, let me see what they're talking about. And then I hear this guy, and I don't know where he's getting these facts because they're alternative facts. But
well, he just, as you see, he's just reading what they have there. So
it's
what he's reading. And then you know, like you as a human being, you was there. Now you can explain it, but when we're content creator, they'll snatch the channel. So you able to talk. So you got
right. I lived it. I mean, because of Dr. York, Nature Boy could.
Hello, that's why I said Anna Turin.
Yeah,
and Anna Turin. Now, what state are you from when you were back then? How did you?
I lived in New York City. I was born in Trinidad, and my family lived in Rosedale, Queens at the time, and I'm about 9 or 10. And I start hearing, okay, I'll just be honest. I start hearing this woman in the house. They listen to these tapes, and the person is talking about, you know, God or religion or whatever these people be talking about, ranting. And then we were told we were going to the masjid. I never heard that word before. So we went to Muslim church, as they say, the masjid. That was, I believe, on, I think it was a Sunday. If it wasn't a Sunday or Saturday, it was a morning time. I had never been to that part of Brooklyn before, and because we lived in Queens. And then so here we are, and it's like you're in Brooklyn, and then all of a sudden, for like a 2-3 block radius, you're like in Sudan. It's like beautiful. It's beautiful, and
In
it's just
Brooklyn?
black people in Brooklyn. If you look it up, you can look it up in
I done
archives of the
stepped
New York Times.
I done stepped on
Where-
some of every street in Brooklyn.
It was off of Bushwick, and it was in Bushwick off of. I wish I could remember off the top of my. And I was just talking to someone, but it was in the area of Bushwick, Brooklyn.
I
want to say right by the. Oh my goodness, by Knickerbocker Avenue. It's like
All right.
close to. So in that area.
Girl, I'm a Brooklyn Knight. I done stepped on some of every,
Like literally, if you look it up,
I done stepped on some of every street in Brooklyn. Okay.
It was like so beautiful as a kid. You're like, wow. And then there's these black people. It's all black people, and they're wearing like hijabs. They're wearing face veils, and black people have a way of doing stuff. So it wasn't like they just wore black or just white. On Sunday, everybody's wearing white, so it looked magnificent. You see all these brown men and women and children with white garbs on. That's like traditional Muslim apparel, and you feel like, wow. And so that was the beginning. And then that woman that I heard on the tapes, it turned out it was not a woman. It was Dr. York.
Oh.
And right, he just had that kind of heavy, husky kind of. His voice wasn't he didn't have a booming masculine voice. He had a feminine voice. It had a certain type of bravado to it, if you will. So with that being said, from there on in, from 10 years old, we just started, my mother, and later she told me, this is why I said I had bail for a mom, because I asked her, why would you take, after all said and done, Mommy, why would you take us, into that? Why would you do that? And she said, well, the man at the time she was married to, Preston, he was a crackhead and had a problem cheating with the women. So she thought in her 20 years of age, because she had me when she was 16, so she's in her early 20s by the time she gets to this with me and my brother Daniel, Irish twins. And our father lives in Trinidad, so she's now in the States, and she's in a new relationship, and this man is cheating, and he do the cracks. So she tells me she wanted to be in something black so her man could have some pride. And I'm not gonna hold you, like I think I was about 19. I had my first child by then, and I just looked at her like woman to woman. I was like, but he's on crack, and we went into a situation where he get cash money on hand every day to sell products, and he's allowed to be a polygamous person, which is exactly what he did. He put babies on you, and y'all was legally married. So I didn't understand but she was in her 20s, and she's a velvet. So she wasn't concerned about her 2 children that she already had, towing them around. She gave him 2 children. One of them, my little brother, passed away in a car accident because he was on the cracks till whenever age, and he was, how you be up, they say when you on it, and then you crash. So we're driving literally from Dr. York's birthday party, which they have every year, for a week. We call it Savior's. It's called Savior's Day, and we're coming back from this week-long celebration of Dr. York, and it's summertime, and my mom's already remarried in a whole other marriage within the community now. It's kind of a bit much to keep up with. So now she's on husband number
3.
This 3, yes, right. That's husband number 3, which now puts us as a family of 12 kids. So with that being said, right, yeah.
But how many biologically from her?
From her, it's 6 of us. I'm the oldest daughter. Then she has 4 boys from the men's, and then finally my little sister from the same guy she's still with now, same same her last and final husband that she met in the community, and he's also from Trinidad, so they had a residence there that superseded the community. And one of and my stepbrother, one of his children is one of the I'll say his name because he's Tariq Tariq L. He's on all the little interviews. He's been on Sinetta, and he's one of the few young male people that were a part of the trial that's openly and honestly about what happened.
At any point in time, did you come across Polite?
No, but to come across Polite is to come across almost every male in the community.
Oh.
It's an archetype. They're all like that. You meet Polite, if you meet Polite, you meet a lot of the young males and my peer group of the community. You meet a Sonetta, you meet what the elder males was like. You meet a Nature Boy and a Solar, then you know what my little brothers and the younger generations are like. Solar, if I send you a picture,
I
Solar
like how you break it down.
He looks just like my first child's father. Like I've spoken to Solar on the phone before. We've spoken. I was like a little, when I came across them, I was like, this is nice. Look at these young people. And I kept watching and I was like, this is not nice. And so I tried to infiltrate. So I spoke to Nature Boy first and schmoozed him up real good. But by the time I let him know I was part of the Dr. York camp, he said, oh, you're a wise one. And then he kind of handled me a certain way. And then he kind of threw me off on Solar. He's like, you should talk to Solar. But I already know what time it is. You think I'm going to fall for Solar because he's light skinned. I already had a Solar. My first child's father is literally in behavior, characteristics, produce music, twins, looks like Solar.
And he's in the Wapian?
And he was Dr. York's right-hand music man, just like Solar was right-hand Nature Boy's music man. So I literally had that archetype. I've been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. And so I did an interview with Solar and Zoka, and the T had it on her channel, and I was trying to like put deprogramming words in our conversation. I was trying to like infiltrate, and I was giving them money and saying things that would. So if I knew how to, so what happens in cults, the master teacher is very aware of a cultic practice called doublespeak. So you know how to say things. So the average person thinks you're saying one thing, but you're saying a whole nother thing. Only those who are high up and understand this level of conversation with you would know what you're saying. Those who are on the in. Those who are on the out will take it at face value. So because I was aware that Nature Boy did so much double speaking, I was able to keep up with what he was saying to them and what he was saying to the public. So I knew, and because I'm smarter than Nature Boy, I knew how to talk to them without raising a red flag to him. So I would drop. It didn't work, of course. We see how it all turned out. I wasn't there, and the little bit of conversation I had with each and every one of them, it just didn't, But yeah, so like that's just in a nutshell. Like I grew up in it. My mom chose it, like Velves, chasing men, and I got caught up in that. And I was always a little rebel in it. You know what I'm saying? Like my Muslim name was Shaloma. And so we move in the community and I'm like still getting like pepperoni slices and coming around Knickerbocker Avenue with a slice as Lord. Muslims. And they're like, Astaghfirullah, Shaloma.
I don't tell nobody.
I'm a little fatty. So I'm like, I wasn't born in it. This is something my family, I felt like, I was already who I was in the world, at 10 in my little young mind, and for real, that's true. That's a truth statement, meaning I've gone through, I do not look like what my life has taken me through. But for some reason I have that thing where they call it post-traumatic growth versus post-traumatic stress, So I'm like, things happen and it don't put me to sleep, it wake me up and it makes me like, just kind of like, pay attention in a certain kind of way, and then and that attention is something I keep those cards close to my heart. So meaning I lived a double life essentially. I knew how to appear as a good soldier, a good child in the midst of abuse, trauma, neglect, grooming, but inside super believed in the religion I was in, super talking to God, super had a personal relationship with source, spirit, energy, whatever you want to call it. And that is what raised me. And that was my saving grace. That was the instinct that kept me throughout my life.
Yeah.
And that's what I've continued to cultivate. And that's why I went to therapy. Like my mom literally told us that same car accident where one of my little brothers passed away in because his father nodded off at the wheel. That was a horrific accident. A lot of people, 2 people died in that accident besides my little brother. Unalive. Some people was unalived. And it's funny. His wife at the time, it's not funny really. It's really not funny. It just shows character. People want people to change, but when they show you who they are, that's who they are. So this man, my stepfather, ex-stepfather, his wife at the time lost her legs in this accident. Do you know this man proceeded after a year, whatever, the healing process, they live in Philly somewhere or however the story goes. I'm hearing this secondhand, of course, from my gossiping mother. And she says basically Preston would lead the lady downstairs in the wheelchair and be upstairs cheating, still cheating. So it's not to, and I'm sure that he's changed. He's not remarried. Their lives have gone on. This is the life. This is the story. I'm not saying that to down her, down him. I'm saying as a child of these, people don't understand you're a child. You're a young adult. You're a teenager when these things are happening around you. And the adults are creating the circumstances.
Right.
And so even if what I'm saying now, like I always say, even if what I'm saying now is completely wrong, it's still a story given to me by an adult that raised me. It's still the storylines that you all have created that now I only have access to what you would tell me or what I witnessed. You get what I'm saying? And what I witnessed was he had poor character with women as far as cheating and being loyal and having integrity. So, which means he fit right into the community, because that's what if you knew anything about the community in Brooklyn, New York, as beautiful as that place was on the outside, when we moved in, it was like I can't even. Okay, so one of the building that the brothers lived in, we call it Bait, is the Arabic word for house. So we used to call it the Brothers Bait. The Brothers Bait was literally a dilapidated building. It was no running water. It was rats. It was shit in there. It was disgusting. No electricity. A lot of DO activity. I heard here say allegedly going on up in there. Cracks and stuff. Like it was disgusting how the men lived. And then
they had to do them rituals, but go ahead.
Yep. And also because we had a green room too. Heard a lot of stories about that green room. By the time I got of age, Dr. York did the same thing. He's the blueprint for changing over. So when I came in, we were Islam. We were I already was menstruating at 10, so I wore the face veil. Within a year, we were doing a more Hebrew Israelite garb. Still Muslims, but changed the garb. The garb switched up. And then from there, it was like Hebrew/Indian, kind of like this Hebrew Indian thing happened.
Yeah,
and
like nation right now. God,
yeah.
Oh gosh.
And literally the information started getting more into like conspiracy theory and more into like aliens. Like we were told, like if you eat beef, girl, we were told.
But see, I'm glad you're here because I try to tell people.
You gotta ask me questions because it's a life lived. You get what I'm saying?
Right,
so it's really better to ask questions.
I'm glad you're here because I tell people all the time because some people misconstrue that when people go there, like I miss you too, sweetie. Like when you go there, like something like have to be wrong or something. No, sometimes you're lured in and they're grooming you and you don't even know it. So can you explain that process of how regular people can get trapped off in these things? And
like my mother, she said it. I'm a young immigrant from another country dealing with an American man. He seems to be on crack and has a problem with sex control. She's from Trinidad. If you're from Trinidad is like it's a place raised in Catholicism. It's like Old South. So while there's an underbed of filth and savagery, on top it's very put together. It's right. So my mother didn't understand how he was just moving so like with no pride. Like, okay, do what you do, but you don't have no pride. And because this perceived lack of black pride, my mother perceived him to lack. She tried to take him into a super black organization so he could have pride with his bullshit, which to me is asinine. But she's
But
in her
in her
20s.
mind, she was trying to clean him up.
In her 20s, she was on it. She knew what she was saying. She's a Virgo. You know what I'm saying? He was a Gemini. She thought she was gonna run it, and she did not.
Oh,
So right.
She had control.
She thought she had the control back there, but she
over
didn't.
the wrong sign. But go ahead.
Right. He gonna do what he want to do, how he want to do it.
Oh, that's
like
the
air.
wrong sign to think you have control over. But go
Because
ahead.
they can cook, they sweet, everything. I've dated me a few Geminis now. My big age, not talking about big age at 42, but you know, and I just know like some men are just elusive and meant to like have a little fun with, and then let them be on their way.
So
that's it.
Basically, how many people were in there when you were in there?
Oh my goodness! So
how many people like per count
in the Brooklyn compound alone? We took up. There was the block his mother lived on. We owned about 3 buildings on that. The bookstore was on that corner. Masjid on that corner. So that's like the front side of a square block, and then one whole city block all the way around. We owned all the buildings except for like 2 on the around the corner on the back end, if you will. It had to be hundreds, and then you also had the people who didn't live on the compound. And remember, he had a compound in almost not every just major state, but like so we moved into the Brooklyn compound, and then because of my mother having some certain skill sets, she was asked to move to Jezza-Abba, which was the upstate New York compound, while he was transitioning to Georgia. So my family was one of the few families that went to the main compound. Oh wait, I'm skipping. See, that's how many times we moved. Before we get there, we moved to what we call Spring Valley, New York. That's another part of upstate New York, Spring Valley.
That's Queens.
That's not in Queens. Is that Spring Valley's in Queens?
Remember,
are you sure?
Yeah, Queens. We got to remember, Queens is the only borough they go by the section. So
right. So
they'll
we
go
went to Brooklyn.
But that's right on that's right on the curves. Well, anyway, Queens is nothing but an extension of Brooklyn. But that's like
right. So Brooklyn,
right off the belt. But go ahead.
Okay, see, I didn't know that because again, I'm young and all I knew was Rosedale. Then we moved, and my grandma stayed in Brooklyn.
Right.
So we moved to Brooklyn. Okay, I had all these years. I thought it was some part of upstate New York. See how you got to talk to people. So Brooklyn, we moved to Brooklyn Tabernacle. That's what it's called. Then we moved to Spring Valley Tabernacle. That was a new tabernacle, and that alone had at least 100 people in it. And we had a small like I guess you could say complex where there was like it was 4 buildings that housed like families. So if regular people lived in it, you would say like it was a apartment upstairs and apartment downstairs. So it was 4 of these units, and then back to Brooklyn. But my point is, there was one of these tabernacles in every major city, in certain states, multiple locations. And then he had a big following in Trinidad, Jamaica. So he was international with this. When we had Savior's Day, that's why I had to be a week. Thousands of people came.
What did people have to do for their upkeep? Like, remember, y'all still had to eat and all that stuff. So what was y'all part of bringing
So it's
in
community
money?
living. So we, the children and the women, do not bring in any money. The men bring in money because they go on the streets and they sell incense, they sell oils, they sell Dr. York books, and some of them sell sterling silver jewelry, and some of them who are very enterprising still sold drugs. And some of the women, when they were allowed to go out and do the same thing, my mother being one of them, some of them I heard also, still dibbled and dabbled in prostitution to make ends meet. And then there was a quota. They bring that money in. It's put into a main pot. The women, children, and men and boys live separately. So when we moved in, remember, I'm coming from a regular, what we call nuclear family. And we move in. I go with girls my age. My mother is taken to her workstation because she has small babies. she's in that area with the other women who have small children, like a daycare kind of setup. My brother Daniel, I think he was the most traumatized as far as the move-in. He's like a little Gemini boy. He's my little Irish twin. He's younger than me. And just like so, the boys' house is a microcosm of the men's house. So when they open up the gates, mind you, this is in Brooklyn, and I can never unsee this. It's like we're coming from like Rosedale. We're kind of like, I would say up middle. We like middle. We doing our middle class thing, right? And so we coming into this situation, we just following our parents. And when they open the gate, it looks like a haunted house, like a dilapidated house apartment. And all of a sudden, it was like when the gate made the sound, like all these lost boys came running out, scurrying out, dirty, dusty, and my brother started crying. He just started crying. He just started crying on sight because it looked like something out of like the Lost Boys, the Peter. But imagine it's scary.
Okay,
little black boys, dusty, clearly already getting abused and traumatized. There's no male. There's no. Their boys age ranging from the age of like 7 to 18. There's no women in that house with them. It's other grown men.
Just like nature, not in them. But go ahead.
And the house is filthy, nasty, holes, dirty, stank. It's a micro of the men's house. It's not at all like what the girls' house is. Orderly, it's clean, it's catty because it's girls. The starvation diet is real, sis. When we moved in, after our stations are so I'm not living with my mom anymore. I'm 11 years old, 10, 11 years old. I do not live with my mother anymore at this age because that's the setup. I only see my mother one time a day or talk to her one time a day, and that's from the time of 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's called tifl time. Tifl is the Arabic word for baby. So during baby time, you can either call your mother. We had phones that was linked through all the apartments. So like we had a switchboard. You just call, you be like, let me get house number 8. And they just plug you in. So that's how we communicated with each other in New York. And so what we saw my mother like 7 to 8 or talk to the phone. Right, exactly. So
why your mother's not there
before you eat a breakfast, which is go ahead, ask questions.
Right. So if you only see them on like the 1 hour of the day, who is like raising you, and who's in the house, and who's giving the orders, like stuff like that?
So the girl house is separated by ages from like you have the young girls, which is like 5 to like let's say 8, and then my group, which is like 8 to like 12, and then there's like 13 to 16 and 8, like so forth. So I sleep on pallets on the floor. So imagine like those nice brownstones or big house apartments in New York. These spaces are just turned into like dorm type setups, but it's makeshift, so it's not actual dorms. We're just sleeping on blankets on the floor. It's an older woman who's watching us. So when people say like cults, like how do you do this? It's as a child, it's like I guess it depends on what kind of child you are. I'm already a little bit wild, naturally occurring on a spiritual level. So for me, it was being perceived through the lens of, if I could be thoroughly honest with you, I was already knowing I like girls. So the opportunity to live with all girls was exciting. And then my mother was already abusing me. So to be away from her was another plus. And then
did they abuse the kids?
Yeah, when I got there, I was told, I had just gotten there. Like when I say just gotten there, this is like day 2 or 3. I was told I would not be allowed to eat if I could not ask for my food and say thank you for my food in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic. The fuck? I'm 10 years old. I'm not with my mother. I could talk all that big shit about girls, my mom fucking with me, I'm away, I'm highfalutin as a young kid, but at the end of the day, I'm still a kid. And someone's telling me I won't have access to food if I cannot speak a foreign language. And these is Black American people just the fuck like me. They're not from Sudan. They're barely speaking it. And to be honest, that was the real gag. Most of the people who spoke it fluently and strongly weren't even in that sector where I lived at, and most of the young girls spoke it fluently, but the people who was watching us kind of didn't as well. We had one lady who spoke it really, rest in power, Sister Samara. She was very stern. She protected me, but then she also, the way it's set up, I believe she protected me because of who my mom started showing up to be in the community. So my mother, because of her own trauma, kind of like a velvet. That's why I keep making that reference, meaning her life's trauma set her up. Yeah, it set her up to rise in that type of environment fast and strong, because she's already broken in so many ways that they need you to be broken already to follow the orders they want you to follow and be the person they need you to be. So she rose in regard fairly fast. And so we was not treated like everyone else. But for instance, that was the first time I ever saw a little girl or a child get a whooping with a circular, like a rod that's ribbed that someone might use, a masseuse might use to roll on your back. That was what children got whooped on the bottom of their feet with. And because you can't, it won't bruise. So I mean, a whooping, not like you did that and you get 2 taps. A whooping, like how someone whoop you with a belt repeatedly. I've seen kids get whooped on their feet as young as 5 or 6 or 7 with that type of tool. So you see that. There's, of course, the starvation diet that we're all on. No access to your parents. If you are so that was the age, because I'm already in the group that some of us are menstruating already. Dr. York lives in upstate New York when I first moved into the community, but Brooklyn is his first home base. So he's back and forth between Brooklyn Tabernacle and upstate New York. So you always knew when he was there in Brooklyn because certain girls were called to the main house. And I don't mean girls like women, girls.
I know what you mean, girl.
So it was normal. It wasn't like, oh, some weird stuff is happening. You imagine it innocently, like how pastors are how a shepherd is with their flock. You don't think, because there's other women, there's grown-ups there too, as usually, you know how that goes. Some wild stuff. So it's not like he's just, if you read the transcripts, he's not ever just isolated with the children ever alone. He's into group activities, if you will. So there's always other adults. There's other adults who have the same proclivities around him. And some of these people are the parents of their child. So and you just grow up in it, and so I know I don't have to be messy. I know who was wanking on their children for years, because you just know, but you don't know until you know. But you always knew they stay together and they go to Dr. York's house together. The mother and the daughter go together. Everybody know that.
Now, it was some videos of some young men. I don't know if that was his son or not. And they saying that they were violated. Allegedly. They was allegedly violated by him. And then there's also
he violated his children. Yeah, he's ancestral.
Okay. And then I think at one point in time, Polite, he did the double talk with him and everything like that. And when the boy was trying to explain himself or whatever, and he was trying to do the double.
They're doing the double talk, right? That's my brother. And everyone always talks about, well, you recanted the statement. That is what people who've been traumatized in that way do. And he's a young black male child. And to be honest, if sometimes I do want us to be honest. Like, can we just be honest? For a Dr. York or for a Nature Boy to exist, there has to be a space made. This man is a black man from New York City who was allowed to have, tens of thousands of people in the organization. That owned buildings, properties, was able to buy himself into the Masonic organization because he was willing to do certain rituals and ceremonies that other stuff, other groups didn't. They was like, you know what, we don't really need to go through those rituals. Those is old hat. He was like, we'll do it. So
No, but
It's
actually, what people don't understand, because
he's a
even
part of the what you say it's a part of the world.
yeah, but the
It's just a
thing is,
part of it all.
people don't want to understand. I cannot say this enough. I know y'all love your churches, y'all love your, but if you ever look at them, they are Masonic too.
Yeah, all of it. Once you
And
go into
people,
religion,
all of them are. That's why when you see a lot of these pastors talking, they throw up them signs. It's just you don't know what you're looking at because they're saying
a
amen. They're talking
girl,
about God. That you don't realize, no, they are Masonic also. So you are
sugar,
being led astray. Go ahead, sister.
sugar. I would never forget when the Eddie Long situation happened.
Mhm.
And I would never forget seeing TD Jake speak on it. He kept screaming, "It's in the blood! It's in the blood!" And I got chills because I'm an occult kid. I know what these things do. I know what they're about. So I'll say in layman's terms, you have this occultist Christian person talking about male grapes and saying it's in the blood. The implications of what he's saying, that is, he was warning other people who participate in said types of ceremonies that so there's this thing with these type of ceremonies. It could be done with girl children, right? But it's not preferred because of what a girl is, of how God makes a woman, what a girl is. Meaning, so if you get you a girl child who has a proclivity already in her spirit, soul, DNA to those type of behaviors, you're good. But let you touch something sacred that ain't supposed to be touched like that, you gonna have havoc every time. So there's a certain amount of control the practitioner doesn't have then messing around with little girls. But little boys, which are technically degenerate girls until they mature more and more, you get what I'm saying? It's like a loophole because their brains are not formed the same in a certain way. They can tap that, if you get what I'm saying, and have less repercussion immediately because it's almost like a clean break. They own it. It's theirs. There's no trauma. There's no fight.
I was trying to tell somebody yesterday because when they was talking about Janae and the coercion, I said every woman is coerced in these cults because they don't have the right
and
to
constantly
say yes or no. So even if they don't want to do it, you have to. So
the
people
women have to be consistently
exactly.
programmed. Consistently, because the men break easy and smoothly and get into position and follow. So when he's screaming the blood, I'm aware he's saying that it's again like I used to talk to Bobby Hemmett on the phone. You don't know what kind of DNA you messing with when you messing with DNA sometimes. So I'm looking at this man scream the blood, and I'm realizing he's calling out a warning call saying something has changed even with the board. We can't do that like that no more. Meaning it's the scream, the pain in the meaning the thing we think we doing it for in the blood ain't there no more. Now it's just now we're causing a problem. And I felt so isolated in my knowing because I'm just looking at this on TV. He crying, talking about the blood, and people crying. And I'm like, he's warning them that energetically something has shifted, and this ritual is now a null and void type of ritual unless you just into that kind of terror. It has no more spiritual fruit. Now it's just about pure terror, and you just a sadistic person.
That's it. But you gotta remember too, they are also sent because they have to bring it into these communities, far as the churches or whatever, because they know for a fact they changed the Bible. So they're trying to, like, even now you have churches that just do that. So they have to pull someone, okay, that you're going to be the one who bring it in. So they're going to all forgive you or whatever. They're going to look past it. They're going to look past it because, God says
so many parts. I just saw someone in the sorry to cut you off, but so I finally figured out how to get into the comments, and it said about the CPS. Like, I hate to tell people, like, if everybody be in on it. Hell, I'm in on it now. Y'all be in on it. We all in on the shit. Honestly, because your ignorance Your ignorance is necessary to. I mean, how many of us just watch Nature Boy and was still gifting them? You
Thank
know
you.
how I
Thank
met
you.
Fundi, kind of hopping around. I met Fundi. I followed her for a while because people were debating Nature Boy, and I was like, oh, she's smart, and I'm an occultist, and I see what she got going on. Like, okay, and then I was really with this Velvet girl. Oh, girl, you couldn't tell me. I just love her. Oh, my, Velvet, like everybody else. Oh my goodness, she just wasn't even about the child, just her as a person. I just wanted her to win. She got out. Whew. Saw my mother, saw me. You just saw so many women I knew. And then little heifer, Val, the vat of toxic blood, I like to call her. So tell that woman, I don't care if you gave me that shit. I do what I want to do with it. I don't give a fuck. I just gotta get the shit away. And
No, but
I
the
was
thing is,
traumatized. I
no, but
was
the
traumatized.
thing is, on the flip side of that, she's absolutely correct because
She is.
Let me finish, because if you've been watching these shows for the long, you have me and a couple of other people, right? And we're telling you this, right? And we're even showing you the proof, right? So you let them condition your mind for whatever
I believe that's
reason.
why I had stopped watching you for a little while, because I was like, oh, why she got to be so tough on her? Let me just focus on the child. It's a young little girl. Sugar ain't never been to coach. She don't understand.
No. I believe me. I do. But I was never hard on any of them. My job is to speak to the people about what they're doing. Like, if I'm speaking upon narcissism, he is the best person to show. So if I'm saying these things, I can say, see, look at this, look at this, look at that. So I wasn't hard on them if it sounded hard, because these are the things they're doing. But it's nothing, it was no personal attack.
And it sounded hard because I was projecting and internalizing this person. She literally unlocked another level of the deprogramming. Literally, because I went kind of crazy. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like watching my mom in action, how I'd watch my mom move in the world after we're out, or what you could say we're in general population, and how her disposition is kind of like holier than thou disposition, and very sweet when she wanted to be, and then would get very ghetto and nasty if it needs to be. If she needs to strong arm your ass, it's what the fuck she wanted to happen, and she'd do it. And then how she'd handle her own children and other people who were helping her. It was like there was people who helped her who no one even knew they helped her, and she kept them in high regard because she hid them. And then the people who helped her, who she talked about it, I watched her gossip about these people, talk shit, didn't give a fuck about. So I was triggered because it was too close to home, if you will. And I felt myself glitching, and instinct. You learn how to ask for help as a trauma victim. You learn how to literally sit with yourself. I learned, because I've been traumatized since I was a baby, I had to learn how to heal and address different parts of my psyche. So I know how to talk to, when I get nonverbal, okay, I know the baby's triggered. Something done happened and triggered the baby psyche. So she triggered so many, I was triggered by so many psyches. I was glitching hard, and something said, hit up Master Fundi. Look on her website, see if she does consultations. And sure enough, she does. We do a consultation. She helps me deprogram this shit. And ever since then, that's my boo.
Yeah.
That's a safe place for me to be, having gone through what I've gone through. I fuck with Fundi the long way.
And it's good. That's my sister. Everybody know.
I know.
Everybody know I feel about her. All right. But I'm saying that I need the truth to be told, because a lot of people think that when you see them leave, we so happy that they left.
I'm 42. My daughter is 24 and 17. I will be deprogramming for the rest of my life unless something miraculous happens.
Well, you're good, baby. You're good. You're better than what you think you is. You're good, right? Because long as you now can just go in your refrigerator and go to the bathroom, do what you want to do, free. You know what I'm saying? People don't think about the little.
No, you're right.
Things, the little simple things that you think people think just that when you're grown, when nobody don't have to tell you, eat, don't eat, time to eat, don't know. When you can just go in the refrigerator.
I didn't have that part, but you know what I still struggle with? This is why I wish the rest of them would talk about it because I know exactly why they had. You see, y'all like, why won't they get jobs? So
I
when
know
you're in a
why.
cult,
Uh-huh.
okay, so you already know I'm about to say, like,
Mhm.
I still struggle. If I got to put my social security and full government name on any document, I'd be so spooked. Like, okay, I'm gonna be in the system. They're gonna know I'm here. They're gonna see. It's like this hyper vigilance of, and to be honest, it's kind of like they put that narcissistic thing in you where you have this
Mhm.
hyper sense
Yeah,
of
not
ego.
knowing
Like,
that, not knowing
somebody
that
should
you
think about your
already,
ass.
not knowing that you already in the system. You know,
Right, you were born.
And besides that, you decided to choose social media and have a cell phone. You're in the system.
Facts.
So, you know, and then
But you
got
have this
cameras, you got
fear.
cameras everywhere. You
You
understand
got
what I'm
cable
saying?
TV. You got light. I have a bank. I have several bank accounts. Like,
You know,
but it's
and then soon the world is going to be cashless. So what you gonna do? AI is here. But
and
anyway,
see, I like AI, but then I
nope.
still feel weird about literally. It's for me. It's as specific and as simple as, oh, you need my social security number. I have to go through several processes and thoughts that the person does not know in these milliseconds I'm going through to be like, you can do this. Give them the information. You will live. The government will not tackle you as soon as you walk out the door. The aliens will not come and zap you up. The mothership is not going to come out and get you because you've sinned against the motherboard. Like it's
Right,
and then I give them the information, and then I'm like, okay, and I'm sweating, and again, they don't know. This person don't know what's going on inside of me internally.
See,
They get,
that's
you know what I'm
why.
saying?
No, you're
That's what it
100%
is.
correct, and that's why I keep trying to tell people. They're like, the main thing, get a job, get a job. I'm like, nah, it's not that simple because this, whatever how they was doing, it worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without giving up this and without there, and then y'all also, because you've been in there, y'all have a free spirit. So the free spirit y'all have may not be good, but the free spirit is like, no, these people are not like me. So even though you deprogram,
Right.
some of the knowledge is still accurate. So
It very-
now when you're around other
Girl.
people, you like, we can't conversate.
You
know
know
what I'm
too
saying?
much almost. It's like being Jason. What's that movie, Jason Bourne? But you're not a killer, and they don't really care that you're alive. So you just know shit that if you tell other people, they just gonna think you crazy, and then you isolated because you don't know how to be normal because you're not no more. It's like someone woke up super senses in you, or gave you a false sense of power, and you know it's false because you can't make nothing happen from it, but you don't know how to access the realness that was when you was with them. When I was with Dr. York on the compound, the one time I actually lived with him as a teenager, the time where my mother tells me as we're driving to Edenton, Georgia, if Dr. York tries to fuck you, whether you do it or not, call me first. What? I'm 16. That's nasty. He got breast cysts. But it's like a whole grooming thing that's happening. But this is what your mother. Imagine your mother telling you that on your way to Sunday service about your pastor. That's what that's like.
Yeah,
And I
but
did
you
not
know
blink an
what?
eye.
It has happened.
It happened.
See, but people don't want to talk about these things, and they don't understand the process. So, you know, a lot of people feel like, okay, they're not. They are victims. You know, they are, because if you never lived through it, and you have a sane mind, that doesn't mean they don't. But people don't understand. They don't groom you the first day. You know, that's a process. A process. Even when you said at a young age, if you want to eat, you got to speak this, you know. So now that's a part of grooming.
And you're not even getting real food.
I gotta speed up there. I want to eat, so I better speed up and learn this, you know. But now you learned it. Now that's in your head.
So you're conditioned, and people think we like the word condition because we think about conditioner on our hair, and we're like, oh, but conditioner make your hair soft. It makes your hair soft, you idiot, because it's breaking down the proteins. It's the word breaking down. It's breaking down the hair shaft. That's why it's said to get a good conditioner, because then it's not even conditioned. It's actually doing something else, but we still call it conditioner. Hence the English language and all its faux pas. So you're just kind of like massaged into a way where, like, it's so weird. I'm trying to put it in words, like, it's like someone showing you that you can fish and where the fish are, and even showing you how to make the fishing pole, like how to make it. but you don't know how to fish.
Mhm.
Still, you could remake that fishing pole from anything. You could see the fish in the water. You could track the bubbles. You're like, that's that you got you. But if they like, okay, go get one, you're like,
And
oh,
right, and then the crazy thing is you don't know what thought is yours or what thought
girl.
is theirs. It's like it's very confusing when you have to everything you do, you have to stop and think. Like you said, even with the social security card, you have to stop and think. People don't understand that
You
side
do.
neither. They don't understand that side. So okay, did you leave or was it because he got arrested? Y'all got broken away. Like how
That's
did that
pretty,
process
girl.
go?
That was like it was like a movie. Meaning, I probably remember the date. I just remember the moment when I'm pretty sure when they literally put him in handcuffs because I was in my apartment. I had just got this new apartment, had no furniture in it, and I was like, I want to say I was 17 or 18, and I just kind of fell to my knees and just I fell. Like I literally fell. And I think the few days before they was like, my mother had said something about they're raiding him, but I heard it in conversation. She didn't tell me directly. She was talking to my father while they were visiting. It's like that's a little bit of a blur. It's like I remember a conversation. I fall to my knees, and the next day my mother calls me. She's literally like, they arrested Dr. York. And this is what they did, and I told your father, and she, of course, now she been called it out. She been knew this was happening, blah blah blah. And so I'm like, but I feel weird. I feel queasy. I know he was that too. So I literally, this is when we still had the big yellow phone books. I used to collect them. So I had one or two from Millersville, Georgia, and I had one from Edenton, Georgia. And so I called the police station. They told me to stop calling, and I was calling to say I have information. I live there, and I want to speak out.
You
I was being a
see?
little whistleblower,
Yeah.
and they
No, but
told me to stop calling.
But I told people too, the best way to tell your story is for you to tell it before somebody else tell it. So I'm
It was
glad
like
you did that.
vampires. Like we all just, for me, that's what it felt like. A spell was broken. I can't say for everybody else because even after that, with my father's blood son being a victim and my mother being his wife, they still had, just like Black people and white Jesus, pick not one picture, but a few, like 4 pictures of Dr. York prominently placed around the house. Big portrait pictures of Dr. York, the lamb and shit. Imam Isa, different, his various appearances are scattered throughout the house.
The same way the drone
like
sisters
shrines, like
have it.
mini shrines.
And
it's like, and I was the one that, because I'm the black sheep, as you can tell by now. So I'm the one that says, finally, like, why do you have this up? It took balls. That took a lot of balls because you're scared of those people because you don't, when you're in a cult, your parents don't be your parents. They're like more enforcers of whatever the idea is.
Right.
So there's already, my mother abandoned me in Trinidad at the age of 4. And I came back to the States at 7. So my mother severed, just like how Velvet allowed women to lay with her children, like how she says they took my baby from me. I just would have been a dead bitch. You feel me? Like with me and baby, it would have been on some beloved shit. We just would have been some dead bitches because ain't no way. Based on how I had my daughters and how it felt to me, couldn't even imagine that shit. So my daughters is what starts to give me a backbone. It's what helps me to, you know what I'm saying? So I just couldn't like quite, every time she says that, like, they took my baby, we just would have been some dead baby and mama shit. That's just what it would have been based on who I know I am, how I started to show up.
No, but the crazy part is that even if you feel like that, like, yeah, you're right. Y'all would have been on earth because they got people set up in line for people like you. And
yes, they do.
And if you don't get your child out, they're gonna separate it, and you're gonna be forever like finding Isaiah. You know what I'm saying?
Girl, that's real. I just heard that other young lady's story who's coming out now, the summer girl that was, and what she says she went through in the cult situation. And this guy is like on this person is alive in the world. I done changed. I have grown in ways where I am a warrior. I do talk openly about this mess. And if who I am is like a Fundi or like a you to be directly opposed and against it, I accept that challenge. It feels really good. Let's go. That's who I show up to be. So I stand in that, and if we're gonna play the game, we're gonna play the game, which means okay, so it's like a little war, it's like a little fight. See you energy for energy. And my energy is nah. It's not going down. It's not happening.
You try to get with my energy, you're gonna be taking all these grandma naps and stuff.
It was gonna be a problem.
You go back, I done picked up. I'm tired again. Damn it.
See when you say that based on my imagination, cult brain, all I heard was because Sugar gonna go take a nap on that ass and find your ass in the astral realm and get you from there. So that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? Like however you want to put it, we gonna win.
I get what you're saying. I ain't gonna get you the astral realm. I would see stuff at the astral realm, but then I'm like, listen, I would like to sleep. I don't like to dream or nothing. I like to sleep. I'm tired. Leave me alone. No dream,
really?
No nothing. Yeah. But
oh my goodness.
My thing is, I know how to. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. I'm not putting nothing on me. But I know if you do come from me, the universe will fix you. All I gotta do is sit in my chair and move on with my life. Because anytime somebody come across I'm anointed. I got shields all around me. You could try me if you want to. I'm not gonna do nothing. The minute I do something, that's when it all goes wrong. So it may not be now, but that goes for a lot of people. You ain't gotta do nothing. Nothing. Then you wonder why some people just got a heart attack out of nowhere. I ain't nothing. A lot of
you're making me smile, y'all, and this is why the love is Sugar. You feel me? Like it's just some people it's safe energy, and I don't really like to use the word safe because it sounds like
but the energy, But I know how my energy works. I know how to get. I could give you my energy because I draw from the sun. All right. So I know because I'm a lioness, so I know how to harness it.
Wow.
Right? So people could play basketball. My energy, let's go. That people are hype up out of nowhere, So people look for that from a lot, but they also know as lioness, we go and hide for a while.
I'm Leo rising, Leo first house, Leo second house.
I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I don't claim none of that. Don't put people be killing me with us Leos don't like none of that. We hear you, but you're not a Leo. Okay, that's it.
I'm enjoying this conversation. This is why it's so important for us to talk.
The sun is jealous. No, we not. Yeah, we don't.
No, the sun is. That's it. It is.
Include yourself in no. So people be like, your moon, your star. I said, listen, my son is jealous. Like he be kicking them out and stuff. They don't want to use none of their energy. I'm like, the moon,
it's
get out of here.
It's not for you. Can't sit here. Can't shine here. I like that. But this is why I fucks with you. I never knew you was from New York, but that explains a lot when I listen to you, your language, how you talk, how you express yourself. I understand what you're saying.
And it's crazy because when I tell people this, right? Us back in our younger days, hey, my brethren, and they don't stop with these firecrackers. Goodness.
Why are they busting? Oh, Labor Day. Bullshit. I never know the holidays.
These days now, they busting just whenever they want to now. I'm like, it be January, but like. I'm like, what?
That's not good for animals and veterans. Like, that's just not it.
It's not good for us people who needs their nap, like me, right? But right, but what I'm saying is that we back in our days, it was always a corner. You had this corner the Hebrews, you had that corner the church. That one's the Muslim. That one is this. We was always surrounded by it, but we also knew before they got into that. We knew them before that. We knew when they went into jail and developed the intellectual hustle. So they taught them how to do a lot of this in jail. So this is the best way for you not to
Wow.
come back and not to come back to jail. But and remember, you ain't got nothing but time on your hands. So all you're doing is reading. So of course, when you come out, even if you don't tell nobody you was locked up, you're a different person and you had nothing to do but read. So that's your way of scamming legally because instead of taking money from people, you have now found a way to make them give you your money and worship you, and then they only was able to do that because people, how people go to school, they go to college. Once they go to college, they're not with us no more. They leave. So people was longing for information. We was not getting it in school. So that's when people started listening to the 5%ers of this or that, because our scholars left us. They're too good for us now. They never come back to the hood. So
and they marry white women.
Right. So with people getting all this knowledge, they don't know what to do, and then when they so that's how a lot of them started formulating like really hard, like in the mid 80s going up until someone went back to jail, the crack came out.
And this is also a period of time where one of the reasons and the things I miss the most, two things I missed in New York City. It used to be 3, but then I discovered a New York pizza spot here in Augusta, Georgia, and that changed the world. So libraries, you could go to a library and go up in the archive areas where the dusty books are at, the books that are when we talk about out of print books now, it's almost like that doesn't exist to us because you can go digital, you can go online.
So that's where.
But back then, it was an old dusty book in the corner, and if you discover, I can see you put that hustle mindset with a little bit of self knowledge. Wow, you could do something with that.
It goes together, and a lot of them don't want to go back to jail. So again, when you're coming from a time where the schools is not teaching us this and that, and then you come up to, hey brother, fix yourself. I got you.
And that knowledge do make you feel good. I ain't gonna hold you. It do
good.
I was a young disciple, so I was like doing things like I used to like be in position in public places with my little tiny Muslim looking self and holding this pamphlet of Dr. York, and it was like I knew who was going to talk to me. It was always going to be somebody like an old lady or like a mothering person. Be like, why are you out here? Or what you sit on this bench by yourself? It's a whole setup. And just like that, I'd be like, do you know that your Bible got you? Like I was on. And
but see, the thing is like, just like it's a book, right? And then people say that, but if you don't understand and you haven't read the whole thing.
I was parroting.
Exactly. So
I was parroting.
That's why it's believable when somebody says something. Because I'm gonna give you the scriptures that's gonna turn you off, not knowing that it's a whole entire book. So people take a couple of scriptures and just like this what the Bible is doing.
So maybe stop doing that or lose the desire, because at first I liked it because I'm smart and I tried to get my mother's attention with it. It didn't work, but the other people community started to be like, oh, she's on fire for the mission, that kind of little prodigy in the making. And one day I did it with feeling, meaning it was some lady by a bus stop. I don't remember the lady. I just remember how I felt. And for some reason I felt it. Like I didn't intellectualize what I was doing. I was talking to this woman for real. Maybe I needed a mama that day, if you will. You get what I'm saying? And I was just talking to her. Yeah. And she was listening and I saw her and we was having a moment and she kind of started to believe me, but I saw, it was like, it's creepy when I think about it now. I saw the joy go out of her, meaning she had joy before I came with my bullshit. Now I'm making her question and doubt because I'm having my own selfish feeling right now. So I'm not intellectualizing where they usually just, move this child out the way. No, we're connecting. So she's considering what I'm saying, but I'm noticing energetically, this is my first few little psychic moments. I saw the joy leave that lady, and I never did that shit again. I saw her change her mind, and it changed her in a way that was not good. Almost like what we see in the Matrix, where the agent makes the person turn black or whatever.
Yeah.
like that kind of
Because
thing.
you gotta remember, she thought she was going to get a better life, and then she ends up in the cult, and then she was indoctrinated, and then you got to think about it. Even though she may have not been a good mother, but imagine I can't even be a mother now. I only have to speak to my child 1 hour out the week. See, everybody suffers, and everybody got their own set of pain. Like you got
Oh
your pain
yeah, that
helping
was
out there,
hard.
and then she got her own set of pain. Because she know for a fact that you could be the
Hmm.
next one when he come through. You understand? But just the fact of being a mother, can you imagine only having to speak to your child 1 hour out the day, and then somebody else is raising your kids, and you're sleeping on the floor?
And it's preferred that the child calls you, not you call the child. That's frowned upon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why I say when you in these cults and stuff, it's a lot of nuances in between that people. That's why I'm glad you're here to talk about it, because people think no, it's just that it's not, because it's a lot of nuances that are not talked about. So now so y'all got out again, did y'all get out because he got arrested, or did y'all leave?
That's basically what happened. We got out because he got arrested. Like my mother, I do remember her talking about to my stepfather. Like this is okay, so there's a time where we're in the hubs, and then if you I want you to see if you could look up this article. It's in the New York Times. This is how you know this shit is like a game. They made it was a big article about where did the Muslims go that were in Bushwick, and they had the pictures of us in white garb and how you could see everything. And they're like, one day we just woke up and they were gone. We weren't gone. We just started wearing regular clothing. So we were still there, but we no longer wore Muslim clothes or the costumes. We like nature boy. We started wearing regular clothes. So we just and that's during the transition to like Georgia and stuff. So when you come to Georgia, see, New York is like you could bring that international flavor, or y'all live in one house, one room, you a Mexican or that, whatever.
No, that's not for the
But
black
you
folks. No. So no, let's correct that. No, you cannot. We like we may
see,
be a little space, but we like our own space, darling. No, that's no.
so then that's that cult shit. So
no.
We just learned to live like literally when we come out of the cult, meaning like so at one point housing is provided for you, if you will.
After y'all came out?
No, before when we're in. When we're in, you come into the community like there's but when there's this when we have the exodus from the east to the south, and everyone starts migrating to where Dr. York is at, meaning coming out of Philly, coming out of Baltimore, coming out of New York, coming out of wherever you're at on the east and the north coast and maybe even the west coast to get to the south, because that's the new compound where he's going to be at. His main house is in Edenton, Georgia. So but we don't have no infrastructure in Georgia like that, really. We have one tabernacle, really, and that's Atlanta. And child, I just heard it was the ghetto. So
imagine.
So this is in the early 80s and 90s and stuff. So whatever that is, we never got to Atlanta because my mother made the decision to come to Augusta, Georgia. And because there was no infrastructure for us, imagine all these people had to figure it out. So what happens is if you had a buddy in there, hey, you want to move to Georgia? What are your skills? Okay, I got this, I got that. So my mother with her husband, we're like the Brady Bunch. So there's those two adults, and with the kids at the time, it's 10 children, exactly 5 boys, 5 girls. And then my mother's pregnant. So we have an 11th child on the way, and my stepfather's 5 other children don't live with us. So those 2 parents plus the 10 of us children.
But they're still oh no, that's your stepfathers. That's your step.
They're kind of scattered. Yeah, that's
right.
So
I got you.
And it's like the Brady Bunch. My mother literally meets him with me, 1 girl and 3 boys, and he has his brood with him at the time is 1 boy, 3 girls. So we come together, and there it is. So
did you feel safe around your stepfather? Like, was he okay?
Oh yeah, he's West Indian first. He's a Trinidadian man first and a Rastafari second before he gets into like the So he has a certain type of, again, we come from the islands. It's like Africans. It's a certain kind of pride. So he was one of the few black men that I know was a single dad.
So he wasn't all the way indoctrinated, as in looking at
He
little
was
girls and wanting to touch them and stuff like that.
no, I never felt like that around that man. Now I don't have much respect for him because I still don't think he's like a warrior. He didn't, meaning just because you were peaceful don't mean you were safe. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So the shit was still going on around you as a man, and you ain't never put your foot down. Like your son was being molested by the master teacher and other family members of yours without giving too much exposure because there's a lot of parties involved. It's not the first time Dr. York offended your family member in such a way, bruh. Directly towards you, bruh. It ain't the first time this man used his penis as a weapon towards your family, bruh. And you just sitting around like that's cool, bruh. And I ain't never got that the minute I knew that's what it was. So I lost respect for him and I never gained it back. But then I think about how people find safety where they can. My mother is West Indian first as well. And she was able to find someone in the community that was also West Indian first. So they're West Indian first and then the community second. You get what I'm saying? So they found a way to make it work for them. Fuck us kids, for real, for real. That's how I really feel about it. Everybody know that.
But if you think about it, once you get in there, the minute you start taking orders, it's community first, then West Indian.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Because you're taking orders, so it can't be West Indian first.
And their West Indian hub was their little bubble, meaning my parents didn't bring us into that bubble like we're the West Indians in the tabernacle. It was like my mom found someone she could relate to on an adult level. And so we were still just kind of, so now their kids, it's like, come on, kids, like Apocalypto, come on, guys. So me and my siblings, I say stepbrothers, stepsisters, to be factual in conversations in these spaces because I've been in panels before, like, well, that's not your real brother, is it? Like, you're saying your brother, like, with other people in the tabernacle, having those kind of conversations. So now I learned to keep the smoke clear.
Was you ever around any of Dr. York biological kids?
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah. I know them by name. Some of them, yeah, a lot of them.
Girl,
I babysat a few of him. Yeah.
Got to get a book and put them in the testament, all them damn names. What's up, Brother Kev? I would not be remembered.
You know what? My friend who I grew up with, and I won't say her name, but she's one of the, I guess you could say a child bride or a teenage bride. And she recently, like a couple of days ago, she sent me this picture of a bunch of snapshots of pictures we would take in the community. Because like when you're in a cult, sometimes you have to take pictures like a file. They take pictures and get all your stats, and it's filed away. Anyway, so if you have an email, I'll share it with you. But she sent me this picture with Dr. York prominently at the top, and some of her family members, and me, because I'm her best little friend in the community. And so I have this picture of me at 11. I keep looking at it because it's like that little girl was in this type of situation. Like it just still wows me. Like how life is and how you can go through something and come through it as well. And I'm just like you said, full of gratitude.
But the part I really like that you said that this is something you're going to go through for the rest of your life, trying to get back into regular life. But Kev, what's up, Kev?
And that's peaceful. And that's a very peaceful awareness for me. I don't know how that would be for other people. But when I came to realize that's what this, because I was like, when am I going to cycle out of this shit? Like doing the therapy, doing the fucking work. Like, what the fuck? Talk to my astrologist about it. She shows me in my chart where this could be. Okay, whatever. But where does it end? Where will it be over? And I just had a conversation with my therapist. And it's like she told me, just like how sometimes you're going to find yourself in relationships where you realize, oh, shoot, here I am trying to heal this thing with my mother again. Let me back up. Hey, you know what's been real? Let me back up on out of this. I'm here on false account. Sorry for you. Yeah, no, my bad. And she's explained to me this process of healing and how relationships give us this opportunity and how you have an opportunity to be you. So I grew up in a cult and I was abandoned in a foreign country at 4 years old. I'm a little different. I accept my difference. And when it gets challenging for me, I have tools that I can use. I know how to ask for help. I also have learned how to be still. And in that stillness, the gift is that, okay, so this is it. Okay, this is how it goes. And if you have that happen a few times, if you're not a dummy, you learn to not fight it and just kind of flow with it. So I'm flowing with myself, and in flowing with myself, I'm committed to understanding myself and accepting myself.
Hey, Kev.
Hey, Shug, what's up? I heard you speak the first time. I just didn't want to interrupt the sister.
Right,
Hey,
'cause
Kev, no, what's up? I'm having a little a fangirl moment right here because, you know, I be listening to y'all. I'm
Oh,
be chill, though.
God. Oh, God. Here we
Nah, listen.
I'm gonna be, but I gotta be chill though, cause you know I fuck with Princella, so I gotta be chill on the male shit a little bit too. So you know what I'm saying?
That's my girl.
Nah,
That's my girl.
I'm fanning out a little bit because I'm kind of blown away at the way you articulate yourself. Because my first question, if you didn't mind me asking, you kind of answered. You kind of answered, but I kind of want to piggyback off it a little bit, talking about you explained going to therapy. So I was going to ask you, what has your detox process been like since leaving? How long has it been? Kind of a 3-part question. How long has it been? I know that therapy is a big part of your detox process, but what else, hobbies or interests did you gain, or what did you do? And the last part is seeing how you have kind of been able to reflect how it affected your interpersonal relationships within your family. How does that affect your relationships with males, or whomever you choose to date, I should say?
Okay, so first of all, you use the word detox is tickling the fuck out of me, because I don't really like when I detox. It's a literal thing, meaning like, you know what? And I had one too many Newports this month. I need to get on this fruit shit, do a few walks, because bitch, you tripping, right? So for me, that's what detox it is. As far as like mentally, so I teach spirituality, and it's the same spiel. I'm using the skills that I have. I know a lot about spirituality, the occult religions. So I teach and help women specifically figure some stuff out if they have some questions, right? I don't mind being a way shower. And with that being said, knowing that I'm a way shower, it gives me this responsibility. And going back to your question of the detox, meaning I can't get rid of any of it. There's no detoxing it. I had to learn as a student of meditation, oh shit, you cannot stop these thoughts. These thoughts ain't never gonna stop.
Yep. You can't.
These thoughts don't stop. They don't stop.
I'm
There's
so
no
glad
way
you-
to. So I have to be at peace.
Said that. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So basically,
so-
short answer, I learned to be in the center of the storm with my eyes open, smiling, and that's a reoccurring lesson for me.
And I'm so glad you explained it that way, because people think a lot of times that if they don't totally get things out of their thoughts, out of their system,
That's called flatlining. Then you're dead.
exactly and you said it a perfect way. It's always going to be with you, but what you learn to do is understand where those thoughts originated, and if they're your thoughts or if they're the indoctrinated thoughts of someone else that will put on you. And you also are able to understand that although it stays with you, you're able to manage it because you recognize what it is, and you recognize that it wasn't good for you. And so you are figuring out ways to still manage those things that are in your mind and your thoughts that will always be there, but you'll be able to turn those around because you understand what they are. I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but that was just the way you said that.
Fine. I cut people off all the time. If you process fast, you process fast. We're New Yorkers. I hear you. You hear me. Let's keep moving.
Facts.
It had to be so sensitive about the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? It's things to be sensitive about, and it's things to not be sensitive about. And if you can manage that, you manage it. If somebody tells me, hey, oh yeah, you're like cutting me off, I can't get my thoughts out, I realize I'm offending someone. And if I care, I'll say, hey, my bad, I'm working on it. If I don't care, I tell them I process fast, I'm a little bit psychic. You gonna have to keep up or stop lying, one or the other. So the last word you said in your question was reflection. As I say, I do a lot of things, but in these conversations, the profession that is the give back, is the gift from all these lessons, is my Gold Energy Management company, where I do help others. And I don't just help everybody. I'm kind of an elitist, so I like to pick my students. And how I pick my students that are showing up for me, that culling process is like that word you use, reflection. Do you self-reflect? I have learned that people who come and say, oh, what is that? Or, not really, that is not my students. They will never understand how my lesson flows. Like you said, my lessons come from a place of reflecting. I am not afraid to look in the mirror in the dark. I am not afraid to look in the mirror when the light is blinding me. I am not afraid to look in the mirror when it's raining. I am not afraid to look in the mirror when the fucking house is on fire. I will look to my own detriment. I will change to my own. It's just what it is, and I've learned. Yeah, I'm gonna go with me. If love is understanding, what better understanding is than of yourself, to know thy own ledge.
How do you relate to men?
That's what I focus on.
How do you see men?
Okay, so you want me to be honest? You want me to give you a political answer, or you want me to give you?
Give it to
like
me.
We gonna meet up one day and be friends and smoke a blunt together. So really, for me, I come into the world with a certain amount of self-knowingness, and so I like men's. And the first men's I had,
you can tell the truth, because
I'm trying to be honest.
No, be honest, because we have these conversations all the time, and sometimes men need to hear this, and so we go through this on my other channel. So, and then some men need more. So be raw and be honest. It ain't him, so he's not the hit dog. So he's not.
I'm not. And you already can feel my how I like.
He a hit dog. He not. I mean,
that's irrelevant to me. I'm gonna selfishly share who I am with someone who asked me about myself. I just want to make sure I don't be too wordy or too dramatic.
Nah, you know how I am. You watch, so you know how I
do. You with the shits.
Give it to me how it come to you.
So when I come to know what a man is, as most people, as we talking as a relationship, like, ooh, a man. That was Michael Jackson. He was humping the floor. I thought he was a girl. The shit was fire. I was about 7, 8 years old. Then fast forward to about 3rd grade, maybe 4th grade, because I was 7 in 3rd grade. So that was like, so I discover what is called the thump in the places down below. I'm about 7 years old. It's because of Michael Jackson humping on the floor, but I think he a girl, so he looked good to me. And I get to about 4th grade, and little girl talking about little Timmy cute. I'm like, bitch, you cute. So I've always been women center, girl first, where the pussy at a young age. I'm a little bit developed in that area. Nobody touched me. I was just trying to touch girls as soon as I knew you could touch other people in such a way. So I discovered I don't really see men. Now, I've been married in the cult, and then I've been married in real life. And then I've had relationships with men that are long-term and loving. I'm 42 now, and I know more about who I am and how I show up. I realize most of the men that I actually can have a relationship with are either pansexual or on the DL or just really gay, and they don't know it yet. I am not for men. I am for women and men who identify as women.
I got you. But and the reason I asked that,
I like men's though. I don't have no problem with men's. I know what y'all are, so I handle y'all accordingly. I ain't gonna tell your business for everybody, but I know what y'all are, so I handle y'all with the respect that comes with knowledge.
And you know what? That's the realest answer I've heard in a long time. And the reason I asked, because like Suge was saying, we speak about this, and not even you did answer the relationship part, but my question was more along the lines, which you also answered though within your answer, was how you see us. Because to me as a man, it's important whether a woman likes other women or whether she likes men. It's just important to me for whatever reason to.
Yeah, I don't see y'all like.
Yeah,
like y'all people. Y'all are like people and beings, and until I know the person individually, then I know more about them. But to say I see a man the way most women see men, like as a object to consider for marriage or sex or relationship or provision or entertainment, not really.
Nah, and that's cool, and that's and it's more like though. Still, I would hope that men gave you a sense of protection. Black men, just not in a relationship, not trying to get with you.
See, now
just
you're
as a
doing
si-
that weird stuff. You're being weird, Kev.
No. What I'm
I
saying
was in
is,
a cult. Listen to my storyline. I was in a cult surrounded
I
by
get it.
predators. Of
I
course
know.
not. That's
That's
not
why
my storyline.
exactly. That's why I said it segued perfectly into
98% of the black men in my life were motherfucking predators and probably
exactly.
profoundly retarded.
That's where I was going because, and that's sad, and that's
But
a
I
reality.
don't like to just put, because
That's
it's such
real. That we have to
It's-
know that. We have to know that because if
y'all
we don't
already
know
do
that,
know that though.
no.
But they do
I'm
know
saying,
that.
as a community, they know that.
Oh.
They know exactly what they're doing.
I
Every
tend to not
co-leader,
focus on the community.
yeah, every co-leader know exactly what they're doing. The members know what they're doing, to a large extent.
Now,
And
hold on.
it's
Let me just say one thing. Remember, Oya, you have to remember what we know. Sometimes, you got the replay gang and stuff like that. They might not know. So what's old to us is new to somebody. So when we ask certain questions too,
And I don't like to traumatize the general public because the fake outrage be real.
Then they should not be. They should not be watching this. Okay, but
Because I speak in science. Like I know scientifically, men are degenerate women. Like you're a subspecies of female. If we want to get to the biology of things, and we gotta look at how our society's put together. So I like to just handle if we're gonna be black about it. Either I like to be Christian for the general masses or black. If I'm gonna be black about it, I'm melanated. I'm female. That means everything come the fuck out of me. Everything in a certain kind of order. So ain't no way I'm finna put nothing that come out of me and it depends on me to live on this realm above me in any way. I do not depend on it for my survival or for my livelihood. It did not bring me here. I brought it here. I'm very aware of that. I respect that. I love that about us. And I love my creations, ego and literally, figuratively. And so I'm prone to I like harmony over balance. I prefer harmony over balance. Hardcore my shit.
I just like to be left alone. I don't know.
You need a nap now? Yeah, I need a nap.
I don't like none of the above anymore. Just leave me in my bubble. I really to the point. I don't care. No, I'm so emotional.
I feel like that's how a lot of the I don't want to say elders or the people I don't know if you're my age, sugar, but the generation right above me, right, who are wise, as they say, but y'all have a certain and I love that because that makes me feel safe because it's kind of like y'all passing the torch oh, I'm finna go to sleep. What y'all finna cook? Y'all finna wake me up when it's It makes me feel kind of good because it's you trust us to get it done, which I have started.
Yeah, and then I'm letting you know where you're going to go, and you're going to get there too. Everything.
Oh, I can't wait.
Once you get to past.
Now, let me not say that.
No, once you get past, every year you get 40, you get to a certain stage, and then
I'm trying to go to 112. I'm nosy. I want to see how everything turn out.
The older you get, the less I'm telling you, the less you care. You're only going to really care about the things that you want to care. A lot of things is not, you're not going, you do.
I want to be like granddad from the Boondocks. I want to be old and fit with the shits. You know what I'm saying?
Now I can get the shits, but it's got to be on my schedule, right? And my schedule changes. My schedule changes, but my thing is it changes. But a lot of people, the universe brings you there anyway, because you got to think about it. What you cared about now, what you don't care about now, you probably cared about 20 years ago. You're going to
it's so different.
Regardless. There's nothing
true.
There's nothing you can do about it. It's called life. Right? So
ain't it grand?
Yeah, it's grand. Shoot. Now you on the best thing
especially
ever.
If you stay out of the cult. Do not go into the cult. That is a trick level.
You know what's crazy? I don't know if you notice or how active you are on social media, but don't you see a lot of the same similarities in a lot of the social media goings on as like the cult? Like, isn't it kind of cultish? Like the whole social media thing? Do you see that or no?
I've been watching that breakdown for a while. Me and Fundi have talked about that. Like, meaning that's how I now really know. Like, I intellectually knew what a psyop was, but now I know what a psyop is because I've seen Dr. York in his altered states of being. He wasn't just one person the same way all the time. Nature Boy was acting. What Dr. York was doing is similar to what like me or other people do when we channel and we not ourselves. And if it wasn't that, then he was literally an MK Ultra person. And I'm leaning towards the latter because to be how I am is, and people like me, there is a certain amount of integrity that comes with it because if you let something in you, because usually what you let in kind of match you, kind of like how they show in movies like Venom, it has to be a symbiotic, energetic relationship. So if you
agree with that,
let something,
I ever messed with was nothing like me. But go ahead.
but frequency, I don't like the word frequency. That's not true. But yeah, so you can let so you let something evil in you, as they say, you're possessed with something evil. That means your baseline was already fucking evil, because I felt those types of thoughts come through my head that one could consider evil, and I let them keep going and did not act on them. It's a choice. It's an invitation.
That's what I was going to ask you. Did you know it was wrong when you were in it, or were you a true believer in whatever?
Remember,
I was a true believer.
She didn't go to the cult. Her mother took her young as a cult.
Yeah, but I believe by the time I was 13, I believed in it. Like when I was 16 and I lived on the land in Edenton, Georgia, where there's the massive starvation diet, and I thought all the carpet was red, but no, it's just the Georgia mud. And people from the city don't understand. You can't track that type of mud through the house because it covers everything red. And we're from the city. We're from New York. And we made this great migration to Edenton, Georgia, and it's nothing but red dirt. And we built a whole Egyptian Disney Wonderland, and that's where I'm living at after that car wreck, mind you. So my mind is nice and soft. You feel me? I've been banged around, almost got propelled out the windshield, all kind of crazy shit. So I've been traumatized up real good. You know, I'm like real fat for a cult slaughtering as a 16-year-old, 15-year-old, 15. So that was when I was asked to come to Kadesh, as we called it. And my mother's telling me on the way to Kadesh, if Dr. York tries to fuck you, whether you're going to do it or not, call me.
Bang her.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, that was her specific words.
I know. But you too, stop being so.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I do apologize for that.
I'm sorry not to cut you off. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
We can't slide past that. So basically, your mother knew that it was a good likelihood that Dr. York would force himself on you.
Rape me. Correct. And she had also made the statement many times before in jest, they've been asking for you, girl, because you know you came in on your cycle, so they've been asking for you. But I just tell them no. I take
it your stepfather knew also then, right?
Yes, because his family members had been a victim, like I said, of Dr. York's proclivities before his son.
If this is too personal, please don't. You don't have to answer.
No, I know how to talk to give the facts without telling anyone's business. I'm grown and I'm gonna say the truth.
Okay, so part of also what I know about Dr. York's cult is he would take the men's wives when they came. Did you experience that?
Okay. I witnessed it. Right. I knew about it.
We can move forward then. That's just
there we go.
And then you gotta remember, Cap, even though the mother knows about it, they're separated from their kids.
I get it.
It's part of the tradition because like we had a green room that was adjacent. If you're a Muslim, the green room is where the married people can go to have their their time, because just like the kids and the mothers on schedule, so is the husbands and the wives, right? So the master teacher would know when it's your time to be with your wife, but everyone knew when your wife's time was with the master teacher because he had his own room, and then there was the green room. And what was said was, whose wives were in there with the master teacher, because Muslim culture is to take your shoes off before you go into a room. People start to know you by your sandals and your shoes. So we see Dr. York's shoes out here, as it's been said, and we see so-and-so brothers' wives' shoes and sandals. And I just want a few pairs of shoes out here, and ain't that sister so and so shoes, and she married the brother da da da. You feel me? So it's like they knew you, and for those folks in that 70s, 80s era before I come in, they know you by your shoes. Is what I've heard through hearsay, allegedly.
That would be true. If I see you wearing them all the time and they on the floor, but then they
because that's your only as a Muslim person,
right.
That's your individuality because you all wearing the same garb. So your individuality comes out with maybe your earring, maybe how you put your eyeliner on, because all we can see is your eyes. This is during the face veil time. So how you individuate is going to be them sandals, them little flip flops that you bought on Knickerbocker Avenue.
Real quick, another question. When you were, I know you said you were abandoned in a foreign country at 4 years old. Who became your guardian at that point? Or who were you living with?
My father.
Okay. Your biological father.
My biological father in Trinidad.
Okay.
But he was on drugs, so.
Hey, Foodie. No, well, you know what? My dad was an addict. It was weed and alcohol and sadness. And he had a nice, he had like the best fuckboy, he had the best slacker job you could ask for. My dad worked for the president of Trinidad at the time, and he was what we call the scout master. So what the scout master gets to do is live in one of the president's houses, in his own quarters, of course. And this house has an adjacent building, which is where all the uniforms, all the military stuff is at, artilleries, and he has a staff that he runs. And twice a year, that space is filled with all the Boy Scouts of Trinidad, all the militia armies, and they come, they get new uniforms, they get new artillery, they have a party, they make foods, but for the rest of the time, maybe the president visits a few times a year quietly in the morning, but generally speaking, I was in a mansion with sprawling grounds next to a ravine, I was in the tropics in a beautiful place. I was living good. I was not in the hood. My dad took very good care of us, as good as he could. He had a wife. She's a little mean, but I'm older now, so I get it. My dad is about 10 or 12 years older than my mom. So my mom had me when I was 16, and I'm not her first child.
When she was 16.
Right.
Yeah. So he didn't know anything about the code. He had no parts of that, right? Your biological.
No, not at all. Because by the time I come back to the States at 7 years old, I don't never see him again. And he knows we went into a situation because we spoke about it. But, you know, a man is a man is a man. He didn't understand why we was even in this United States. He's like, our families combined have land and have property and we are people. You're on your mother's side and my side. We are people here. Why are y'all over there? And we was over here because my mother wants to be with her mother. And it's just that simple.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Do you ever feel that once he found out that y'all was there and just the point of knowing this is a cult, do you feel any resentment towards him because he never came for you?
My father? Maybe as an adult in an intellectual way, like, hey, you know what? You deserve to get some of this that mom's getting. But then after I think about it, it's like he made it clear. He made his stance clear. He didn't know my mother was gonna do that. He's like, I'm trying to be with you. You talking about you trying to be over there now. You didn't have the baby. So he's like, I don't.
Yeah, but the thing is, once it doesn't, however how that happened, the point is he know you're in danger. So
he would not have known that. My mother was not that kind of woman that let off those type of sounds.
So he never knew y'all was on a compound. He didn't know y'all was with Dr. Yo. He didn't
even if he knew all of that, my mother again is like a velvet. So she's a child of
he was
grooming, and that's our culture. Trinidad is big on rape. Think about my dad is 10 years old, 12 years older than my mom at 16, having a whole baby, and no one feels this is weird.
Nah,
it's the culture.
Right.
So it's like a bunch of ignorance that lay with some other ignorance and then made my smart self. So what I'm supposed to do? These people stupid.
Yeah,
that's how I really. Even as a young child, I kind of expressed that a few times. Like, my mom said that you would say this. Why are you guys not thinking? Like, so I don't know. I
Yeah,
do know. I
even
mean, I
not
say I
being
don't
in
know.
the
I
cult.
do know. I never. My dad. I didn't resent him because I intellectually understood and respected his position as me, who I was born in Trinidad. So I'm like, that's home. Why we not gonna be home? Well, we got shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, we got stuff.
Right.
So I
Right.
did. And then with my mother, the example, the lesser, more evil, whatever. Again, like you say, I'm in a cult. This man's doing cocaine. Y'all arguing in my bedroom before we go in the cult. He's bringing women through the house. Y'all be fighting and stuff. You threw his TV down on the floor, mommy. Like, you know what
Yeah,
I'm
because
saying? Like, it's
cause
just
y'all not his kids, so why respect you? But it did,
right.
it was the same way for his kids too, because at that point you're in a cult, so they think the man is God, and the man comes first, and it's whatever the man say, and the woman has to follow. So
Well, and
Well,
it's
you
crazy
know what?
because
I
that's what.
wish it was like that, because that's not how it was. The cult is like how nature was. Dr. York is the God. Ain't no man. You don't even, your man ain't your man. Dr. York is the man. So Dr. York was my mother. I literally wrote him a letter one time that said, "You're my mother, you're my father, Dr. Rabboni. I love you." And I saw, that I can come and I had sent several, at least 5 letters to him as a preteen, adolescent child, begging to come live with him because I'm being programmed. It's like heaven. We're Muslims. We chant. We wear beautiful clothing. We're starving, but that's not the point. We have religious ecstasy, which if you know anything about like meditating, to get to that type of high and a spiritual high at that young age. Oh man, and it's it's not motivated by no drugs. It's not motivated by anything but like literally they have to keep us busy. So they keep us busy with stuff like chanting Allah's the 100 names of Allah, the raka'ahs, or learning the adhan, and so you as a girl, not the boys now. The boys, some boys participated in these types of studies, but mostly the girls, we were like a little army of like knowledge because this is what we did. So I was like basically a nun. I was trained to be like a nun / wife my whole formative years. And it was fun.
How
I
much?
enjoyed it.
How much of the teachings do you still hold on to?
Well, we went through so many schools of thought. So I just kept doing that in life without whether I knew I was going to or not. I was a devout Christian, left the cult, not doing none of that cult stuff, trying not to be a lesbian, being married, and I'm a Christian. And my husband keep whooping on me, and I'm like, wow, this is wrong. But maybe because I'm a real good Christian, because I love the Lord, and the devil be trying to mess with people when you be a real good Christian. So me with my scientific warrior, smart, loving God mind, I was like, God, I'm finna go find this motherfucker. I'm finna go find this devil, and we finna have a reckoning. And so in my mind, I was infiltrating Satanism so I could figure out why the devil was messing with me and making my husband whoop on me. And then I got there, and one of the commandments say people can't hit you. And I was like, wait, what?
told you people don't read that Bible. But go ahead. I told you people
now.
I told you people don't read it. But go ahead.
What? And we don't hurt it. And then you could tell somebody to leave you alone, but if they don't, you can do what you need to do about it. But in the Bible, they say turn the other cheek. I don't know. I lost my breath. Even when I think about it now, I can't. I had a crisis. I was like, what? So I secretly kept studying. And then I learned that for every angel, there was a demon. And then there's this conversation. Something was happening in my mind. And I got myself out of that situation a few years later. And I still kept my Christian ways, and I still kept the Satanism ways that mattered, and I found some Buddhism stuff, and then I found meditation, and that's just how it is for me, Spirit is multifaceted for me, even as an experience in its unfolding for me, and I'm here for it.
What kind of conversation you think you would have with the ladies in Carbonation if you were to ever like?
No, she did. She did.
Oh,
I did used to. At this point, talking to them is the same frequency, if you will, as talking to someone who I meet. And they're like, Dr. York never did any of that stuff. And I was like, oh, for real? What tabernacle were you a part of? They're like, well, I came in 2019 and I read some. You never even met the man. You don't even know what you. Okay, you're right. He ain't never did nothing. Okay, you have a good day now. That's how I at this point, Master Fundi Fee is the one who literally helps me with that type of personality with the whole Velvet, how strongly I was triggered by her behavior and her just aesthetic of beingness. And so now I know what to do with it. I was literally empathizing too much, as well as like, you know, just being too open with who I am and my own lessons with someone who don't even know me. We were not in the same cult. I had to get myself together.
Yep.
So now
Yeah.
as it comes to them, it is funny. And guess what? Y'all had said it was entertainment. So I'm gonna take y'all psyop selves as the psyop entertainment y'all are to know exactly what not to do in the world. Thank you very much.
I was talking about them.
Yeah, yeah. For other people who still, because I see me now in their comments.
Right,
I see me. Oh, you don't know about the heaven. Let go. It's about to be good. I'm enjoying it. I want to know where the girls are. That's my thing. Like, they're quiet in the ethos. Like, they just, like, what are the blind mice doing?
They at Cookie House. They back in Atlanta. They in Cookie House, and they got to go.
Have they not learned Atlanta is not a good place for them to be? That's probably on their Saturn line. Ooh, this about to get real juicy. Cookie gonna get hemmed up. Why Cookie acting like this? She is Cookie.
They ain't got nowhere else to go.
That's not her business. Well, maybe it is.
She making
I guess she can share the responsibility with them because that's how they go.
Some people want to save the world.
Save the world.
But you know, it's funny because most you think about how many women join cults, how many women are involved in cults.
Like church.
Right.
We fund it, ride it, make sure it get where it go, make sure the master teacher is fed, feet rubbed, funded.
That being said, it's strange to me because now it's like we have to take that whole portion of women that get involved, to get attached to those cults, and they basically ain't no good no more, even after they come out. Velvet is never gonna be any good for any normal person. Neither are any of them.
I really wish I had some Fundi wine right now. This is like a good Fundi wine moment. Like,
no, you get what I'm saying?
Hold on. Let me ask a question before I forget.
Okay.
Now, when Dr. York went down, was it only him?
Some other young ladies had gotten arrested, I think, with him. Some other women I had known in the situation. I don't remember if any men or males had any consequences like that.
Because I'm just saying that because with the predicament that Nature Boy is in, do you think it's a chance that some of the rest of them is going to get called in?
One could only hope and pray.
I'm surprised. I'm gonna have to research that. I think it was several of York's like top henchmen that got caught up with him. I don't remember their titles. They had all these weird ass.
In that regard, that is where the natural covering of your leader is a male. So it's like you learn to not see men in a bad light. So it's like when you said that, I had a vague memory, like, oh yeah, so and so's dad. Remember? And it's like, oh, but because there's a part of my brain that still upholds that person. I can almost see their faces, but you're right. It's almost like, that's interesting.
Like you're 42. It's a gang of women that have never been in a cult that are 42, but have your same experience. They have never had a man one time in their life show up for them, and so they look at you.
I mean, I have had many men show up for me. So naturally in relationship space, I attract providers. I ain't never been. Energetically, they just don't keep up with me, but I don't attract dusties in the form of wallets.
No.
While I've not had romantic protection, I have had uncle, daddy, and
that's what I'm talking about. Like
masculine woman protection. Masculine energy has protected me in very numerous ways. I've been thoroughly protected by masculine and feminine energy my whole life, just not from the people or the beings. In spaces that I thought it was.
That's what I was saying earlier, right? Like you've never felt protected. Okay, cool.
Oh no, yeah, I felt protected even in the middle of feeling very unprotected, if that makes sense. Like just stay like being in a very unsafe position or circumstance, but knowing how to get through it instinctively my whole life. So when I do my self-reflection, it's like when I'm a Christian, I start just crying and shouting and moving around the room because I understand gratitude and having a covering that I didn't see, expect, nor even ask for, but it's been there the whole time even if it was just the last hour, last moment. As a Muslim, I'm very aware that my Creator is with me at all times and has never moved from my side in any which, like, you get what I'm saying? So I've kept these, I have that with me naturally occurring, and then that was fortified in these schools of thought. And when I reflect, I can't, that's why I am writing the book, because it seems a little fantastical. So I try to just talk about it, chill, like, you know, because it's a little fantastical. I'm not gonna hold you.
Where would you say you at right now as far as that coming out on the other side?
Wait, Cap. You gotta ask her how long she's been gone first. So I don't know how many years she's been out. And then you got to ask her.
I made the choice to leave and be out when I had made that phone call to the po-po and was like, I got the information. I'm finna tell it. And that was at 17, 18 years old. I had my first child already from a man who looked just like Solar. I was a Janae. And yeah.
So it's been 20-something years, basically.
Yeah.
But she
I'm
said,
42 now,
when she kept calling the jail, to tell, they tell her stop calling.
They told me to stop, and I couldn't. I had to sit with that for years. I didn't even I just sat with that awareness, like these people. Meaning, so could you imagine being in a cult and the cult leader tells you the government's in this person's pocket and we can do this and then you call the jail people that's supposed to be for the public to protect you, and they say stop calling. Now you're sitting there in a conundrum in your mind because you're like, well, is Dr. York even in jail? Because that's what he said was going to happen. Like,
there are rumors he's not in jail.
You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't put it past that. I could believe that.
There are rumors that he's not really in jail.
He could have already passed. I've heard that rumor too, that he's already passed on. Meaning, to be honest, based on how my life has gone in this fantastical, way beyond what people consider the norms, I would not be shocked at all. Like I would not be shocked. I've seen and heard some things, brother.
What do you think? What's your opinion on Prince York?
That was my next question. Go ahead. That was my next question.
You know we read each other's mind.
Get out my head. I can't stand your ass.
I'm up here, Anime.
Literally, I'm trying to think about it, and my brain keeps showing me that that frog from the WB. Hello, my baby. Hello. Wow. That's what we're looking at. That level of reptile brain mind. I don't know why people are bothered. He liked to dance and sing in flashy clothes. His beard is his calling mark to let the women know he got the fake wisdoms. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta accept a thing for what it is. Reptilian brain, certainly. It's like a frog. It's like hello, my baby. Hello, mother. That's all I see when he's. You know, he's entertaining. He is entertaining.
Now, what about this alien crap?
What about it?
Didn't he say he was an alien?
We all are, or some of us. I am out.
Listen, I was,
and
I'm
an alien twice.
I was conceived. My mama and papa had sex here. I was conceived here. I don't know.
I was not conceived here. I was conceived in Trinidad, so I'm an alien that way.
Well, all right then. But I'm talking about extraterrestrial, like out of Earth, like he said. He was born here, and I'm like, I don't know about all that.
That's not my business. He could very well. I've met people that say that all the time, and I'd be like, okay, you know, I be saying that sometimes. It is what it is. Like, that's cool. That's probably why your beard like that. It makes sense.
Hey, what's your biggest like you going through therapy? So
my bad. He wear those hats too. No telling what's up under those hats. There's no telling what kind of like Klingon forehead. Like, hey, we don't know. I just said, okay.
Hey, so what's your biggest hurdle though right now? Like I'm sure it's like layers and layers of things that you've had to like process.
Well, damn, Kev.
Well, you know how I do it up. You already know.
I mean, we adults, so yeah, life be life then.
Nah,
put it on me like that, Ricky Bobby. Chill. Life is good. I'm going through a huge transition now. I'm supported, lovely. I I have some challenges, but usually when I have challenges that are of the material sort, it's kind of like an opportunity to watch a miracle pop up. So I'm in like receiving mode and I'm really flowing with everything. And I'm doing my best to not overthink and again ask for help should my emotions feel a little glitchy, like, oh my God, I can't do this shit. I know I have support. I'm very well supported and loved.
Okay. Yeah, just personally, like we all, because you can have 10 people that were in the cult the same amount of time, and they're all gonna have different
True.
things that they're gonna deal with, different issues that are gonna, be more prevalent in each one of them. So that's good that at least, whatever you're at a place where it's not hindering you. You don't feel like, oh man, my life's been destroyed because of this. Because a lot of times, you'll find people, it's hard for them to let go. Like when you look at the Carbonation members, for instance.
But but she's 20 year removed.
But that's what you just said it right there, Kev. You just said it. You have to let go. I don't think I ever felt that way about the cult, like their cult ruined me. It was more so like, again, how do I know how to build a fishing rod, identify every fish in the ocean from a mile the frig away, but I cannot fish? What is this type of mental shenanigans? So for me, it was the word that comes up, it was an opportunity. It was like, it was part of this internal conversation I was already having. So I just kept having it. And so I never resented I was angry at Dr. York because at one point in time, I believed in righteousness as it is taught to us. So I just couldn't believe how this person could just tell a lie, get the monies, hurt the peoples, get more monies, tell more lies. It just seemed like they shouldn't be alive. I've always been a fan of gods that smite. So that just tickled all the Christian and Allah in me, like, why he ain't dead? Unalived, excuse me. He should be unalived. And I couldn't understand that part. And then I understood in reflection, the first time I remembered like seeing him being carried by his guards, and he was talking like a little baby boy, like, and he saw me. He was after I had my daughter. He said, "Oh my God, look at you, you're a fatty."
Oh wow.
He literally said that to me while barely able to walk, while they're carrying him, and all I saw was a child, to the point where I didn't register it. Like
Nature Boy be baby talking.
It wasn't drunk. Yeah, it wasn't drunkenness. It wasn't toxic. It was like a child, like how you have to. They weren't shooing him along like his legs didn't work. It's almost like his legs were shorter. He was already a short man, but they was like how a daddy handles this, like bring yourself on, son. They was handling him like that with this type of authority that we never saw the master teacher get. Nobody handles him. Nobody touches him like that. Nobody walk up on him and grab him by his forearm in such a way.
We saw it with Nature Boy, same thing. Yeah, they're different, and that's amazing that you got to actually see that, so that because that gave you a visual, so that demystified the deity that he was looked at in your eyes, because that just shows.
I saw him. He wanted it to be demystified to have access to me on site. When I got to Kadesh in Edenton, Georgia, I was very much like, Rabboni, almost on my knees to prostrate to him. And he said, just call me Dr. York. And he just like James Brown me, like kind of like waved me off and pulled me in with his hand at the same time, like, stop that, Dr. York. He said, on the hill, just call me Dr. York. No, don't do that. Don't do that. So meaning like right then and there, that whatever that religious high you came in here on, lose that immediately.
How did you?
And that was the order of the day.
How'd you maintain your mental health through all of that? Like just the whole, because for most people, they can't even conceive being or thinking or believing something their whole life, basically. And then one day realizing that the person and the things that they believed in weren't necessarily true or righteous. And so how did you, like, mental health wise, like, was that, what was that like just processing everything, trying to say, okay, I got to start my life, not necessarily over, but my life has to go in a different trajectory from this point forward. How was that mentally on you?
again, it was never about the cult for me. When you say that, I think about my mother. That's what I had to come to grips with. The person that I expected to help me know how to choose and create provision and protection did what would look like to most the complete opposite of that. To almost like put me in harm's way and then say, like, let's see if you'll not get run over by this truck. You know, that kind of thing. So that was hard. It took me to almost 40. I'll be very honest with you. We had a conversation when I turned 40, and that's what made me go no contact, because it dawned on me like, okay, so if we animals, I got the animal mama that like shit you out, but she keep walking.
Wow.
Okay. And I was able to get up and keep walking. But I'm not that kind of mama animal. Okay. I'm not even an animal. I'm not even, I have whoa, my own ego kicked in when I had to process it. So I hope most women can experience what I experienced at 40. 40 is like, took me back to being like 17. It like, it did something to bring me back, but keep me present at the same time. And it's like, people say, oh, youth is wasted on the young. I'm like, I have youth and I'm young. I don't know what other people are talking about. I feel great.
Right.
With all the stuff I got going on.
That's
so
dope.
That's dope. So I'm just like looking forward to it more, because it's only been 2 years since I went no contact, and 2 years since I've been able to like let a huge chunk of it go. So now it's like naturally like revealing itself where it's at in the nooks and the crannies and just falling away. And I'm here for it. I feel good.
That's
I be
what's up.
twerking and stuff.
How are you and your siblings?
So most of us don't talk on a very intimate level. Most of us talk when we talk, if we talk, on a like if you ever go to college with someone and like you really connect to them because you was in a dorm with them for like 4 years. So you know a lot about them, but not everything about them, and you do care for them and you like them. Love may be a strong word, but we use it because, you know, it's the polite thing to do. And so it's there.
No, I totally get it. I get what you're saying.
Because again, we all had the mother that shat us out and just left us. So we, you know how that go. If we should catch up with each other, hey, I see you over there. Maybe we in the same forest. We keep meeting each other in the mental space. But my mother also told us, like, I raised y'all to never have mutiny. So like I had sisters, but we were not allowed to share each other's lipsticks, clothes, sit on each other's beds. If you were, it was like jail. Like I don't even know it's like jail because people tell me how jail is. I'm like, that's how I grew up.
You can't sit on nobody else's rack. Y'all
you can't sit on nobody's bed. You talking for too long. Like, what y'all doing? And then we literally would have to like clean blinds with toothbrushes and things. And like we worked, like we did JTPA like in the summer here in Georgia. And I was like, oh, we get to work, go to school. Because I was one of them kids that because of home life, you know, holidays and being out of school was like, God dang,
you want to be
in the house with these people. Like,
right.
I got to prepare myself mentally. Let me ask for a lot of homework that I'm not going to do. Like, so yeah, it was kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? For me personally, I wanted to be in school, and so when we did JTPA, and I'll never forget that check was all of $214 in the summer of 1995, and we went to Walmart, and this is where I started learning who I was with my own money. I am Scrooge, meaning I was like, how many pair of pants you normally get me, mommy, for the year? And she's like, maybe 2 to 3. I go to JCPenney, but we're at Walmart. So I'm like, why are we not at JCPenney? If you go to JCPenney and them 3 pair of jeans last me almost all these years, I remember thinking that. I'm like, why are we at Walmart? But it's the first day of school, so I'm like, I see this outfit, it's like $7. I'm like, I can get this for first day of school. That's what really matters. And then after that, we could bum it out. That's what I literally thought. Like, I'm not gonna spend no more money. I'm gonna get the $7 outfit, stun on them on the first day, and get them out this education for the rest of the year because that's what we do.
Yeah.
So my mother literally tells me as I'm trying to formulate how much I'm gonna save, and I'm literally about to ask her about like a bank account or like where do I put the money I have left over, and she's like, you know what you're gonna get because I gotta make sure I get your brothers and sisters. Like, so basically, long story short, that money was used for my brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
I didn't feel bad about it. I didn't feel great, but
Right,
that's
right,
how
right.
it went. Your energy was used like so I was a parent financially and mentally and emotionally from the ages of 9 up. I was what's the word, parentified, whatever, starting
Wow.
at 9. So by that time we're in Augusta, Georgia with all those children. That time you'd be talking about that I'm referring to now, where I'm working, I'm in high school. And I never finished. When we moved to Augusta, Georgia, to give a reference of how cult people move in cliques, it was those 2 adults, the 10 kids, another family who was 2 parents, a teenage son, 2 small children, and we lived in a house in Augusta that was 4 bedrooms, 1 living room. You get what I'm saying? So that's we just recreated what we had in the house.
Right.
So the couple stayed together, but they figured it out. So basically, and then at one point in time, actually a few times when we lived in that specific house, other families came through as everyone's trying to migrate and figure it out. So at one point we had another family that had also about 7 kids and 2 adults, and we figured it out. So it wasn't unnatural to not be able to just walk into the kitchen and get a glass of water at night, because you'd be stepping over maybe 1 or 2 families that were in your home for however, maybe they was going to be there forever. Who knows? That's how it goes. We're cult people. It's us, like you said, community first. So yeah.
When you was your partner, was she familiar with like your whole lifestyle, like prior to you and y'all meeting? Or did you have to like explain?
One partner, and that would be my first child's father. As far as romantic, like a cult relationship that's romantic or intimate.
Afterwards.
Right, I'm giving a reference, so just so you know.
Okay.
But as far as the relationships that I've been in that these people have never experienced that way of living, it's like I may explain something if it comes up.
Yeah,
but to be honest, full disclosure to someone who has not even let me know you for 22 years and then we'll see how it get.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot.
I've learned how to value who I am because I don't perceive that something bad happened to me. Because I don't even perceive I haven't perceived things in good and bad since I entered the cult, and that first brainwashing occurred.
Yeah.
Morality was out considering how we know it in the regular world. I do not have a sense of morality like normal people at all.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Consider the norms. I do not have that.
Yeah, true. That's
I make decisions and choices, and I have integrity, and I'm decent, and I have great character, and I can brag about that.
That's what's up. Yeah, because that would be a lot to explain to somebody who didn't really know like all the nuances of just being in, getting out, the mindset, so that's cool that you because I see so many people like that went through similar experiences in different cults. Some of them was Nuwaubians as well, but they, it's just so individualized when it comes to people and how they handle.
Nuwaubians is our final form. Sorry, that's
right. The last version of whatever. Yeah. That's right.
It's our final form. We was heading to be Egyptian Christians. Like that's what it was, a golden era coming in.
I remember that whole Egyptian phase. Yeah, I remember that.
We were singing gospel music. We were starting, but it was an Egyptian and
full Egyptian guard. That was crazy. That was nuts.
It was wild. Gold, everything.
That was nuts. Yeah,
shit was funny. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
It's funny to me because it's the pageantry, it's ritual, it's black. It's how black people do. Even in the cold, we gonna shine on them.
That's how I knew York was a queen, because he was way too flamboyant. That Negro had more costumes than Elton John. That boy had capes. He had hats. He had
heels.
I was like, this dude is on one. This cat
color coordinated, baby. He was like Big Frida before Big Frida
started. Right. I was like, yo,
facts.
He's different.
Pyramid.
And see, my thought when I would see these cults, I never thought these people don't really believe this. They just like whatever it is that comes with it, the pageantry, the feeling of
did.
Yeah, you get what I'm
Do
saying?
you know how I felt, Kev, when we were told that the reptilian aliens that live in the suburbs and in the forest and sometimes in the sewers, when you eat a lot of meat or you eat meat, red meat
Wow.
specifically, that they smell you and they want to consume you, and that's why people be getting snatched up. And then
Wow.
also they don't like fish, so if you eat fish, they're not gonna mess with you because they don't like the smell of fish in your blood. So we at the Shoney's restaurant in Edenton, Georgia, and I'm only at this restaurant with Dr. York because my mom's high up on the totem pole, and I'm a little fat little kid. I'm like, I'm definitely going to Shoney's. I'm trying to get some of this bacon for real. But me and bacon got a thing. I don't care what nobody's
That's
saying.
crazy.
So I'm the one
And
Muslim, you
Shoney's
know,
is
gonna eat
mad
that
throwback.
bacon. Yo,
Yeah,
so we
Shoney's.
in Shoney's, and it's cult people ordering at the restaurant, and if you ever see that, it's the funniest thing. I have a whole skit that I'm writing on it. And so basically you have to figure out what has no butter, what has no salt. What the master teacher is also present. So you have the ego thing of I got to be the healthiest, most spiritualist, best choice. So you get a lot of range of like mashed potatoes with no butter or milk. Broccoli is a popular choice. The steamed
Right.
broccoli has been winning with cults and restaurants for
Yeah.
eons. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
Bread. Big people always gonna just get some bread and call it a day. That's their time to eat a bunch of bread.
That's
Can't
mad
even look
funny.
in. So
That's
I'm trying to
true.
figure it out too. What we're gonna get. My mom is upper echelon elite people, so she's like, let me get some fish, and with her West Indian self. So I'm like, but
Right.
then Dr. York just ordered some ribs and a steak.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
fat self is like, hold up. I thought the wait, hold up. He
Yeah.
didn't just get steak, mommy. And I said to him, Umi, Doctor, and the way she like nudged me with the violence that a mother could nudge you without touching you, like her body shifted, but I felt it in my soul. Like, bitch, shut
Right.
up. Don't say nothing else.
Shut up.
Right now.
Yeah,
You
right
talk
now.
too much.
Right.
So I got me some broccoli and called it a day. But I never forget that. Like,
That's
he
hilarious.
got not only steak, but ribs. Ribs
That's
are
hilarious.
pork.
That's hilarious, y'all.
Talk
That's-
about mind screw. And so what I felt with my ego, I was like, well, I do be eating bacon and burgers still too. So maybe me and Dr. York, he just get it. Maybe that's why maybe we got something in us with the aliens. It still ain't gonna mess with us. So I just put
Right,
myself on his level
because it's
I eat bacon.
It's being in his proximity. That's what a lot of people. That's a lot of their
Right.
motivation and drive. The closer you are to him, they feel.
He was a Negro, like the kind with a
But-
K-Neegrow. His growth did not go past his knees. No, he just small.
Wow.
Small-minded, and that's why he was picked to do what he did, since he was small-minded. For all that, he still didn't have vision. I think the irony is like it's top notch, like chef's kiss.
Yeah. The irony is unbelievable, and that's the thing about cults. If you look just from an outside perspective for 2 minutes, the irony itself would open your eyes because. And I tell people this all the time. We've been doing this since the beginning of time, right? There's not been one leader who has led us wherever we need to go spiritually. It is such a personalized thing. Like no man has the answers. I don't care what he's read.
Pyramid.
It's
Sorry.
I mean, no, look,
But for
I mean,
real. Like that's.
I'm just going by. I'm just going by strictly facts. There is no man.
That's
there's
beyond
no
facts.
man.
That's called actuals. You got actuals, then you got factuals, and then you got fractals. That's an
Yeah.
actual. That's an actual. That's an is. That can't nobody do it for you or show you how to do it for yourself or in yourself rather.
There's no way. If
not
because
possible.
if that was possible, we wouldn't have a soul and a spirit. Your mind wouldn't have told you certain things to draw you away from that. It was drawing you away from that so you could draw yourself closer back to you because only you have the answer.
Boy, you just said
That's it.
we about to go to church because that's Christian principle where how the Father and the Son is one, meaning it really is no outer. It's all just you. Your
Thank
brother's
you.
you. You're you. We're you.
Thank
I'm you. Me. Like, come on. It's just one thought having a lot of thinks. One
That's
thought
it.
having a lot of thinks. That's it.
There can be no higher you outside of you. How is that possible? How is that
I just
possible?
love how the closer you get to like I think I was telling Thuni this stuff. Like, the closer you get to source and you be vibing, like the more poetic or silly the language gets, or intense, colorful.
right,
Like
right.
it's like even with language, the way it shows up for us is multifaceted, individualized. We all become hobbits apparently, or any wizard, or apparently Solar is somebody from an anime. We all have our avatar.
Yeah.
So I'm learning to love it here, because I too felt very alien at one time, and felt very much like I was longing for a place that I did not have access to.
Right.
And that place was always in me. It's like the Wiz now, or Lena Horne now. It's like
you did. And I love the fact that you gravitated over here, because it's like, people.
I've been. I literally took a person. I literally think Suge said something about Veil, big head self, and I was like, I don't know why they say these things about her.
No, but people didn't understand.
And Suge is one of the most sweetest people. So that shows you it was a trigger that needed to be triggered.
Yeah.
It gets us here.
Yeah, it gets us here. That's the important thing.
Right, because I try to tell people I don't have no feelings in I'm trying to educate the people, because this is not an ongoing thing, because the culture is going to be popping out of nowhere, and then it's the form of an abuse. So an abuser,
and they're getting sicker because they want funding. People want funding, so they're willing to take the bar higher, because it's a hustle. Meaning, I could get I can get the alphabet people involved. Oh, okay.
And the wilder the content is,
or a private sector person with a lot of money who just feels like, they're just home in their estate watching me. They're like, I'm gonna give you money. I want to see you do it, and they're literally giving you money.
You just tapped into something. I was just getting ready to.
Well, let me ask him. Do you think that any of them will ever be able to work a regular job?
Well, define regular.
I mean, 9 to 5.
Because now you can work on the phone.
No, 9 to 5.
That'd be out for a lot of us. That'd be so out for a lot of us. The ones who can do it were either not born in it, or they have a background in the military or something like that. Once you born in it, whoever was the youngest in there and stayed the longest, they probably not going to be able to do that.
Yep. That's what I said, because at some point you get so trained. Even the
ones who came in older, they left. Yeah, those people, I don't even know their names, because they were kind of older when they went in, saw how it went, got on. But these young people who was there and then stayed, welcome. Now, so what do you think about the carbon nothings? Do you think they'll ever be able to work?
I told you they ain't no good to nobody. They're never be no good to nobody.
But let her explain why. So let her give us a
wait. Say the question for me again, Sugar.
The carbon nothings.
When you say that, it's
so
the montage of visuals. I guess
everybody says that when I say the.
That's the new
it's like I think about it's like the ingredients is Claudine, that movie, and then like homeless women, and then like I don't know, like the Supremes, like that image we have of the entertainment industry where it's all this glitz and glamour behind people getting like groped, and it's not, the money ain't right, it's like all that glitter and gold type stuff. But in the meantime, these were just young people who was trying to do something for themselves, even though they might have had some challenges. They thought I thought it was a good idea on site. I was like, I could do this. I could figure it out.
Yeah.
And then I saw the leaves on the boobies, and I said, oh no, I ain't gonna be able to figure that out. They ain't finna do that.
But they can paint a pretty picture, can't they? They just don't tell you.
It'd be so cute at first. It'd be so cute.
Well, we're outside. They got on all these fly little clothes, and they're
traveling. They're like in Costa Ricas and stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
And then I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little bit of the pervert. I'm a little bit okay. I'm unhinged, and I be owning my immoralities. So personally, I do be like, why we not all having a nice time together? If you know what I mean. I don't see why we got to hide it. So when I saw it happening, but they acting like it's not happening, and then they shaming people, so I was like, oh, that's abuse. Did that openness come from hardcore stuff?
Did that openness come from being in your group, like like you said, being sexually open like that?
I think that openness, when you say that, I think of Trinidad. I see my father running on what we would call concrete, but it's naturally occurring concrete because the ravine is shallow with the water, and he is chasing a very large iguana. And he is smoking, and his Rastafari friend, he catches it. He loses it first because the tail come off. It's real big, but he catches it. And I think of Trinidad. I think of hurricanes, and my father have us outside yelling at storms, about to die and be taken with the winds. But for me, it's enjoyable. My brother Daniel is thoroughly not with it. He is upset. He's upset a lot in his youth. He cries about a lot of things.
So,
I'm a little more hardcore.
So with the aftermath.
So I think that's where my openness comes from. That kind of openness in nature, like Blue Lagoon type, coming to be. I mean, I was a little baby, 4, 5, 6, 7 in Trinidad, hanging out with sundresses on with no panties on as a little girl.
I was
booty
down
bare.
there too. I ain't do none of that.
You get what I'm saying? Like just being in nature as a young person, but no one was not touching me. No one was not looking at me.
I just don't like nature like that. I was in it, but everybody's different.
Girl, I be in it.
No, it's true because
everything.
I don't
like Snow White, Cinderella,
like
you name it.
I don't like the beach. I don't like
what?
People gonna go.
No, that's true.
That's okay though. That's okay. I ain't gonna judge you. I'm trying not to judge.
No, but I'm born in it too. I just don't like. I like to walk on the sand.
Oh, trying not to judge Sugar right now.
Listen, I am me. And you, what you?
I know you don't care. I know you don't care.
But my thing is, from what you see of them doing now, is that normal, or is they?
Yeah,
like a lot
that
of
is normal.
Scam and all.
Denial, scamming, having babies, getting STDs, being jealous of everybody because you really just want to live regular, but you can't, and so you hate other people who can. You're in now, and you cannot direct your anger at your master teacher yet. That's a process for people who are lifers, who never denounced it, or never saw behind the veil. I kept seeing behind the veil whether I wanted to or not. Like this is a man person.
Yeah.
He is a auntie. Oh, he got boobies too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's exactly what Cam has said. That's why I was laughing so hard. I'm like, oh my god, he is Frida.
Yeah, people. I mean,
he's a strong auntie.
So
yeah, but
what would be the next step for that? What you see them doing now? Would you think they're going to stay like? I mean, they're not. Life is going to change them regardless.
Slow unalivement of all their centers and just kind of being a regular person. Little do they know that they are actually a regular person. They fulfill their place within the matrix. The stake may not be real for them, but the fact that there's a stake is enough.
Yeah. And another thing that I noticed with a lot of the cult leaders, especially the ones that gravitate toward saying, "Oh, we need to go back to the tropics," and a lot of reason for that is because, like the sister was just explaining, coming from Barbados as a youngster, and not to be too graphic, but we didn't wear underwear a lot there. We
had worms and stuff. It was a problem.
I'm the only person who go on vacation.
We try not to glamorize it for the people who go that way. Like
person that
it come with worms, believe that.
Go to the island and come home with no tan. All right.
Yeah, no, but that was.
I bet you eat good. I bet you get first dibs on all the good food because you probably inside where the food is at.
You got that right.
That was normal. That was normal culture. That was.
Yeah, it was.
Especially like I said, where I'm from, so I can imagine, throughout the Caribbean, throughout the West Indies. But that being said, so when we came to the States, the adults had to warn the children, like, listen, it's adults that will try to touch you. So because that didn't happen. But that didn't happen in our village. That just did not happen. So it was like, and a lot of these cult leaders understand like the culture in which a lot of these people that they recruit come from. And so a lot of things that would not be sexually permissive here in the States, it's more.
I'm listening to you, Kev.
Yeah, go ahead, sis. But yeah, I was just emphasizing that point you was making because they prey on that fact. And that's just something that a lot of people like kind of overlook. but that's kind of how they tie into, you know, the whole being in the tropics and yada yada yada, because they understand that Caribbean people are more culturally, they're it's a more sexually open environment.
Because
and so
SA is overwrought in my family.
Golden.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I didn't experience that.
yeah, facts. And you know, and when he's cold, when
I
he's
don't know
cold,
if I'm breaking up or Kev breaking up.
oh, that's my bad. I'm leaning in and out. You know, psychologically, I'm looking at these women and I'm thinking to myself,
Is that you, Kev?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
you know, they have children, and the ones that have children, you know, I'm concerned with them because
I don't know, because tell your children the truth. And see, my mother told me the truth about sexualities as far as like a clinical thing, like this is the parts, this is what they do. But to say I was warned about things, like it was like I was literally told, don't do that, don't have X because it's 3 minutes, it's not worth it. That's why I was told why I should not.
I was swallowing rice and trying to kill me on the damn thing. That's
what my mom had a way of saying really profoundly horrible things. Matter of factly.
I'm munching. She almost made me choke. Damn it.
She just had her way of meaning. My mom from, and she wouldn't like that I said this, but it's the truth, based on the age she had me and that I was not the first pregnancy. The truth is, just on stories she's told me, she's coming up in an environment where young girls are at the mercy of older males.
Yeah.
And from what I'm deducing from my own personal opinion, is that my mother thrived in the environment, if you get what I'm saying. She did not falter. She enjoyed and participated in a way that made her feel empowered to where we talk about it now. She will tell you, I have never been a victim.
And I was getting ready to say that.
No,
that's
but
that's what Natiri suffers from a lot, in my opinion.
No, but if you think about it, just because you're.
But I'm not a whore. Some of us are not built to be concubines. It is what it is, sis.
That is so, but
everybody ain't a concubine.
Man, I'm one and done. You bought no. But my thing is, I know, right? I just got strict rules for everything, right? That's why they couldn't have me. I remember the Jehovah's Witness at me, and I was a little girl, and they were like, "You ask so many questions, I ain't never seen them again." Right? Never. No, but I'm saying though, I'm saying your mother may think that way because she's sexually active, but the grown men still took advantage. Yeah, because she's sexually active.
Of course.
No. But in all reality,
but isn't that the nature of humans to take advantage where they can? I'm not mad about it. That's her journey. She's gonna have to come. I was taking a man.
Is she still a follower? Is she still does she still follow?
To me,
get out my head.
She didn't really denounce it. You know, it's just I put her on the spot. Again, I'm that person in the family is asking certain questions. Yeah. So I can't say, yeah, she was like, yeah, that was bad. Now, when we talk about it now, it's like, it's one of those things like, okay, so our family don't come from that. This oldest daughter goes and makes this choice because of how things are. Everyone's kind of respect the choice. They don't agree with it, but they respect it. Right. So by now the time she's out of it, it's like, and it's proof that, yeah, it is what we said it was going to be. Yeah. And now it's like, so now it's safe for everyone, including her and them, to be like, yeah, that was just bad. You know, it was so bad. And they're like, yeah, it was bad. Yeah. Bunch of flying monkeys and narcissistic behaviors going around. Yeah. So you just kind of like look at it and be like, okay, so now it's bad. You're right. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
Do you talk to
horrible times?
Do you help or talk to, like, you know, other, you know, women that have left, or, you know, people that were in with you that maybe, you know, transitioning, coming out?
I have one of my best friends. Yeah, my best friend, who's like my oldest friend. I still contact her. We was just talking. I told Sugar I would send her the picture. I don't mind sharing it. Fundi's seen it. That I sent her with
Somebody drop my
10-year-old,
email.
11, 12-year-old me, and Dr. York is also part of the picture montage, and
Yeah.
it was during the days where he had his finger
I
wave,
gotta
his
get my
thin
pictures.
eyebrows.
Because
He was singing.
Yeah.
He was singing, and he had really
That's
good
when he was
music.
singing.
That's another thing. His music was fire.
He
Like
made
it
some,
didn't matter if we,
come on, drop my
boy, fire
made
music.
some
It didn't matter
music.
if he was Muslim,
He
secular.
made a
Yo.
bunch of
He
music.
was a
He made
musician.
a
He was
bunch
a
of music.
musician, just like Nature
Yeah.
Boy is an actor,
Yeah.
entertainer.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that for a while, but
absolutely.
yeah, York made a bunch of music. He was, yeah, that's crazy.
Man, My Life is a Dream. That's still bump to this day. I be listening to it sometimes, like, man, it's crazy. Like, I appreciate getting older for that I can listen to things in my childhood without associating it with like, because at
Right.
one point
Some
the
traumatic.
rage, it was
Yeah.
like, oh
Yeah.
my God, how could, and it's again, it still comes back to mom because she's the reason I'm going through this. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I can't think about. So in a way, it's almost like I feel like I have a YouTube channel and I am in the process of having content talking in depth about the
before I
experience.
forget, please, guys, please drop Oya's link because we're gonna go over there and bother her. and then
And you know, I have to.
and then I
That's
gotta
like
do
kind of accountability. Like you need to get this content out. Sis, what you doing? I'm kind of suffering from a little bit of perfectionism, and I'm trying. It's like I don't want to start where I'm at,
well,
but it's like
that's
now I
that's
really have no
that's your
choice.
Virgo,
So
so you ain't gonna stop that.
it's kind of happening.
That's
The
your
book
Virgo.
is the
That's your
book is
This is
definitely
unfolding naturally.
the book is necessary because
Ugh.
how many you know that
Oh, the book is definitely happening.
yeah, because they have I noticed like they have a bunch of support groups for ex-cult members, Caucasian cults, right? But how many black women do you see that have books out there about their experiences in the cult? So I think your book is going to be dope. Your stories are, I mean, the questions that we ask are just basic, but just what's going to come out of you naturally and what that's going to do for somebody else who's going through that it's going to be amazing. So like, yeah, keep us posted, man, because I would definitely.
Yeah, black cults have seasoning. You ain't lying about
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta have a little commercial here, right? Now we have a young man. He's 8 years old.
Yeah,
and he needs
me
your
drop
support.
down?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Because you're gonna have to subscribe too, right?
Okay.
But he's 8 years old, right? And we talk about supporting kids all the time. He don't need an art supply, no nothing. All he needs is you to look at it and view it. This kid is 8, right? Please, everybody, stop what you're doing. And Miss Leo, can you please drop that link again? But this is some of his work. Who has never been taught how to draw ever. You cannot learn this. He could just look at stuff and draw it.
Mm-hmm.
And he could draw anything.
Art is life.
So imagine if he's 8, he get that support, and he want us to go on a journey with him.
Absolutely.
And see how intricate he does this in like 10 to 15 minutes. He keep popping them up there. It don't pop no more. Okay, I can't catch up with the last one. But if people, he needs our support. Please support this young boy. Please look at all these things. Look at this intricate. Like how he's not taught how to do this. He's not taught how to make eyes. You know what I'm saying? He's not taught to do anime. This is called, and I didn't know that what it was called, but that's what they told me. So all these are anime creatures that he just happened to see on TV, and
I
he
can
draws
see it now. Wow.
And he makes these in 10,
That's
15
fire.
minutes. And this is from an 8-year-old.
Wow.
Who's
that pen?
Pencil. The only way he did this
Either way.
Only so anything you could tell him, you put in front of him and tell him to draw, is like that. So imagine, if he don't know, I mean, look at this perfect Pikachu. Somebody said just draw it. They showed him he draw it and gave it to him.
That
Right?
is fire.
Like look at this one right here.
These are the kind of kids we need to send to art school, to design school.
Right. So please stop what y'all doing and hit that subscribe. We're trying to get him to 50 subscribers. And on top of that, drop Oyas a link, Miss, because you the only
Is he on Instagram as well?
No, he just started this on my birthday, right? So
Okay.
but he just started doing the drawings.
Wow.
But these drawings is a day and a half worth of drawing, and he just keep popping them out. So like I said, we always talk about we want to support the kids. He ain't asking for no money, no coloring. All he wants y'all to do is look at his stuff. That's it.
Okay.
And then he's gonna have it to whereas, you know, if people leave a comment and if y'all want him to draw you something, if y'all want him to see it just to see if he could do it, he's gonna
Sugar,
take that
make
challenge.
sure his link is in your description as well, because
Miss Leo, I don't know how I done dropped it.
Miss Leo dropped it.
I done
that
effed
link in
up,
the-
and Miss Leo was like, "I like, thank you, Miss
Yeah,
Leo."
Miss Leo dropped it. She be on point. She dropped
Now,
it.
right. So that little boy would be my grandson, and my grandson is very talented. So
What's up, Martin Jackson? Long time, bro.
So-
How you doing?
So please support my
What's his
that's
ad?
my-
Shout out his ad.
I don't know none of that. He just started this because he likes what grandma. He likes what grandma do, right? The ninja.
You making me feel so cool right now, Sugar. You do not know old woman or old woman.
I know less than both
for
y'all.
real.
I know less than that.
He got more views than me. I'm like, hold up, little boy, you only did this 2 days ago. Hold up. Pass me a view. But my thing is
Because
that
art is life, yeah.
because he does this. That's what he does all day, every day. He just look at stuff and draws. So, you know, some kids lose it. Like back in the days, remember, Kev, when we was in school and they should do that all day instead of doing work, they should do it. And then they said, oh, they push the education or whatever. And then kids lose it.
Yeah. And luckily in our school, we had a curriculum where
That's fire.
some of the kids that were struggling academically, they didn't so much focus on that. Of course, they made sure they had the basics, but if they were good art students, they let them spend 2 or 3 hours during the day drawing. If someone, you know, was a good writer, they had them in creative writing. They would do poems. We would have, contests. We would, you know, so
but look at the age. So remember, he started doing this when he was like 6 or 7. So there is no program. So it should be, but there are no programs like that for them. So that's all natural. So imagine if, you know, I'm like, you can't, every time I turn around, it's bringing me like, to me, they scared the heck out of me. You don't see nothing nice out there. Everything look all dark and stuff. You can't find no nice thing, but then they
that's
said,
his world. But
no,
you know,
but people explained to me, they were like, no, that's anime. And I'm like, oh.
And when you see, and that's just a lesson for parents. When you see your kids, when you see your kids have a natural talent for
doing
something,
that demonic stuff, that devilishment.
Yeah, but I didn't realize these are characters from the show.
Yeah.
He can draw. He just
we
couldn't
owe
draw
to,
them.
yeah, we thought they was demons and monsters. These
so
these
I'm
cartoon
not
characters.
saying help him, donation. All we're saying is hit that subscribe button. And these are all shorts. So you can watch a short. A short is like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Watch the shorts and believe me, he could pump out a good 4 or 5 because he doesn't stop. So you're gonna keep seeing them. You know what I'm saying?
And that gives them encouragement. Just get subscribers. Like I said, pour into these kids. When you see
give
these
them some
kids,
more. Give them some more. Give them some more. I'm trying to get them to 100.
when these kids are really passionate about something and they see that they're supported, it's not always about money. That's gonna push them further. So just pour. When you see a kid, whatever talent it is, they don't have to rap. They don't have to play ball. If they draw, if they write, if they sing, if they write poetry, whatever it may be. If they do coding,
just encourage it. I tell parents, and just encourage it.
Yeah.
Except for football,
right?
Yeah, but you know what's
and boxing.
At his age, being that he could draw whatever he see, Do you know how many logos and stuff he can make for people at his age? How
Yeah.
many things he can do?
True, but I would say also though, what I had to learn as a child who had those prodigy type of skill sets, you gotta feel us out, because my uncle said to me one time after drawing a very real like landscape art thing. I'm an artist. My kid's an artist. Like I do this, and he was like, "Oh man, Stacy's a really good artist. She could like make some money." And the artist in me recoiled. Like, what the? Why would you say that? Like money. I'm an artist. I'm a little kid who's into my craft. So I always say with parents, if possible, let the child express that they want to make money from it before we
No, but I
give
never
them
mentioned
that.
the word money. I said
Good.
he can do, because that's keep him, oh wow, can you do this for me? Then that's going to keep him wanting to do it more. Like the more we watch it, oh wow, so now more people watching me, so let me do more. But they figure, well, nobody's watching, I'm not getting no support, then at least, and then he's making a portfolio. So let's say he wants to go to college or wherever, and he wants to go in the drawing. If he go back, like I was doing this, you know what I'm saying? So at least he's creating a portfolio also at the same time.
That would be
But
good. Are you gonna get him like a PO box? So like when he has these milestones of
I
say like
said-
100
I-
followers, we could get him like some books and stuff, some materials,
I said
so he
I'm the
can like have
grandma.
that foundation.
I said I'm the grandma, right?
So you know this person.
That's
You-
my that's
oh,
right. That's
goodness.
my
You got
grandson.
this.
I said,
Hey,
that's my
and
grandson.
I'm
a
thinking
lot
this
of-
is a random child off of YouTube.
No, I do that too. I support everybody who needs to be support. So I'm going to support him too, right? But I just
That's
I
your
just said-
grandbaby. You got your hand on him. You got this. Nana got it.
But my thing is, if I just hopefully you guys enjoy it, because it's the thing that to see the kid develop, and you're like, wow. Like I said, share it. So make sure y'all stop what y'all doing and hit that subscribe. And don't forget, when it comes down to oil, stop what you're doing. That's just a little break. Stop what y'all doing and drop a link. Hit the subscribe. What's up, Lady D?
Hey,
What's
Deanna.
up, baby?
Hey, and a lot of
Okay, let me
times
go
with
back to the
kids,
comments.
it's the
Deanna, hit that
exposure.
link. Go ahead, bro.
It's the exposure. Like when I was young, I had notebooks and notebooks of poetry. And just to make a long story short, an older guy heard and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna take you somewhere with me." So he took me to a spot called Black Moon in Brooklyn. I didn't know what it was. It was just a little smoky little lounge, but it was an open mic spot. And I had the opportunity to meet the last poets, and just meeting them, and I knew who they were. I was like, yo, so that inspired me to write, in which later on, I have a creative writing class, at my nonprofit, and it's a lot of kids that do spoken word. And so I was able to take them down to spots, and introduce them to new artists right now, like Black Ice and Emmanuel Stewart, and a lot of guys.
That's really what's up.
But you know what? That
Ed
brings me
Mabry,
to
guys
another-
yeah,
that
go ahead,
brings me
Sid.
to another question. When you was in the cult, was you guys to express stuff like that?
Express things like what?
Like if you did art, I mean, like anything.
art.
Can you hear me?
Anything like you desired to do
Oh.
that had nothing to do with that. Was y'all had to suppress it, or was y'all able to do it? Like, can y'all anything that would make you
Depending
Mhm.
depending on the ego. So I'm a natural performer, leader person. So that means like when you have too many of my type in any setting, you have to have something for us to do. So this is where you start to have now. I remember within the 2 years I moved in, and a few other people like us, meaning people who weren't born in, but we're just joining it. They started having things like Children's Day, which is like the equivalent of Christmas, but for Muslims. Now we all know if you're a Muslim, that is shenanigans.
Right, it's not a holiday. They don't
What are
believe
you talking about? Hey, Allah has never said there's a Children's Day.
Right.
What are you talking about? But that's what we're doing, because and then when you have these Children's Days, you can have like people singing and dancing, and that's where you put me and other kids like me up there to entertain everybody else, and that's as far as that goes. And we also had our own music band. So we had Al Banat, which we were Muslims. It was our own girl band, and they were Muslims, and they lived with Dr. York. They were like 12 to like 15. And we had meditation music. So if you you could sing when we had events, you could be singing and stuff. Like, you know, we did some cool things.
That's good.
I'm sorry.
But that was only a certain. Oh, Deanna, don't forget to click that link.
So he's a musician. So yes, art is important to him. So therefore, as long as we're not overshadowing him, there is a tolerance for it if it is beneficial to him.
Because if you remember,
Right.
Janae could draw too. She draws very good, and so could Velvet. So you know, they had pictures there, but it's like he let them do it like here and there. But it's like anything he knew they loved, he stopped it.
Because he wasn't that smart. That's why he grew up kind of playing with his boo-boo and stuff. So his jealousy, his ego couldn't take too much like excellence around him. That was you being smarter than him was a trigger of violent proportions. He couldn't deal with that.
That's typical cult members. This is a little bit off topic, but when you were living on property down in Georgia, what was the typical, like, what was your diet like? Like, what did you guys eat on a daily basis, just on an average day? Like, what was the
flour and water?
What?
And maybe you had so if you had potatoes, you knew to not throw away the skins because at some point they could become like skin fries.
Wow.
So when if there's grocery shopping that happens, of course, at some point you have like onions and like tomatoes and stuff, but not to last. So
I heard y'all ate once a day.
Nice things are gone. Yes.
Yeah, I heard y'all ate once a day. Wow.
No, but
if on the land. Now, if you was with Dr. York, you ate what he ate. So you
of course, but I mean,
but
you watching him eat.
She said in the beginning, like when they was kids, they had a thing where if you didn't learn how to speak this, you would not get. So what if you didn't learn within a week? That means you wouldn't have.
I wasn't allowed to eat. Yeah. Which for me wasn't that bad. So that's when I utilized my TIFL time. And that's why I was kind of a problem kid in the community. Because again, I wasn't born in it and I could read real good and comprehend stuff. So I was like, I've been reading since I was 3 years old. So I was just like, well, I cannot learn a new language in this amount of time. And it's just oatmeal for breakfast, a big chunk of some type of bread for lunch, and beans and rice for dinner. I don't eat that anyway. So my hour, I was utilizing actual visitation time, and my mom was giving me the stamps, which that she was not supposed to have, and this is how I got caught going to the bodega and hamburgers and slices of pizza, and they like, where's this girl? And I was doing it notoriously, meaning I, at a young age,
Y'all was able to leave and go. Y'all was able to leave and go. As
we own that block. This is our block. The brothers will stand in the corners with guns, with artilleries and stuff.
Yeah.
This is our block. This is certain kind of like you moving like you in a gang, like this our block.
I'm saying
if that bodega is a part of the
store.
I mean,
but they control that whole area, though. You get what she's saying.
I know, but I'm saying just the point of leaving out of it. Even though you own the block, that don't mean they give you permission to hey, you could go to the bodega, you can go here, you can go there.
Oh, but I'm going during TIFL time, so I'm under my mother's.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Thank
you. So I would even stock up and like have a stash. Like I was put together a certain way, and so I was just like, and then I would get caught, and because my mother, when we came in, the rules are they would do corporal punishment. But my mother's, she's controlling, so she's like, nobody can hit my kids. So some of her controlling ways worked for me. So we were there was resentment. So that's funny. I did not have resentment, but I can remember a tone of resentment towards how they had to care for us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because my mother had a certain way of like, meaning she came in on her rah-rah.
For the kids, yeah.
Right. She coming in strong for her man. She's fully invested. She's showing up a certain way, and she's not with the shenanigans. She was bullying everybody.
Well, let me ask you, once that thing happened to your brother, right?
Hmm.
Now, was it like a hush hush and live with it? Like, how did that go?
Well, that's one of those things where I remember it's a Savior's Day weekend, and his mother is one of Dr. York's, part of his care camp, I'll call it that. And that boy's mother, my stepbrother, we don't have the same mother nor father. And his mother is a part of the organization as well. And so it's during a Savior's Day week where we can see him walking, like those pictures the guys were showing. Those are taken during processions where we're literally on our land, and there's like long marches, and they're literally doing ritual. We do not know this now. Like how they say people watch award shows and be a part of rituals and don't know it. I mean, they're literally walking, stopping, saying things. It's thousands and thousands of people there. If you're at a certain part, you can't hear what they're saying. So it's not like they're doing it for entertainment. Anywho, my brother is a part of those children who are in the procession. That's what it's literally called, a procession. And my mother makes the comment.
Uh-oh.
I think you went out, Oya, if you can hear us.
Yeah. And while she's doing that, I'm going to click on her link.
Yeah, if you might need to go out and come back in, Oya, if you're having some type of technical difficulties, but we can't hear you right now.
Or maybe she was getting ready to say something too good.
Can you guys hear me now?
There you go. There you go.
Good, baby.
And my phone had went dark. I was just like you're here. I'm talking to you, if that makes sense. So I'm with you and listening. So with the whole that's just you guys are really asking really great questions, because it's making me remember, but also think about how I felt then and how I have felt, and then how I feel now. It's like this kind of, and I want to say, like, if this is what it takes for spirit to kick me in the butt to get going with what I got going on, like, this is a good kind of this is beneficial. I appreciate you all with the questions, and I appreciate the space, and I appreciate Shug sharing and opening her platform in such a open way. I really, really appreciate this moment. Thank you, Shug. For real.
We appreciate you being here. And I'm glad we got past that misunderstanding that I was just speaking upon the situation, not her personally.
Sugar, I know that. Like, even now, I know that.
Nobody personally.
I just think it's when I think about it now again, the way I think in cycles as well, and reflective in real time. It's like spirit knew that I couldn't handle it. I probably would went slap crazy if King World said it was somebody else. But your sweet self saying it, and probably not even saying it, me probably projecting so much. That was that, and to me, and that's what, and that it answered a question about what Kev asked earlier about how I feel about how I've been handled by the universe in general, if you will. And this is how the universe handles me, with some nice kitten gloves, but it be letting me know, look at me dead in my face. These is kitten gloves. I can't take them off.
And you know what?
So I'm very much aware and grateful and move a certain way since I was a little kid. I do have a healthy fear of the Lord, as they say.
That's a great perspective, because a lot of times, all of the times from my experience, the only people that we see who have left the cult, quote unquote, are, some of the people from Carbonation. But I think you give a flip side of the people that we're used to seeing. I think that's why
I want them to admit that they knew the shit was bad. Excuse me, it was bad, but they were so scared, because to me, that's the way out.
Exactly.
And then tell it, because that's what Nature Boy would do if he was in y'all position. He would have blown up for real. If one of y'all was Nature Boy and he was you know what I'm saying?
See, that's
he
why
would have come up. He would have come up as the most True trying to do it, but True won't tell the truth about Velvet and his other right-hand man. Meaning True is at a certain level hierarchy. So True, we don't need you to talk about no Jags and stuff. We want you to talk about Velvet and Solar, because that's who you would have been in on it with. That's your level of hierarchy. Exactly. That's your peers in the organization. That's who I want to see you expose, because that's who y'all was in beds with together. Okay? So let's have a real conversation. and not you write
And,
books
and,
about
and
jibber
what
jabber.
happened to, and what happened to Law? I think Law, you took one for the team.
I
That's just
really
how.
hope
That's
y'all.
that's what I'm telling you.
I
When
don't know.
I
You see
say,
this? That's
let me
too
tell you
child.
something. I am so beyond empathic. I'm not the one to play with, right? Okay.
Whew.
It's not even the fact that I'm empathic. I am a master 11. I'm a master number. So I feel stuff all day. I think he took one for the team because for whatever he know or whatever he got, it got to his head and he didn't know if he's going to be caught because at the end of the day, even though that took place, he's the one that took the video, right? So that one and all other things. I don't see your link here.
My
Miss
link
Leah,
should
did
be
you got all
attached
your links?
to my name. If somebody can find my channel's on YouTube and I'm on Facebook under the same name. If you can find Fundi, you can find me.
Yeah, but I want to get to your page.
My page is my name, Slice of Life. Story time.
Oh, so it's not all your Spice of Life.
Yeah,
That's
Slice
how
of
I
Life
can't
story
find it.
time. Slice
So you
of
got
Life
Slice,
story
right.
time.
it's
Like home
Slice of Life
slice.
story time, Miss Leo. Miss Leo probably looking for oil and you Slice
Oh,
of
I'm
Life.
sorry. Yeah, that ain't. And then my entertainment page is Brown Becky. So
What you doing?
yeah,
What you doing over there?
I be doing things, girl. Be having a good time with life, my whole life.
You know
I'm
what?
a
But you
griot,
know
so
what?
I naturally tell stories with my whole self. You
No,
know,
but the thing is,
yeah.
you're doing everything you should be doing now because it's your time. It's your turn.
Yeah,
It's your
that's
time.
exactly how it feels. And it's like, and I don't have to like ask anyone. I don't have to like consider anything but what being obedient to what I'm supposed to be doing. And it feels great.
That's a fact. And that's so funny you just said griot. I just wrote a
Wait,
piece called
can
griot.
you type? Okay, this one is this one. He said is it that one? But Ms. Leo is gonna have to pull it up because she's the
Let
mod.
me see. I'm over here
Or
scared to click
Deanna.
on anything. I'm a little analog in the
No,
world. Yeah,
is
that's
it
it.
that?
Slice of life.
All
Yeah,
right,
that, I
so
mean that looks about right. Yeah,
yeah, but we can't click on it until Ms.
it
Leo
should be
or
my. It
Deanna
should
drop it. We
right.
can't.
I can.
Only a
Can I
mod.
click it? I don't think I can click
No,
it.
only Miss Leo or Deanna. The mods, only the mods could do it to whereas we could click on it.
Yeah, it's gonna
Hey,
take me
I wanted to ask
out,
one
and
more
I'm
question
in.
real quick before I forget. As far as social media, when you were in, were you guys like prohibited from like reading things on the internet and researching Dr. York or Nuwabians and things like that? Because most cults are like that. They want to isolate you from the outside world. How was it with or do you remember? Was it a
I
thing
was
with
in
the
it in the
internet?
90s. I
Oh,
was
okay,
in it in
so
the
that was
90s.
free.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the parents were like 80s and 70s. That's when Dr.
Yeah.
York is hot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay.
yeah, by
I was curious.
99, this thing is out of here, son. Like the baby that new 2000 energy is like, what? Nah, we're not doing that.
Right.
No, but some places, that's even down to the Jehovah's Witnesses, they're making
But
sure
you know,
you
the
can't.
mind control is that you wouldn't look it up. You wouldn't.
You wouldn't
That's
even
why I
think
know
exactly.
you would.
Right.
Think to look it
You
up.
feel like you're being watched in such a way, or meaning you know that fear that your parents have in you, that original fear,
Yeah.
like your mama said, if you kiss a boy, I'ma know. Where you will not kiss a boy because you just know she could look
Right.
at you and
You
know
gonna find
that
out
kind
some
of
kind of
fear,
way.
and you would never do that.
That's
That's
why the
how you
3 blind
feel.
mice are
My
still
mama
being able to
told
be
me.
controlled. He's been in jail for
My mama told me as soon as if you just tap the boy with a kiss, you're gonna be pregnant. So
Because
I
it
never,
said if you,
even till today,
she
I
said if
don't
you
like.
talk to him, you gonna hold hands. If you hold hands, you gonna kiss. If you kiss, you gonna have X, and then it's gonna be 3 minutes of not worth it. So don't do it.
Even till today, I don't like the kiss. I wait for Miss
And then
Leo
I
to
started
drop
having
it.
X, and I was like, I don't know what my mama was talking about. It is not 3 minutes. I really like this. I'm trying to do it as much as I can with people I like. I don't know what she was on. I don't know about this, what she was saying. That's not right. That's not right.
and that's so weird too.
That's not right.
I got
It's so-
5 minutes. What she talking about? Now, let me see.
It's weird to me too that the cults, the leader is always hypersexual, and most of the time either bi or down low, and they have so many restrictive rules against the members, even with their own partners or wives engaging in sex, but yet the leader will be so permissive. And I think a lot of times in those situations with a lot of the ex-members, you'll find out that they have a lot more sex with a lot more people, a lot more freely, because that is the environment. That's the environment.
Yeah, it's
the
a
members are
hyper.
all the kids are
just
getting
hidden.
on because the parents are off doing whatever they're doing, and the kids
Yes.
are left open. They have a lot of time to do it, and it goes on a lot.
It's
very young
who
age.
you are. If you want to do that and you are going to do that, you have so much opportunity, because if all
Yes.
the fathers
That's
are
what I'm saying.
gone all day making monies, and all the
Right.
mothers are either with the master teacher or taking
That's
care of
right.
babies, that
That's right.
kind of leaves a certain amount of us like Lord of the Flies
Right.
kind of environment, like how
Right.
Fundi puts it, male and female. And if we're
Right.
if we're on our block, we are allowed to talk to each other. It's not, we're kids,
Right.
so we're talking to the other kids. But
And,
you could
and
be talking, you know what I'm saying? You kids, you gonna figure it
and
out.
and most of those kids have already by that time, 12, 13, 14, have been exposed to it by an adult. So they know
Correct.
what it feels like, and they know.
I was actually more innocent than most. Again, I think that comes with having a certain amount of culture and class that was not only put upon me by being West Indian. I mean, if you know Trinidadians, we're like the snooty West Indians. We have we're just as ghetto and crass as everyone else, but never if you let us tell it. You know, we're always clutching our pearls. So I was raised in a certain kind of way of being like, I think it's the British rule influence, where you just have this like apparent uptightness, but it's also like protects you from having to participate. Because of that uptightness, people don't invite you. So my natural reservedness, not because I didn't want to do it, I was reading energy even so young. So I was trying to figure out the players. Like I'm not gonna risk sullying. And then also, where are the girls at? Because I gotta maneuver through all these Enuses. Like, oh my God.
And that's why I was trying to tell people. That's why I was trying to tell people about Natiri. Like,
I was worse than the boys. I was trying to get at it. I was a problem.
Well, how you made the point earlier, though.
I'm sorry, Ken. You're bringing up memories.
There are some women who they take advantage of the fact that, like you were speaking about, and no disrespect about your mother, when she realized that she could use certain things to her advantage. And so, yeah, she never felt victimized because she used.
Oh, yeah, there was those girls in there. Yeah, to this day. Yes.
She used their perversion against them, basically.
Hold on, guys. She only has 194 subscribers. Can we at least get her to 200? Can we at least?
Don't make me ugly cry. Oh my God, I appreciate that.
Everybody in the chat is gonna go over and sub. That's automatic.
And 6 is nothing. So we could at least get her to 200, at least 200. No, we can get 10 subscribers out of here.
Y'all are amazing. Thank you.
No, that's real. And we're gonna come over to your page and visit and chop it up and keep doing what we doing.
Oh, you guys are really, y'all are popping. That's popping, Tim.
And I'm going to put her channel up so I can see if the numbers go up.
Yep.
So all my bush babies make
everybody in the bushes.
Wait, let me put my X on so I can see it. My analog self. When I figure out how to do this StreamYard and all this stuff, this is so cute. Look at that. It's my channel.
Remember, guys, if you do press subscribe, let me show y'all how to do this. Go to the shortest video or the shorts if you got a short there, right? She got a short. Why? Because you want it to stick or they're going to take it from you. So let's look at the pretty little cat.
Oh, wow. That's the hat. That's my grandcat. I got 2 grandcats.
I ain't got that. I tell you, oh, mine's as bad as hell, right? So then now it's going to make it stick.
So my daughter got them on lock.
Right?
Oh, that's the hack. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna share that even for my daughter. My daughter's on here too.
So
It's a
they
family.
have
It's a tribe of
right.
artists.
So
That's right.
if you press subscribe, now the other trick to it is if you're in a live, right? Let me show y'all something else. If you're in a live, then you will go to the videos, right? So let's say a short video, you could watch it, right? If you don't have time, because you are in the chat, you're gonna go here, and then you're gonna put it in your watch later. Right?
Yeah.
So if you put
This
it
is
in
so
your
cool. Thank you.
if you put it in your watch later at any point in time, you click on it and then you see it. So then
And she'll get that view and come up in your feed.
right. But if you don't do it the right way, YouTube will purge you.
There's stuff from when I was living off grid in my RV in there, guys. Mukbangs with my daughter, some cult stuff, some me in real time. I think there's a video in there of me in real time, like, my mother's about to come over. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm afraid of a narc attack. Like, it's some real moments in there. There's meditation videos from our
Well,
podcast.
what I like to do is I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start at your first video and I'm gonna just watch them in order all the way up to right now.
Enjoy yourself, and next time I'm back, you gotta let me know or in the comments. I do this professionally. This is what I do, so I do appreciate the engagement, and it helps me to understand how to continue doing it. And I do it in this arena of education and wellness as well as entertainment. So any and all engagement is appreciated greatly.
We only got one. We got some more to go, people. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's help her channel grow.
Hold on, let me go. I'm gonna go over and sub right now. I'll be right back.
No, we're not going nowhere till she is at least at 200. I want 205. It's 10 of you guys in here. No, girl, I do this. This is what I do.
She gonna get a switch on y'all. She gets her Nana with the switch voice. Like
that's what I do what I do.
I'm scared. She said she going to Bible study. I appreciate you, Deanna. Thank you. That's on your other comment.
and y'all better not forget.
That's dope.
Yeah, we're gonna get back to the 8-year-old. Let's see what happens. Okay, she should be.
Thank you, Deanna.
Another one. Thank you, my lady D. Again, click on the video real quick.
It won't let me click the link. Oh, hold on, Miss Leo dropped it. Let me go. Okay.
Well, you know I can't do stuff right, so you know you got to go to Miss Leo. And then
it's in the replay too, so even if they don't do it now, they can always come back and see what it is.
No, it ain't gonna. No, but I don't know about the replay game. All I know, we not leaving.
Sugar said we here now. We gonna get it done now.
That's right. Let's get it.
Oh man, that is so good.
We gonna get 200 up in here. I would like to see.
That's wow.
I would like to see 205. So I see 205, 205, 205, 205. Let's go.
That's
okay,
so wow. I appreciate you.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the page.
At 199. She's at 1.
Hold on, I gotta go to the page because Martin just went to. He said he went to the page. That's what I'm gonna do because I can't click the link for some reason.
Let's see. She had 200. We need 5 more. God damn it! 5.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Just 4. My lucky number is 6. If there's 4 more people, that's numerology is 2 per floor, 6 be there. 4 more people.
No, but for some reason, when you say 5, I always get 5.
That's spiritual too, though. Change and 2 plus the 5 is 7. That's also a cult thing. I don't, because you have people who talk in psych. They go through like college. They learn how to do like psychology stuff, and so they talk a lot in psychology terms.
But see, I tell people too, before you go into any of that and learn any of that, you must know yourself. Why I say that? Because
that's so true.
Let me explain something. Because just like how many people say, hey, when my right hand itch, I'm getting money, right? But when my left hand itch, I get money. So if I go off what you say, but no, it's my left hand is the money maker. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And so whatever is good, that's why you got to be careful with all these things. So first you got to see, okay, I tried it, but with this hand, you know what I'm saying? So
it's true.
Because
Literally, astrology exists here on Earth when you're here right now. It's time when you are spirit, as they said, we are spiritual being. Where's astrology then? Nowhere. It don't matter. It's not it. So it's very true what you're saying. You have to have knowledge of self because that's the sense at the center of everything. And it don't need no help to be itself.
right,
It's
and
so
even
true.
right. So people be thinking, "Whoa, this gonna work." That might be allergic to that. You know, understand what I'm saying?
True.
People
So
have
true.
allergies. They sip this tea. They I'm all effed up and stuff. They didn't know this was part of this family and that family, and next thing you know what I'm saying? So sometimes
I remember when I discovered crystal sugar, and I used to put them in my bra. Then I got the yoni eggs, put them where they go. Then I had them in my pocket. It was my wallet. Like I had so many rocks on me at all times.
no, but
And I
tell
never
people,
forget this guy that I was dating at one time. He was like, you're smart and you know what they all mean. Just take the meaning with you. You don't have to, because we go into the corner store, but you got to watch them load up all the rocks.
Exactly. And I tell people, no, but I tell people, I mean, if in the beginning, if you need that as a pacifier, that's fine. But my thing is, what if all of that is stripped from you? Let's say you lost and you don't have. What are you? Does that mean life don't go on? Like what
For me, I got so mad at him when he said that.
Do then? I'm never gonna have a good day ever because I didn't have this color. I'm never gonna get love. I didn't have the pink one.
That's that cult thinking,
right? So
hence deprogramming. This is where deprogramming is so important. And cult people, because we'll get caught in that loop.
Right. If all them vices are taken from you, let's say so people house burn up all the time. So what are you going to do? Does that mean I'm never going to
always
find
a crisis.
Love? I'm never going to have power. I'm not, because I don't have. And then my thing is, if I'm not saying that it doesn't possess them, I don't know. I don't study that. But what I do know is, if I'm paying all this money for a diamond and I'm not happy, and I can sit up there and get this rose color quartz something for $5, I will believe that $5 should be costing more than that diamond. But the diamond does absolutely nothing.
That's what I learned. Could you imagine when I learned how much actual citrine costs?
Citrine, what's that?
Right. Yes. Citrine is the yellow stone that it looks like a diamond, but it's yellow. It's called citrine. You can so amethyst is the purple stone. It's kind of like a purpley quartz, purple deep clear. It's kind of a cheaper stone. If you take amethyst and put it in the oven, you can heat it up and it'll turn into what looks like citrine, and I can sell it to you. Like when I started, because I'm a person. If I'm into it, I get into it. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna be wearing the rocks and not become like a whole rock person. So I started talking. I knew so much. I started talking to like people who sell rocks, and because I was able to keep up with them in conversation, they started telling me all the little hacks.
We need two.
So
more people. Two more people should have 205.
Yeah, I just went over and subbed.
Thank
I
you
might
guys
even
so
if you have to go on
much.
YouTube,
Thank you.
just type her name in and you'll go to her page and just
Thank
sub
you very
real quick.
much.
Thank
you.
And how long you had this page?
I've been active now for about 3 years. I want to say, like, taking
3
it serious.
years, girl. You
understand that it ebbs and flows.
You get that 1,000 now. I'm not playing with you. 3 years. Anytime somebody,
I would like to. I can go live. I'm able to go live on her already, but yeah.
We're gonna
go live and we'll all come over.
Ask Lisa. Lisa says what? Ask her. I pushed and pushed and pushed every show. She is now monetized.
I appreciate that.
And
that's the goal.
What's that name, Kevin? You don't forget everything. As an Amsar, whatever call people who eat stuff. Ruffy.
Who?
Ruffy,
that eat stuff?
Ruffy, the chick Ruffy.
Which one is Ruffy?
She eats.
Is she the pickle lady?
No, but she eats stuff on Amsar when you just eating and you.
The disorder.
Yeah.
It's called Piker.
No, it's AMISR.
ASMR, yeah.
Oh,
I do ASMR a lot.
You're talking about, you watch that person
the
just
mukbangs and you can hear. I have an ASMR video on my channel, I think.
A lot of people started here with me. She's over 200,000.
Oh yeah, the one that came over here.
Really?
She was
You
like, I
don't know
started out
how,
with 50.
right?
That's
You
And
don't,
he was,
dope.
right? You
yeah.
have no idea how. Nah, and I don't ask for nothing. Like, just pass it on. Just pass it on. That's what
That's
I do.
dope. Well, you
And
know how where I come from school. If I eat, you eat. So if I eat good, you eating good too, or
nah,
better, because you know.
Facts.
my thing
Wait.
is, long as we stay conversing with each other and we can help each other and help other people, I won.
Right.
And you
Facts.
know, that's what it takes. And that's why, you know, I've stayed at Boondies, because she does let me come up there on the platform. I'm able to talk. I was on one of her sisters' think tanks about vegetable oil. That was so mind blowing and good. So,
Yeah,
you know,
I felt that.
I am, because I'm a teacher, so
Hey, can I
I
ask you?
teach wellness. I'm an ordained minister, but I do believe, like, you cannot teach others how to heal when you have not had a certain level of self mastery, if that makes sense. You know, I mean, like, I'm aware I was in a cult. I'm
Right.
aware I was raised. You know, like when people say in the manosphere, you hear this back and forth where they'll say, "Oh, that's just a bitter woman. She's a broken person. Oh, he just thinks small." And it's like, I understand they can. Meaning, if you just think about it, that could color how you perceive things. That could shift you to a place where you believe less in yourself or others, and
Yeah.
no one would even know you think that way. But based on the advice you give, how
Right.
maybe if I've had teachers that were rough with me, I've had mentors that were dismissive with me. It doesn't mean that what I paid for or what they offered lost value, but it gave me, like, I had to know how to maneuver the personality. I had to learn how to, as they say, when we say, like, take the meat, leave the bones.
Yeah, me take the meat.
Intellectually,
All right.
I know
You
what that
ready?
means, but emotionally, what is that?
Are you
You
ready
know?
to see? Did you make the 205?
Yeah. Let's see. This is so much fun.
Bam, bam, baby. What that say?
What?
That's
Can I,
what's up.
I
can I
can't
open
see.
this up? What that say?
Do I need
What
to?
that?
Yep.
I'm afraid
What
to
that say?
refresh it. Hold up.
Yeah,
Let me go
you
back. Let me go
I
out.
just did it for you. I
You hit
refreshed
it.
it. Look where you at. You hit it. You got it.
Oh,
I just opened it up.
yeah. She had to come back in. I think she just dropped out, so
Yeah, because she probably thought she had. Yeah, so she made it. So that's good.
that's probably why she didn't want to refresh. But she'll realize she dropped out and come back in.
I heard her pop up back in. God
Yes.
damn it! What I do now? I'm always doing something. Congratulations, baby. You see, you made it. Right? I
Thank you
told
very much. I want to, like, see if I can, like, I don't want to pop out again. I have to figure it out. This
Hey,
is amazing. I appreciate it. And
when
I
you go
today
live,
had a thought that was like, you know, I had some goal markers, but I have some stuff going on, life be life, and I was like, I didn't meet my marker for a certain thing I wanted to do by this time. But I really thought, like, you know what? This is where it's at. We'll just flow with it. That's been my, like, way of, like, centering the thoughts if they tend to get a little intense, you know, get a little, like, crazy, like, just
he-
flow with it.
He
Can I ask you
sent
something
you.
real
He
quick?
sent you here for a reason. Cause
Yeah.
that's where I come in at.
Right.
I told
Right.
you.
It's like, child.
I
That's
told
what I'm
you,
sitting here like,
I
what?
told you. Didn't I tell you?
Spirit be being weird.
Because I feed it. I already know my calling is to give it to you.
I appreciate you. You use the moment. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Kev.
I
Kev, say what you
am
gonna say now, man.
Thank you, God. I'm
Say
sorry,
that,
Kev.
Kev.
I'm sorry, Kev. my brethren.
No, I be talking
Kev,
too
like,
much all the
excuse
time.
me, excuse me, man, excuse me. You better
I be
say what you
trying
chest, Kev.
I be trying to hold it in because I be going on too much sometimes, and I have to catch myself.
Same. You conversate, dominate like I do. Yeah.
But one thing I wanted to ask, when you were in, did they teach you like a specific skill, or like did they help you? In other words, like, were you training to do something specific, learning a skill, or was it just like when you were a member, it was just like manual labor stuff, keeping the property running and keeping, you know, things going? Or did you get taught like a skill, like, you know what I mean? Because you're knowledgeable in a lot of things. So was that like part of the curriculum? Did they teach you like skills like farming or building or finance or, you know, things like that?
No. I don't
Oh,
mean to laugh,
wow.
but it's like you're kept stupid. What you're allowed to do is if you're naturally gifted in a certain area, which is preferred, then because that means you'll be happy to do that thing.
It'd be
stay out the
useful,
way.
right? Yeah,
You'll be
yeah.
useful. Now, if you're like me, who, like, I remember when I lived on Kadesh, by this time he had the nightclub, which was wild to me.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
how we
yeah,
met
yeah.
Erykah Badu. Music Soul Child comes from the organization. Like, I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Whatever. So the point is, we're just seeing like hip hop people. Dr. York always kept like hip hop people close by and around. So, so he has a nightclub now, and you know, Edenton is not far from Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I was already like, I had started a drama club. I had already experienced high school by this time. So I lived on Kadesh during a summer after my brother passed away. And that should have left me nice and primed, because like my brother, like the car accident happened July 26th or 25th, and I was in Kadesh by August 5th.
Yeah.
August 6th, something like that. Very like right, like within a weeks and a half time.
Yeah.
And during that time, you know, I'm already in high school. I've already had experiences on who I am, and I'm clearly been parenting the children in my family since I was 9. So I'm a little mommy type person, and I'm not a follower. So I mean, when you come on Kadesh, everybody shave their hair off. They go bald head, and they keep that little stupid braid. And I was not doing that.
Right.
I was aware I had what they call good hair. It wave up. It looked good. That gel be making it do something. I'm in high school. I have to go back to the world.
Right,
But in
right.
cult sense, I think I'm gonna be there. But I still like my hair. I mean, I like things about myself that I'm not willing to like. I don't see as necessary. Allah didn't tell me that. So I kind of had a strong Allah before Dr. York at this point in high school. You know, whatever. So. Living on the land when it comes to that skill set. So I did graphic design when I lived up there because I knew how to put pictures together and I had an eye for design, literally. And was there anything? Oh yeah, so he had the nightclub, and of course I'm like a little like, I want to be Whoopi Goldberg. That's for real, y'all. That's if anybody ever told you Stacey's the entertainer. Yes, I am, and I want to be Whoopi Goldberg. I don't give a damn. So that's my whole thing, right? So I'm seeing the nightclub as a stage. My little dramaticism is like, whoa. And he's like, oh, he notices. He's like, so what you trying to do? I was like, oh, I could dance. He said, like the girl from Coming to America. I can sing. I'm a pop star. I can write. I can like. I'm trying to give him the facts. And I remember how he looked at me, similar to like another girl looking at you like, oh, you think you cute. And he said, well, you could go clean or make drinks. Like he gave me something that was the complete opposite. And so me being like thinking that a leader would value another leader who knows himself, right?
Right.
I'm in high school. This is what's taught. This is how you're being groomed in high school to be proficient, how to show up. So I said, well, after I do that, do you want me to show you what I can do or how my artistry? And no, hell no. He said, no. He said, you know what? Get out. He told me to get out. He said, you can go. You don't have to worry about doing nothing. And I was dismissed. I was never allowed in the club ever again.
That's interesting because that's you know, it's funny because
so your cultivation is not a part of it. No.
Right. What do you think the main money draw that kept the organization functioning? How was the money? Was it donation strictly? Was it the men out working? How were they?
We sold things, and I believe he had investments, and that was part of what my mother was good at doing. My mother had this knack for organizing bills and deducing them. So she would come in and see where all the debt was at and help him make decisions to lower debts and get things paid. And also because she just knew she had a thing with talking to like banks. Like she wasn't, if they needed someone to talk to the bank people, my mother was not afraid to do so. And
Yeah.
because it's like,
Well,
so
let
so
me
you know,
call her.
you know what that looks like
Well,
on the
let me
cult level,
let me call
like
her
how
right now.
y'all see how like Malia is like mealy mouth, like she's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
afraid to say her thoughts or F who
yeah,
they can't talk when Nature Boy's around. But
yeah,
Velvet wasn't like that. Velvet, she could have just got herself beat all the way down, and she's like, "Well, y'all, this is what's going on," and you wouldn't think like something
yeah,
bad had just happened to her because she was still, or Solar could do it, or True. Some of them could have just literally gotten abused and still form a proper sentence and convince you of something. So he valued those types of people as most
yeah.
cult leaders do. That's
Okay.
why Malia was just used as a body bag, because when it came down to her mind,
Thank
he
you.
knew he had fractured it too hard. He knew the ones he fractured or came in so fractured that their minds were their minds were used as storage. Those
Yeah.
were storage bins for facts that okay, you remember these 5 facts. If I
And
need these 5 facts, I'll come back to you
right.
because I know you're gonna
And
have
that goes,
these 5
that's
facts.
like when they come out and speak, you can tell all of them have certain parts of their so-called knowledge that they regurgitate.
Malia holds his confidence.
Yeah.
That's all she holds is his confidence. That's all she can hold is his confidence. She holds
That's
no
such a-
information. She just
That's
holds
such a
his
dope
confidence.
perspective. That's such a dope perspective. That's her only job because he is not
To
sure
stroke his
himself.
ego to the point where
Yes,
she would
she
give her
is his-
life for his ego.
Wow.
She proved it.
That's such a
So
interesting
what
perspective.
about
You're right.
FBI?
Fufu?
No, FBI.
Yeah,
That's
after
Aya, but
yeah.
you call her FBI.
Oh, she is his witch doctor. Remember in Shaka Zulu, the lady with the long titty? That's who Aya is. She's his witch
Wow.
doctor. She's also a Taurus, so she can share
That's-
mind space with him.
That's why he got so freaked out.
Brain. So if he needs a female Taurus brain, that's where she comes
that'd
in.
be Fufu.
Fufu is his white girl.
No,
Fufu is his
a Taurus.
it's his image.
FBI is the Capricorn.
Aya is a Taurus.
No,
and
Aya
Fufu is
isn't.
also well,
Aya-
actually isn't Aya and Fufu two
No.
Tauruses?
No, Aya is a Capricorn.
I could have swore Aya was a Taurus, just
No,
like
she's
him.
she's
He
a
doesn't keep
Cap-
Capricorn people around him. That's Saturn. But he keeps
No,
Capricorn
he
around
had
him.
He had 2 around him. He had
And where they at?
He had Janae and FBI.
And what happened when Janae? And Janae's the one Saturn. That's karma. Joy
tried to
and his
tell
daughter. When his daughter's around, he get a hard time, literally and figuratively. He cannot. Yo, that's Saturn on him. When them Saturn people around, I mean, what's the other one? The pretty one who came around. She was also Capricorn. She sells perfumes now. He couldn't maintain homeostasis with her around. Sybil, his own daughter, Eliana too, because she got that Cancer moon with the flip of the Capricorn.
You're right, but
yes,
but see, but people, but when it
Fufu
comes down-
and Aya, they
But see,
just
when
make
it-
my skin crawl.
But you know what?
Now, what about so so FBI was his what? As a cap, and
You was right saying she was his witch doctor because remember he got freaked out. He didn't want her. He didn't
He
want
don't
her
even
to
eat from
get
her
hair,
when
no-
shit when her mood ain't right. Yeah.
He didn't want
When
her
her
to
mood
touch
ain't right,
his
he don't
hair
eat from her.
or
Yeah.
his food.
Now,
Right.
what about Zoka?
You sure right.
What was she?
Zoka is
and
like
them
his
are Aries. I'm just
Zoka is the mother he would have wanted to have.
What?
Wow.
Zoka is muscle. Zoka. Do you see how Zoka when she talks, she goes into the only female that does that for a male is the one who is mating it or who has birthed it.
Wow.
But that
She
man
feels
said-
she covers him more than Malia does in the purest of ways. Meaning, this is not
Facts.
even about me having sex with you.
Facts.
This is because of who you are.
Facts.
Just because you are.
You
Now,
right.
Now
Facts.
why he say him?
She'd rather not have sex with him so she could fully love him in her mind. And let me
Now-
whore for you like a mother would. Let me sleep with these men for you. She'd rather do that than sleep with him because that's her son.
And why he say Leo? Why he say Leo women can't come?
Leo women are rulers, and
he
we also
said-
are the sun. We're like Saturn, but
you're
with a smile.
No, darling, stop trying to fit in. But we'll let you slide. No, but he always said Leo women. If you know, it has been no Leo women there.
That's too
You
much.
always
That's like the opposite of of Saturn, but with meaning that's death with the sun. He gonna burn up. Meaning a Leo girl come in there. It's like
He
remember
said that in
he's a
videos,
queen. Yeah, he a queen. He's a whole. He like Dr. York. That's another woman. He sees
Just
himself
like
as a
York. I was
girl.
just getting ready to say that.
He's
Just
his
like
higher
York.
self is a woman, so he can't have another fine woman in here. He used to love when y'all talk about how big his hips is. He a bottom. He a power bottom. He love that.
Yeah.
With them big thighs.
Yep. Hey, he was the biggest Negro over there, but you notice when they was doing that little
He was
rain dance, he was twisting his hips more than anybody else. And that Negro did a full middle split without stretching or preparing.
And if you
before
pay
that.
attention, True and Solar and Juju are light-skinned versions of the kind of man his daddy was, with that fine hair, a little thin mustache, nice with the ladies, making babies up into his 80s. I'm trying to tell you.
Juju was bought to replace Solar anyway.
Yeah, those is concubines. Those is the real concubines.
Yeah. and yeah. So that's why he liked the Juju. So just in case, because he knew the girls was gonna flock to Juju, just in case Solar messed up, Juju was back.
Yeah, Juju was Solar too. Boy. You're right, but he wasn't smart. That's what Solar could talk to you.
But
you
know
what I'm
what I
saying?
noticed?
Women need talk game.
See, what I noticed was Nature Boy will keep certain guys around like Juju and like Solar because they bring the women more so than he will. But what he does is he'll do things like bring the trans over there and say, we need to be more accepting and have all them engage in sexual acts with the trans so that the men that the women are attracted to, they still look at them in a different light now because of what
he double talks them. He said,
"Thank you." He double talks everything.
He double talks them. So at one moment they'll be like, "Yeah, sure, I don't mind if my man lays with this person."
Exactly.
And then the next day he's like, "Why would you be with a man that would lay with that kind of person? Exactly. An alpha man would never let his wife do." And you're looking at it like, "But what?"
How can you say that all of y'all are gods, but then you tell one woman that wants another man instead of you that you fucking with the help?
I used to, at one point when Nature Boy was talking, I used to be fighting the air because I'd be like, "Dog, he said it's one mind. That means your mind, his mind. Whatever you want, that's what he wanted." So the minute he say, "Oh, you in your feelings," be like, "No, you in your feelings because it's one mind, bro." I used to be like, they don't know how to talk to him.
Even if you,
he's also narcissistic personality.
I know he probably would have got violent if they would have said that.
Yeah, and then when the eyes turn bloodshot black, I say y'all gonna be up 14 hours a day. I can read it. That's why I sit home. I tell you I gotta do that. I read it. I feel that I stay right on home.
How much more he got this from Dr. York too, because I've heard Dr. York speak about this in lectures, standing straddled over the men and ejaculating on them. Nature Boy, that's where he got the whole download thing.
Ain't never.
Exactly.
I feel like I was never supposed to have any type of sexual experiences or even the rumors I did hear and the things I witnessed were so like you had to just know. I mean, it was PG. I ain't never seen nothing outright.
Right.
I just saw things that, well, of course, if he's taking that young person to that part of the room at this time of night, we know it's gonna. But I never see, So I'm so happy that I wasn't at that tier level of closeness. To be honest, when he did hypnotize me in the office by myself, like we were having a conversation, y'all, and then I remember I was saying something about my mom, and then all of a sudden it's like I remember and it was nighttime. We started talking when it was afternoon. All of a sudden I feel this like coming to feeling, and it's like I can hear myself talking, but where was I? And it's dark outside, and when I look at him, he looks spooked. And then the next day when I was coming to the office, they told me that my mother was on the way and that I was asked to leave. And then I was very upset because I thought I was home. You coming home to the motherland. I'm like, why
you realize he hypnotized you?
I'm starved out. I realized that after, maybe like around the time when he gets arrested, and I'm thinking about my experience. And I'm like, what happened that afternoon? Why did they ask me to leave? What did I say? Because I saw him before I left again. And I said, he had this thing where he would run away from you. So I was like, Dr. York, and he saw me and he literally took off and ran from me. And I was like,
explain that process. when he
Something he
hypnotized
did.
you, like what kind of things was he asking you?
We
or
were just talking. We were just talking. I don't even know about what. Probably. I think if I read about my hair,
Well,
something
she
like
don't want to
you just.
rewind it too much. You're gonna get hypnotized again. Go ahead. So
I
she
can
don't wanna
remember
say
like
the words.
standing in the room.
Yeah, but don't
and
say
I was
all the
like,
words.
okay, I'm gonna trust your wisdom on that. And something we talking about something with beauty, and then I remember like you know how you blink. I blink and I hear myself saying something about like my mom, my mother, and I'm like, what did I like? I don't say out loud like what did I just say, but and then when I turn my head like to my own self, like how a dog turned his head to the side, I can see outside. It's dark. And he's like, okay, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. But it's just me. I'm like, okay, Dr. York. And I just kind of stiffly leave the office, and he leaves the office. We're the only 2 people in there. And then I just go home and to the other house on the premises and wake up the next day. And I think it's a regular day. And they say, you got to go. And he never talked to me again directly after that.
Wow.
So whatever I said, whatever I said, and when I think about who I am and how I even said what I know about males, women's biology things, but all I remember is saying something about my mother. I mean, I already chose a side. I'm not for you.
Did he have those long?
You
Did he
probably
have
have
those long
problems.
sessions like Nature Boy, where he would just talk and lecture for hours?
Yes, and humiliate people who need. Yes.
Part of the hypnosis process. Was it
during the last before he got arrested, he started doing it with the whole. Meaning, if you could get to Edenton, Georgia, we had what we call Jerry Springer nights by the end of it, where people were coming to Dr. York, and it wasn't about anything aliens or master teacher. It was like, Dr. York, so my wife been staying at home with the brother Shalom's sister, and apparently they having with the man down the street, and I feel like I should just kill everybody. So what you think? And it's like but everyone's there. It's like your kids are there. It's literally called Jerry Springer night. But the audience is the whole community. So the kids, we're hearing the adults' business. And then it was during one of those nights he admitted, because he said, you know, I would never forget it because I'm a listener. I'm one of the people who be like, you know how the kids who be good so they could listen? I'm one of them kids. I be good and play my toys real quiet, but I be listening. I probably taking notes for real. So but I'm so good and quiet. Right, I'm so good and quiet and singing to myself. You do not know that I've been listening. I'm clocking everything. So I'm doing that, and he's talking to the adults, and he's like, yeah, you know, sometimes a father just sees his daughter, and that's why we got to know, we got to be careful, because the daughter is the chosen one, but, you know, a man could mess that up by, you know, doing things with his daughter. You gotta, so he's admitting that the sacredness of the girl child, while also admitting that, but sometimes you're going to defile it.
You go,
He's saying that in the same sentence. And I'm picking up on it like, wow, this is very interesting. It is called Jerry Springer night. And by then I want to say this is after the accident. So this is, I want to say, I'm going to ask a friend for reference, but grieve my brother's
was y'all able to grieve, or y'all had to
again cult it out? We don't even look at death that way. My brother had like an Egyptian funeral, so he's like, he didn't have an autopsy, which is weird. Again, that whole Masonic thing, like I ain't never heard of somebody having a, you know, unaliving from a car accident, having head trauma. But the point is, you go to the hospital and there's no autopsy. The body is released to the religious organization to see fit what they gonna do, how they gonna do it.
Yeah,
I ain't never heard of that. That's how in we were, and that's why I was laughing seeing that procession, because that was a big deal in Augusta to the lodges here, that he graced them. And the only reason I know that because I have family members who are in the lodge, but not through the Dr. York set, and they say he is well and highly spoken of what he did. However he did what he did is prestigious amongst those circles.
Do you think that's part of the reason that maybe your brother didn't expose the abuse, because it is kind of a position of prestige to be in the procession, like you were saying?
Well, he was born in it. He's a child that was born in it, so this was normal to him. All
Okay.
this is normal. This is brothers and sisters.
Don't
And he's
say
under the impression
that.
that he's under the impression that Dr. York is his actual father.
Yeah, I get it, and I've heard other young men say that, and that's the thing. Even today, even after being out 10, 15 years, and they realized and they know now that what Dr. York did was wrong, but they still have love and affection for him because that they really looked at him as their
he's a
actual
Peter
father.
Pan type of man. So if you're a person who's naturally on your, like, how would I say, Aleister Crowley type thing. If you are naturally Aleister Crowley a type of person, if you got that in you, I got a little bit of that in me. You know, you just naturally wow.
But that
That's what he
doesn't have to
likes.
be Aleister Crowley because that's how you are.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that for the general population to like
come out of me something. I ain't that got nothing to do with Aleister
No,
Crowley.
I get what you're saying,
No,
but
I
I'm
get what
talking
you're saying. He was
for the
wild.
general.
I want to get her out of that saying that.
Well, no, I say that as because that's me and my. When I'm in this space, and if you guys are taking my page to 200 people, I'm gonna be in my content creator space, and I do have a specific way I speak to the people who because I talk to regular people, and regular people know there's a level of debasement behavior, and in the Black community, we don't really have those archetypes like that. Like who can other than like. You know, when I remember having this conversation and people were bringing up characters from the movie The Princess and the Frog. They would bring up that archetype, the bad guy in there, or Mr. from Color Purple. We don't have fantastical archetypes of men of power in the magical realm that are evil and will
I
do
get what
things.
you're saying. I get what
So
you're saying.
I'm giving them an archetype to see the mind state. That's the only reason I bring Crowley. But I definitely, I'm where you at. But for the people who listen,
you know what he's
they
about.
don't. Yeah, they be like again. That's like a Nature Boy, the Peter Pan thing, you know.
No, but that's like when it came down to Nature Nut, right? Because see, what I do is because people they don't believe me, it's okay, right? So what I do is I always show something so you can see what I'm talking about. So people didn't understand when he kept saying June 5th, June 5th, June 5th, right? Now I'm 60%, now this percent. And I had to let them know that's something of the Pentecostal, right? But what he was trying to do was that's when everybody, they were speaking in Babel, they were speaking one language and it was babbling. And the next thing you know, they all started following Jesus. But he was trying to do it in the opposite. He was trying to do it in the opposite way. In his mind, all them rituals and things that they was doing, he thought that once he levitate, right? And he levitate, he thought that he was really going to be God and everybody. So I think that in a sense, see, people got to understand this, and I can't say it over and over and over. We are in the game that was built since forever. They are the game. So whatever we're doing, so when they hear your ex-leader or whomever, whatever y'all learning, they learn from them. So when they say certain things, the elitists or whoever know what they're talking about. So when he kept talking about that date, they know what that date is. That's why they got his ass out of there. So that's what I kept telling you. It's far from, let me finish. It's far from just Janae. They watching him. First of all, they didn't even give him the permission to use the 369 just like that. You think about it. People watch Beyonce and all of them. You would have to be at a concert or something for them to throw it up. Nature Boy had people doing it just out of nowhere. 369. No, you didn't get permission to use that. So he thought that he was going to go around the people and use their stuff. And he really thought that, no, baby, these things.
He thought he was going to be allowed to free-handedly wield chaos upon the general population like it was his general population. Sir, you do not own this. And you know,
That's
sir.
why I think this is deeper than Janae. Because once you start going into that occultic stuff, baby, that was already designed. People keep thinking they could beat the game. They are the game.
I'm about to say he is the game.
that cutoff point for all black cult leaders is when they declared that they are God. That's when they got York. When York started saying he was God, they got him. Nature Boy said he was God, they got him. And I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna do the same thing to Nature Boy that they did to York. York hadn't been seen publicly for years. Not too long ago, it was on Reddit, and I'll have to get the other link that it was on, but to my knowledge and from what they said in the article, that was the first picture that I think they've shown of York in 17 years, I believe. But when they showed him, he was in a wheelchair. He didn't have any teeth. He looked like Dr. York.
Oh,
He looked like a feeble little old man. You wouldn't even recognize who he was. I wouldn't.
He was a feeble old man back then. So
back then, but just imagine, 20-some years. So I mean, like I said, he's wheelchair bound, and he's been that way.
I'm also of the variety of thinking, just like with Loyal. With Loyal, I will gladly participate in the conspiracy of carbonation. I think he's the first carbonation conspiracy theory, meaning I want to believe that he working with the people, so he got to disappear. He got to die because he needed safe, meaning.
Well, I said that he may be in witness.
If people are arguing, right, meaning if this thing really has some roots to it, but this young man says, I have information, but because this thing has roots, I would like to be safe.
Well,
that's what I want to believe.
If you watch the whole entire thing, I mean, I'm not into the cultist, but I still know about it. Come on, the house was red. This number was 6. That number was 9. It was 3, 6, 9.
I was like, how they even get that house in that neighborhood? I have jobs and good credit and don't get how would they get these opportunities?
It was 3, 6, 9. All the whole entire thing was 3. I'm like, hold up. They get the number of the house. They got the number of the street. They got the number he's supposed to pass away. I'm like,
and those were not good numbers for what he had going on. A 248 would have been better, but he wasn't really paying attention like that.
Remember, he's from another country too, and his people, his people have money. So I've said it from the beginning. In every single RICO case that you have, the reason that RICO indictments work is because they indict the whole group and they get the lesser members to all flip and they all corroborate each other, and therefore they can get the big fish. So I said one day last week, I told you it's going to be a couple of surprise witnesses. It's going to be people that you find out, even if it doesn't get to trial, once all the discovery comes out, even if he pleads out, you're going to find out that there are members that were there until Nature Boy got locked up that had been cooperating with the government for 6 months to a year, some of them over a year. So, that's how they're able to, get RICO indictments. And that's why they have such a high success rate, is because, again, if Nature Boy, any and all charges and crimes that Nature Boy is being indicted for, those people are all witnesses to those crimes, period, end of story. There's no other way around that. And there's never been a one-man RICO indictment, ever. RICO.
And then you got to remember, that's a small cult. So yes, all of y'all see something. Unlike Dr. York, now you can understand why a lot of people didn't go down. It's a lot of people. Nature Boy, you had a handful of people. So
and just like Dr. York, all those people.
Too many people, and his camp can't say I don't know, because he couldn't do it by himself. But if you're in a bigger cult, I'm lower T. No, I don't know nothing.
Yeah, that's right. That's like Dr. York. He had way more followers than Carbonation, but he only had a handful of people that were around him, and that was purposeful because only if the less people you have around you, the less people that can tell on you. So, but yeah, that's a trip. Anyway, this has been a very interesting bill. I just had to come up. I was intending to come up real quick, but Yeah, I need to get my ass off here because I've been on here like 3 hours longer than I anticipated. I was gonna come up and ask you questions, but my talking ass.
But it's good that we get to understand it from the inside. We
Sorry,
will
guys.
continue. It's okay, baby.
Yeah.
We will be
Yeah, that perspective
continuing-
is
we will be continuing more of these talks. But I was so mad. I want to talk about that damn man hitting that damn lady with the brick, but that would be on my Tony
my
T
goodness.
page. Gotta be on my Tony T page. Cause the mammies, I'm sick of them. So I might not talk so nice over there. Okay.
Sugar, I'm gonna put my email in the back chat,
Mhm.
but I'd love for us to connect outside of YouTube. I really would enjoy that.
Oh yeah,
And
girl.
try
Don't
to
forget. I got a
do
crazy
that right
side
now.
too, girl. You know I got a crazy side. I am a lioness. I will turn this mother out.
Oh, and don't when I come over, Oya, don't be confused. I'm King Kev. You know,
Oh,
on the
Kev, you already know. I'm expecting your comments because we definitely had to chop some shit
but
up.
his
Like,
thing
come on.
says I am the culture.
Yeah, my handle though, when you see me in the chat, I am the culture. That's me
Right.
also. So
That's what he's saying.
You are the cult. You're the
I
culture.
am the culture, right?
But
So,
you better watch out.
yeah,
Now
so
you
when
gotta
see
I'll
me-
put my email in the
Now you
back
gotta
from
change
everybody.
that shit.
Okay.
Now you
All right.
now you gotta
Hey, gang.
change that shit.
He's a cult vulture for real.
Oh, damn,
Right.
you done set yourself up for that one.
Hey, I'm the one that got my foot in all the cults' neck. I'm a
I
problem.
love it.
I'm a problem. But yeah,
I'll be
and
right
like I
there
said,
with you, bro.
I enjoy your perspective because
If they want to drop my Tony T in there, Cap, I want to definitely talk about that. The women not being safe and what them stinking men had to say. And then at the end of the day, I would have mind my business. Oh, that's a woman. Oh, feminism. I'm like, y'all the dumbest people I ever heard of. Because I'm like this. I understand your hatred for women, but that young man going to jail. So you have to sacrifice all these young men because they beating up on these women. They listening to y'all dummies, and they are going in jail. So you can watch all these videos. They're still making it seem like it was her fault because she didn't want to give the man her number.
And people got to start paying attention to the seasons and cycles. I don't understand why people don't pay attention. Right around the middle of August to about maybe November, it's part of a certain type of energetic harvesting. Stay your behind out of stuff, man. Just go home. Give out a fake number. Don't be making too many waves because certain things is just eating and cycling through energies. So you should just chill.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that is very true. But at the end of the day, you can justify it all you want and be so happy because she's a black woman and it happened to her. But you also saying it's okay to send young black men to jail. So you would think that, nah, young blood, nah, people, I don't want to intervene. I like that when I'm sick of these. Okay, you sick of
I'm
us
so
with
old
everything.
school. I just feel like brick for brick. You bust me in the face with a brick, so now we got to bust you in the face with a brick, and then we can
if you
go.
can, because if you can, because if you seen her face, her whole face.
I don't want to talk about this. Controlling me is not prepared. I have some breathing exercise
like
today.
So I don't think she had. But
It's not funny. Oya, don't laugh.
I know what you said, boo. But what I'm saying is, you should be wanting to keep the young black men out of jail if you're pro black men. So you should say, nah, man, put that. I don't want to see you in jail. Not
people don't raise children no more.
So now you
barely grooming them.
Right, even though you're happy that happened, but you're still sending a young black man to jail. So how are you winning?
It's not winning. Isn't it crazy?
Mr. Red Pills and the rest of y'all?
I thought I was the only person who thought of it that way. Like, if we want to actually, again, do the black dance and talk about what a win looks like, how about we take a page out of the other alphabet people book and ask for some human rights instead of civil ones? How about we start there? How about that part? And how about we don't really ask for them? We just assert them that we have them.
But as we see, what you should know, we're in a patriotic system.
True.
And we tired of it. The side of her face was swollen. Ashley,
Okay, I can see the
exactly.
comments.
Matter
I
of
didn't
fact,
watch the
fool,
video.
matter of fact,
I just saw the
fool,
screenshot.
If you could kick it off in the morning, I'm not gonna kick mine off till later on. Please tell me you gonna do one, and I'll do one later on my Tony T. I need for you to do that, sis.
Yeah, that was way. I just saw
Yeah.
the pictures. They say the still shot, and the title. And I don't look at things like that because I already know what's happening in the world. I was like,
Yeah,
oof.
but you know how Funi is. She get in it. She
Yeah,
gonna get in it.
I know Funi because Funi is an advocate for women, and Funi is a master of violence. And you're just not gonna be mishandling either one of those in her, where she could be aware of that. You just not gonna do that.
Y'all know, and y'all know how I feel about my sister. Y'all know I do not play about her. Everybody, I say that. You can swap it. I wish you stopped saying that, but I'm not gonna say that because I'm gonna give you what the hell fell. I'm gonna give you your props for.
Yeah, Funi said, "Watch your mouth."
I'm gonna give her props forever.
I love it.
Sugar,
I'm finna go to bed. I did not know it was 12:21.
That's what I said. We out of here. But if Funi do that tomorrow, I'm gonna do it later on my Tony T. So I'll be
Thank you,
waiting
Chad.
for you tomorrow.
Thank you, Sugar.
Thank you
I'm
for
gonna drop
coming.
down now, baby. Always, no problem.
And thank you. Much respect to. Thank
Much
you
respect
so
as
much
well.
for coming to show you. I had a good time too, girl.
Y'all have a good night.
And
Well, good morning.
And
I'll see you in these streets. I'm finna jump in the chat.
And I'm still glad you got your sense of humor. Bless, peace, and blessings. That's right. So I'm out of here too. Because I gotta get my beauty sleep. You know what I'm saying? So on my replay gang, thank you for watching it. Don't forget to hit that like, comment, and subscribe. All right, peace, guys. I'm out.